Have you seen this horse progress at all?
You know, I didn't love this work for him, really. When you watch it, he's working in company with a horse that is still a maiden, and I would have liked to see him put him away a little bit better. You can see he got tapped at the top of the lane. He's really being asked here, especially around the bottom turn. I mean, you see his rider really encouraging him here, and he runs okay. He's very, like I said, he's a grinder, so he's never going to turn you away or turn anybody away with like a dazzling turn of foot. But I would have liked to see him kind of push on from a horse that's still a maiden just a little bit more.
Well, Baffert believes the further the better for 1,000 Words. He's going to go the farthest he's ever gone this afternoon, going 1 mile and 1/8 here in this Oaklawn Stakes. Let's break in Tom Amoss. And Tom, you never want to see a horse taken out of what they do best. Baffert felt that's what happened with 1,000 Words. He'd love to see him get out of the gate, kind of settle, relax, and make one move. We'll see if that makes a difference today.
Yeah, well, look, as trainers, we're all looking for a reason when a horse doesn't run his race. And look, there's no way to mince words here. 1,000 Reasons last race was no good, plain and simple. So we're going to have to see a real 180 turnaround for 1,000 Words to run a great race today. And he's running against some good competition. To me, he's a horse that, without a really spectacular work after that, and I'm with Michelle, I didn't think that work was great, he's a throwout.
Well, meanwhile, you have an up-and-comer like Basin, who we saw how good he was as a 2-year-old. He was a Grade 1 winner of the Hopeful. We saw him at Saratoga up close and personal. Sidelined in a lot of the fall in the winter because of some injury issues. He had an ankle issue he had to try and overcome. So now he's trying to play catch-up a little bit. So the fact that this Derby's been postponed for a horse like Basin, that might be a really good thing.
Yeah, and this is a big if the distance of 1 mile and 1/8, which is today's distance of the race, is one that he can get. In the case of Basin, who ran the Rebel at 1 mile and 16th and sat behind horses, it's fair to say that he had to wait for room. But once he gets his room, the problem is, where's the finish? You don't see it there. By the way, he's a half to a horse that I trained named Rise Up, a millionaire. Rise Up was best at 1 mile and no further. Basin has to show that he has to go against his family and get an extra 1/8 of a mile. Rise Up, if he was running this race today, at the mile pole, there'd have to be a horse van waiting for him to get on to get the rest of the race. So with Basin, again, it's not a horse I like in the race. So if my theory is correct, and remember, it's horse race and we all got theories, then I can give you the top 2 favorites in the race, which I just did, 1,000 Words and Basin, and tell you, look elsewhere. That creates value in this race.
It does indeed. So where do you find that value, Tom Amoss? Where are you going to look in here?
I like the 8. Tayshawn is a horse that's a kind of a now horse. He just won an allowance race at Oaklawn. He is stepping up in class. He is going further in distance, but it's the way he did it. It was very attractive, his win. He wasn't asked for his best at the end of that race. He had something left. When you get in these races where the fields are really large, like is the case of our race today at Oaklawn Park, you want to have some speed or tactical speed. Oaklawn is a very difficult racetrack to come from well off the pace on unless the pace is absolutely blistering up front. This week in particular at Oaklawn, pace and speed has been very, very good.
Tayshawn coming off a win on this racetrack. It was on a sloppy racetrack, but he has one of the best finishing riders in the game. He'll be back aboard today. Joel Rosario. Michelle, for Basin, connections for this horse felt that he just got a little bit lazy, didn't know he was supposed to go even a little bit further, and he sort of re-engaged when he realized in the stretch he had to go a little bit further and did start to make up some ground. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm kind of on the Tom Amoss bandwagon there. I feel like he didn't really have a big fire. Maybe they say, oh, he didn't know he had to go that far. I don't necessarily think he re-engaged. I think he caught some horses that were slowing in front of him, and there's a big difference between that. I do think he wants to be a little bit closer to the pace than maybe he was in that return race for him, but they were going farther, so I think they were thinking, oh, let's just let him settle and see wherever he ends up. I would like to see him a little bit closer. Obviously, he had those little bit of traffic issues, so there's like kind of teeny tiny things that you can say, oh, this was an excuse, this was an excuse, this was an excuse, but overall, he didn't have a necessary punch down the lane, so that is worth noting. I do like, however, the fact that they're putting him in here because he was precocious and he's still a May foal, which means his actual birthday isn't until May. The later Derby is really going to work in his favor, and getting this race in before the Arkansas Derby is also going to help him out because he obviously needed that effort. And third start off a layoff, Greg, is kind of where they fire big. So that would put the Arkansas Derby right in those lines.
Yeah, let's not forget, before we beat him up too much in that comeback race, that was his first start in 6 months.
And first try routing, and it was in the slop. I mean, there were so many things to overcome. But there's still, like Tom said, the distance factor to take in.
We'll see if he can make a move forward here. Start number 2. Basin's going to have the rail to deal with as well. And he's going to have a new pilot on board, Florent Giroux. We're going to take a break. Oaklawn Mile, another big race we have coming up later this afternoon. One of the top older horses in the country, a 7-year-old, still going strong. Tom's Day Top looking to make a mark in the Oaklawn Mile.
Challenge Derby presented by Run Happy. Running away in the Run Happy Hopeful.
But Coley wins the Run Happy that mile.
Have won the Run Happy Travers.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Hey, just a quick shout out and a thank you to all the first responders, doctors, nurses, firemen, policemen. I've got friends in every field, and I know my family and all of America appreciates the hard work that you guys are doing and the devotion that you have for all of us. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. I would like to send a message of thanks to the whole of the NHS for all the amazing work they do, and to everybody else out there who are helping to fight this pandemic. We are all very grateful during this difficult time. Thank you.
I'd like to say a thank you to all the NHS staff and what an unbelievable job they're doing and how much we all appreciate it here at Richard Hanna Racing and the general population of the racing industry. Fully indebted to them, and we will be giving £25 a winner this year to the NHS.
Well, we echo those sentiments as well. We want to send a shout out and our gratitude to all the medical workers across the country, everyone who's still working in grocery stores, delivering the mail and putting themselves in harm's way. Everyone doing their part to try and help out as we all deal with this coronavirus pandemic. We hope you all are staying safe out there also, and hope you're enjoying some horse racing today as we have great live action ahead. Back in Tampa Bay, first live race that we brought you from Oldsmar, Florida, was Enjoy Baseball in his 3-year-old debut, dropping in for the lowest level he had ever run at, and he gets the win.
And he was first time gelding as well, so a lot of different changes for this 3-year-old son of Tapazar, but they all worked in his favor as he would graduate very comfortably by maybe 8 on the wire there and return $10.80 for the victory.
11-6-9 finish. That's $2 trifecta, $357. Seeing some nice trifectas here early on in the first couple of races that we have brought you. We'll have more coming up from Tampa Bay in just a little bit, but of course, huge afternoon of stakes racing coming up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Not only that big 3-year-old race where the top 3 finishers earn a berth into the Arkansas Derby, also the Oaklawn Mile with a loaded field runners, including our Kentucky Derby favorite from last year for Bob Baffert. But Tom's d'Etat, maybe the horse to beat, making his return as a 7-year-old. It's America's Best Racing Race of the Week. The Oaklawn Mile, 5:45 is when it happens, and Tom's d'Etat 3-1 on the morning line. We saw this horse on our show win at Saratoga last summer. That was in the Aladar, and he became a Grade 1 winner, Michelle, in the Clark in his most recent race.
And that was a very impressive performance. He always looked like a winner, really. When you saw how comfortable he was down the backside, and then you take a look at him here, he's right in the middle of the pack with the white shadow roll and the blue cap, and he is just going to motor right on by the longtime leader in that race, Mr. Freeze, and just cruise home here. I mean, he's going to get a little tap of reminder from Joel Rosario, and then he's just going to pretty much gear him down at the wire. At this point, when he's in full flight, Joel's like, oh, I got this. And you see he kind of takes a nice, strong hold of him and lets him just gallop in. I thought that was such a great race for him. And we had seen him really kind of ramping up for an excellent effort. From a Beyer speed figure standpoint, they're just a rating number that we give all horses based on their races. You know, he is kind of heads and shoulders above this field here with the constant 104s, 105s. So I think that he's the horse to beat in here off of the bench. And he's come in very successfully off of layoffs before.
He's been tremendous off layoffs before, and Al Stahl, his trainer, has done such a good job with this horse. He lost most of his 4- and 5-year-old campaigns. He was out with an injury. He has come back now as a 7-year-old, but his 6-year-old campaign probably been the best that he has ever been in his career on the racetrack. The layoff, though, a question for him. Tom Amoss, we bring you back in. We also have a horse in here for Bob Baffert, who was the Kentucky Derby favorite last year, Improbable.
Yes, he was. And Improbable comes into this race and unfortunately draws the extreme outside post position. It would be post 14 because there are 14 entered in the race, but with the scratch of the 6 and the 12, Improbable will break from the extreme outside, 12 post position, wearing the 14 saddle towel. And the problem with Improbable starts when they put him in the starting gate. Improbable is not a good gate horse. They've tried him both without blinkers and with blinkers. Here's what gets him in trouble. If he cannot break alertly, even in a small field, as you're watching right now, he can't get over and save ground. Think about it like human athletes in the Olympics. The wider they are in the turn, the further they have to go. And for Improbable, it ended up being the difference between winning the race and getting beat a neck for quite a bit of money last year in the Rebel. He faces that same problem today. I'm going to be watching closely to see if Improbable can get away from the gate alertly.
And he's just been incredibly unlucky, Tom, in terms of where he usually draws in races as well. And again, gets a draw that's just not beneficial to him.
You're exactly right, Greg. And here's the thing. Not only is he losing ground, but when a horse doesn't break well, his whole trip, the event of the race, his journey, changes dramatically from what it would be if he breaks alertly. And it's almost probably 9 times out of 10 why a horse gets in trouble later in the race, because he's not in his proper position. He's trying to do something a little different. In the case of Improbable, that could easily happen today from that outside post.
Well, he's coming out of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. We last saw him on Breeders' Cup Day. Mr. Money, the 2, Michelle, also coming out of that same race. That's the last time we saw him in action in the afternoon. He's a horse, Mr. Money, who we should be seeing some early speed from. If he breaks well, he could be very dangerous.
I want to see him not only break well, I want to see him be hustled up to the front. If you go back to watch the Pennsylvania Derby from him, which Improbable was in as well, I didn't think he got the best ride there. He was out, he could have been easily the leader, and instead, Gabriel Saez opted to take a hold of him. So you're going to take a look at, actually Improbable is going to completely blow this break too. See him throw his head right there? He had reared up early because Spun to Run, the 5-horse, had also, and it triggered Improbable, so he ends up really far back. But you see Mr. Money right here. I felt like he should have been asked to go. You can see him on the outside. He wants to go. You see him tugging his head along right here. This is a great view to get to watch that from. Look at the loose rein on the horses behind him, and that includes Preakness winner War of Will directly behind him as well. But see right there, Gabe should have let him go and really let him have his head, because he wasted a lot of energy fighting him down to the wire. Now, as they come down to the line, Improbable's on the inside. Mr. Money's right there in the white head stall and to the outside, here comes Math Wizard, who's only making this one run right now. I think if Mr. Money had maybe seen him coming, he maybe could have re-rallied, but by that time he had expended so much energy early on. So I want to see him go from the gate and don't touch him. Just let him go. Tom Amoss, could you maybe call Gabe and just tell him, like, let's do the same thing that we saw Joe do with Serengeti Empress, because that's what I want to see here.
Not in his barn, but
I know,
make
but
that call. There's a lot of speed, though, in this race, too. And some of it's cheap speed, like Slick Silver down on the inside. But it looks like a lot of horses in this group want to be closer on the lead.
The problem that you end up with, though, is you can't take your horse out of his game. If his game is going to the front, you saw right there, it doesn't work out. If you say, okay, there's other horses going in the front, we're going to, take back. Not every horse is push button where you can take them back. And I will give you one thing on Improbable. I actually don't hate his draw, even though it's outside, because it's going to give him the shortest amount of time in the starting gate, and the starting gate has been his kryptonite. So if they can just load him in, and he pretty much points right when he walks in, and they spring it immediately, that means it doesn't give him the opportunity to fuss around in there too much.
Sometimes, yeah, could be beneficial. We'll see sometimes horses on the extreme outside, too, when there's no one next to them. Sometimes they veer out and break outward a little bit. We'll see if that's an issue in a horse who's not been great in the gate. Maybe Tom, by the way, does have that kind of sway with Brett Calhoun. We'll see.
I wonder whose call it was in the Pennsylvania Derby, if it was Brett Calhoun, the trainer, or if it was just Gabe thinking this is what's right to save some horse.
Yeah, Gabriel Saez will have the return mount. He's been the regular pilot on Mr. Money. Oaklawn Mile, part of a loaded stakes card today at this racetrack right here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Our second race coming up. We have a $25,000 claiming event here. 6 furlongs ahead. 7-5 favorite in this spot is Miss Imperial as we bring Tom Amoss back in. And Miss Imperial, Tom, for trainer Brad Cox, enters in on a roll. She's won back-to-back starts, both at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, she was a force down here at the fairgrounds here in New Orleans, and Brad Cox has the ability to move horses around up to Oaklawn, and they seem to do just as well up there. I think the reason she is the favorite is because she has the quality that we'd all like to have in our horses, and that is tactical speed. Miss Imperial is the kind of horse that can be positioned anywhere she needs to be based on how fast or how slow the pace is early. And that's the whole idea behind winning races, for the jockeys to get in the proper position, use as little horse as they possibly can, so that when they put their foot on the pedal, put on the accelerator at the top of the stretch, there's plenty of energy there for them to finish up. Miss Imperial is going to get that with the 4-horse in this race, as well as the 5, showing the way early, and I think she's going to be positioned right off of those 2 horses.
Well, she's faced some really stout company, too. She went against Royal Charlotte, who's a multiple graded stakes winner for Chad Brown, who's 5 for 7 in her career. She faced Break Even, who started 6 for 6 in her career. That was for trainer Brad Cox before Miss Imperial was in the Cox barn, but she's a grade 2 winner as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to like a lot of things about Miss Imperial. Her last 2 outs were wins against tougher competition. The only asterisk you can give is that they were very small fields. I mean, her last race, it was only a 4-horse field, and she just won by a neck. So I like the fact that they're giving her the class drop, because it seems to me that they need to find a spot that can be a little bit more of a strong power in there. But like Tom said, she is going to get the perfect trip, in my opinion, and apparently Tom's as well, to the 4 and the 5. Adhere to Me and Hot Mess, who I think should both be forwardly placed. Adhere to Me is the lead type in here. She's bringing in 3 consecutive victories, and they were all 3 here at Oaklawn. She has been claimed recently by Robertino Diodoro, but he does great, and he obviously has already won with her on the step up in class last time out. But when you end up with a lot of those horses, like you said, that need to be in the front, you have to be able to have something to fire with at the end, and she is not the type that is going to be capable of rating.
She's 4 to 1 on the board right now. The 4 Adhere to Me. I think the other issue with her, all 3 of those wins, she comes in on a 3-race win streak. They've all come on off tracks, and even though she's won on the dirt at Ellis before, it seems like she's really moved forward on tracks that have been either labeled good or sloppy.
Well, a lot of times we tend to see on a good or sloppy track, speed be prevalent and be able to hold on. Some horses don't like the kickback of mud in their face, so because of that, they are able to go the front and stay with, nice clean trips. This one just could like Oaklawn because it is a little bit speed favoring, so maybe she's just able to carry her speed a little further.
Another contender, Madison Way. That is the 3, a 7-year-old mare who has been coming up with the best figures that she has ever run her last couple of starts. She's won 2 in a row as well. There she is, stepping into the gate, the 3 for Norm McKnight. We're set for the 2nd from Oaklawn Park. Vic Stauffer with the call here on Fox Sports 1.
Council rules. Last to load, hot mess. They're at the post. They're off. Adhere to Me and Madison Way, NJ's Brass and Hot Mess, these four quickest. Hoptown Honey and Miss Imperial with Boathouse View and Council Rules. The two trailers are Gyro Kate and Josie VEF5. Adhere to Me, trying to be the first four-time winner at the meet. Leads past the half-mile pole just ahead to Hot Mess. Miss Imperial has moved up all the way to third and a length from the front. Hot Mess just took the lead. Then to the outside and Hoptown Honey, NJ's Brass is at the rail. 2 lengths further back to Boathouse View. Madison Way moves up and now takes fourth. 3 back to Council Rules. Then comes Gyro Kate and Josie VEF5, and Hot Mess is the leader. It is Hot Mess at the quarter pole. Miss Imperial with every chance to outfinish her from there. Madison Way just took third, but she's 3 behind the leaders. Top of the stretch, Miss Imperial outside of Hot Mess. Hot Mess still a neck in front. Miss Imperial second, 2.5 lengths. Hoptown Honey just took third. At the rail, Madison Way and NJ's Brass. Miss Imperial takes the lead. Hot Mess battles on, but Miss Imperial is inching clear now, and she's got it. Miss Imperial from Hot Mess and Madison Way. Miss Imperial. Miss Imperial won by 2. Hot Mess was second. Madison Way third. Boathouse View finished fourth.
Miss Imperial, third win in a row. 8.53 finish in the second from Oaklawn.
Couldn't have laid it out any more perfect for this horse. 2 speed horses went to the front and were dueling. She sat off of them, although I think she was a little more keen than maybe Florent wanted. But here she was more than patient enough to wait. Once he asks her, she angles outside in the orange cap and is going to draw away. Look at that, decisive there for her 3rd straight win.
Miss Imperial, Brad Cox has her on a roll. As Michelle mentioned, the three-peat. We're going to take a break. When we come back, one of the all-time greats, D. Wayne Lukas, offering his words of inspiration during our time of need.
Well, the virus is a tough opponent. Well, the virus is a tough opponent. It's taken charge of the whole country in a lot of ways. We're still up and running. We still are fighting it. So we've got to be realistic about where we're at. We got to realize that how tough this opponent is, and all of us band together, make a conscientious effort to do everything we can to whip it. And we got one other caveat that other businesses don't have. We have to take care of the horses, and we're going to take care of the horses. These people work long hours, they work 7 days a week, they have to get a paycheck. We're going to get them a paycheck. Well, we're going to beat it because we've got great people and great leadership in our industry. Each and every one of us have to buy into the fact that we're going to win, that we're going to beat it. As the country gets better, and we'll get better, we'll get a handle on this, I think that we'll start creeping back, and then we might be bigger and stronger because of it than we ever could have been before. Believe me, the horse racing industry misses you, miss the fans, and we all miss you too. The key word at this point, where we're at in a country and in racing, is hope. That hope and that attitude and that adjustment we make every morning, it's important. With it together, if everybody joins in and buys in, we're going to win the whole thing, and we'll be back stronger than ever. Our attitude and what we think and what we perceive will get us over any hurdle and any adversity.
Great message of positivity there from one of the all-time greats who changed this game forever, the great D. Wayne Lukas, Hall of Famer. As we are all battling through these times together, no question, and it's really changed the landscape of all sports, but racing as well. A few racetracks still going, but many delaying, and we're still waiting to see what our Triple Crown lineup of those three big races, when and where they'll take place. We know that first Saturday in September is going to be that Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the rest of the Triple Crown follows suit to go into September and possibly early October, or if they'll be run out of sequence, but it's not the first time that has been the case.
We're at Tampa Bay right now. This race is a mile on the turf, $32,000 maiden claiming race, so no one in this field with a win on the resume. The 4, Dancer on the Beach, was the morning line favorite. 3 starts, 3 very close finishes, all in the money finishes. Twice has had the lead in the stretch, but not been able to seal the deal.
Yeah, but Dancer on the Beach does bring in the most legitimate resume coming in. If you're a pedigree player, though, look to the 2 Cloud-based. He is a half-brother to Grade 1 winner, so the upper echelon of what you can win. Data Link, he's also a sire now. He gets blinkers on. He's a first-time gelding, and he's going to receive Lasix for the first time for a very strong conditioner in Shug McGahee. However, his race record is not great.
Hall of Fame trainer, yeah, and it's going to be taking a big drop in class as well. From a maiden special to a maiden claiming event, that's a massive drop. So we'll see if that makes the difference. That's the 2 Cloud-based. The 4, though, Dancer on the Beach, the morning line favorite. Richard Grunder with the call. Here's race 5 from Tampa Bay Downs here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Centeno is off. Empty holster. Favoritism remains with number 4, Dancer on the Beach. Centeno back aboard empty holster. He moves back in line. Long shot, just Duke. Last to move forward. The Grey Colt steps in. They're at the post. And they're off. Dancer on the Beach. The favorite is away alertly, immediately reaching up for the early lead, but there goes Medal of Fact now quickest, moving up now to join. From the outside, Valuable Pillow drops over to the 3-path and far back in the early going. A Day with Chris. They make their charge to the clubhouse turn. Dancer on the Beach, the favorite, moves through and now has the lead. Medal of Fact is right there, racing along second. Empty Holster, saving ground down along the inner rail, is now third. Up on the far outside, Valuable Pillow is a close-up fourth. Back to the inside. That's Cloud Based in tight quarters now, racing along fifth. From between horses, Battle Creek is right there in the mix. Up on the outside is Cask. Then it's 1 length farther back. To the gray horse, Just a Duke, a very compact field up front, and far back in the early going is A Day with Chris. They make their way to the far turn. Dancer on the Beach, tugging along on the lead and has the lead 3 parts of length. Medal of Fact is right there racing along second. From the outside, Valuable Pillow is third. Empty Holster is shaken up for run. He'll need racing room along the rail fourth. Battle Creek up on the outside fifth. Cloud Based is covered up, nowhere to go as they approach the quarter-mile pole. Dancer on the Beach has the lead in Valuable Pillow. Feliciano sends him up the challenge second. Empty Holster now finds racing room, and Centeno sets him down for the drive, but meanwhile up front, Dancer on the Beach trying to take him start to finish. Valuable Pillow racing erratically, drifting inward now second. 2.5 lengths farther back. Cloud Based is re-engaging toward the rail, but this one's over. Dancer on the Beach up on the outside. Empty Holster is coming back again. Dancer on the Beach. Empty Holster up for second, and it's a photo for third. Might have been Battle Creek.
Dancer on the Beach got caught a couple of times when having the lead in the stretch coming into this race. This time finishes.
You know, he was really up close to the pace and then on the lead, and his rider was trying to save something late, and in this instance it worked out for him because the 4 is able to draw off for the win to graduate in his 4th career start. He had been pretty consistent in all those career starts, but like you said, today didn't make the lead too soon and had plenty left in the tank to outclass his rivals.
Of course, it was causing the delay, was acting up in the gate. Empty Holster winds up a distant second, and here maybe the 8 Cask for third, but no doubt about your winner. Dancer on the Beach using that speed to his advantage to lead every step of the way here in the 5th at Tampa. Wins as the favorite. Meanwhile, back at Oaklawn, Miss Imperial, Brad Cox claimed this filly for $40,000, and she's won 3 in a row since she's come to the Brad Cox barn.
I'll be interested to see if anyone picked her up off the claim today, as she was in for the sale price of $25,000, just like everybody else in this race. Florent Giroux taking over the riding duties, and very clear there at the end for that 3rd straight.
She is a multiple stakes placed filly, and now she has reeled off 3 consecutive wins for her new conditioner, Brad Cox. Florent Giroux in the irons for the win. Of course, he will be aboard Basin later today in the Oaklawn Stakes. Top 3 finishers guaranteed a berth in the Arkansas Derby the first Saturday in May. We're going to take a break in the action. More coming up when we return here on America's Day at the Races. Dancer on the Beach takes the 5th at Tampa Bay.
Flatter. This prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Good morning, friends at America's Best Racing. It's Bryce Bell here. We're in Lexington, Kentucky. Beautiful spring day. Just wanted to check in and let everybody know that things are doing well. We're still having foals, and got a couple-day-old one behind me, and we are at the farm. We're certainly very respectful of social distancing and keeping everyone healthy and safe. So we've adjusted our operations slightly with everyone's health, and the health of the horses is the primary concern. But anyway, just want to touch base and share some shots of the farm, give you a little peace, and hope that you're staying healthy as well. Beautiful day here in Lexington, Kentucky. Mamas and babies enjoying the day, enjoying springtime. Last week and a half or so, our grass has completely changed. The good, sweet spring grass is coming in, and the farm is about ready to hop with full spring colors. Our good friend Oscar Performance enjoying a beautiful morning here at Mill Ridge. Springtime grass. Oscar Performance was the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf winner and world record holder at a mile. And he's enjoying his first foals on the ground rather, his second year at stud. This foal here is just 3 days old. We hope you are doing well, staying healthy at home, staying safe. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Such a beautiful part of the country. Of course, our programming brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race we just showed you back at Tampa Bay in Oldsmar, Florida. Dancer on the Beach got out to the front and never looked back.
Yeah, this was a good effort for Dancer on the Beach to graduate in career start number 4. A 3-year-old son of Treasure Beach has always been at these lower level claiming spots, but that's exactly where he needed to be to get the job done at $5.80 for the victory.
Jose Chavez, winning trainer, 4th time out, winning effort for Dancer on the Beach. Well, big race for 3-year-olds today. Again, top 3 finishers all get a guaranteed berth into the Arkansas Derby, which is now taking the place of the Kentucky Derby, the first Saturday in May, which is essentially a win and you're in for the Kentucky Derby, which we will now see in September. 2 horses, though, for the Bob Baffert barn that are awaiting that Arkansas Derby. Charlatan, who will be making his graded stakes debut, and Nadal, winner of the Rebel. Even though we haven't seen Charlatan in a graded stakes race yet, many believe this could be not only the best horse in Bob Baffert's barn, maybe the best 3-year-old in the country right now.
Yeah, he did put on quite the display in this race, which is his 2nd start, and it was his first try around 2 turns, so going around of ground. And there has been some questions about maybe from a pedigree standpoint if he was not going to be able to handle 2 turns, but if you take this race into consideration, it shouldn't be a problem because he ran away and hid in that effort. It is interesting, though, that they opt to wait for the Arkansas Derby. If it's going to be oversubscribed, he might be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, he does not have the earnings to get into that race. We'll wait and see if he is able to get into that race, and then maybe Bob Baffert has to go back to the drawing board.
So this is a work for him. He's on the inside, which is not what he usually does. He's usually on the outside behind horses. And I'll tell you what I don't like about this is he's going to get beat pretty much at the wire right now by that Jeff Mullins horse on the outside, thanks to the Handicappers Report, which is the private clocker report that I use for tabbing that as Morgan S., who is a $32,000 turf claimer. Now, you go back to the beginning of the work, and Morgan S. did start in front, but he was pretty wide. So I thought Charlatan kind of had every instance that he really needed to get by. And you saw at the end, the rider did tell him, come on, pick up. And he gave him an instant response when the rider said that. But he didn't just inhale Morgan S., who, to be fair, is older and does have more racing under his belt. But when you're talking about potential superstar, you want to see him beat a $32,000 claiming horse in the morning, kind of, right?
Well, it's going to be a big thing. We don't know exactly what Baffert wanted out of the work as well. We'll bring in Tom Amoss now, talk about one of the other members of this Bob Baffert barn, which is just insanely loaded with talent. One of the horses for Baffert, Tom, that already proved himself against Graded Stakes Company, Nadal, and he answered a lot of questions in that victory in the Rebel.
He did, Greg. He answered the question of whether he can make that transfer from middle distance sprint type races into the longer races, the distance races like the Kentucky Derby, and he did it in style. He withstood a very, very fast pace up front, which he was a part of, and he put every one of those horses away and was continued on to win the Rebel that day. I was very impressed with him, kept his record intact. He's run 3 times, he's won 3 times. So I think Nadal is the now horse right now.
So he shipped out of California. He went 2 turns, handled it off track, took all kinds of pressure, hold off the horse who was coming late in accession as well. And Bob Baffert's longtime trusted assistant, Jimmy Barnes, Tom, said the best thing about this performance probably that he was not blowing hard at all after this victory.
Yeah, look, he checked a lot of boxes that day, Greg. You just pointed him out, as I did as well, and that makes him the horse. But let's not forget, we're talking about the Arkansas Derby the first Saturday in May, not the Kentucky Derby. And the only reason I mention that is because Nadal did it right here at Oaklawn Park. So he gets a home field advantage there as well. In the Rebel, that was right here in his backyard at Oaklawn. He'll ship back in over a track he's very comfortable with come the first Saturday in May for the Arkansas Derby.
Now, and Tom, too, look, we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the show. Santa Anita Derby was supposed to take place last weekend. We were supposed to see Thousand Words in that spot as a result of that being suspended, racing in Southern California. He's now going to this Oaklawn Stakes, but all these trainers sort of in the same position. This Arkansas Derby becomes an incredibly important race, one of the last out there, at least from now, to try and collect points to get into the Kentucky Derby starting gate.
Yeah, it becomes, without sounding in racing terms sacrilegious, it becomes the Kentucky Derby, doesn't it? I mean, nobody has a Derby out there that was going to compete with the Kentucky Derby, so everything's spaced around the Kentucky Derby so people can point to that first Saturday in May. When the Derby was moved to September, there's a void. No one had a place to run, and Oaklawn very cleverly moved their race to that spot. So it's going to be the horse racing world is going to be centered around Oaklawn Park that first Saturday in May. As far as points go, realizing that this race won't be until September, the Kentucky Derby, and the point totals are going to end on May the 2nd, it's hard for me to believe that there won't be some sort of contingency plan put into place by Churchill Downs for horses that don't have enough points yet, but get very, very good in the summer and win some important races, although they don't have any points that they can get for those. So I have a feeling there'll be a committee formed, and there'll be a group of horses, say as many as 6, that the committee can select after the first 14-point getters, because there's 20 that go in the gate in that Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, the landscape, I mean, it could change a lot just in terms of the horses that are still around and still running at a high level by the time we get to September. Could races potentially like the Haskell, the Travers, depending on where the New York Racing Association, Michelle, moves that race, could these become points races to get into the Kentucky Derby? It remains a possibility.
Well, and I like what Tom said. I think that's the right way to do it, because all these point races, you can't just chuck them out the window. Horses have been pointing for them for 2 years now. So I think you should take those into consideration, and then they should form a committee. It's very similar to what we do in the Breeders' Cup, which is like the horse racing Super Bowl. We have horses that can win in your in races, and then we have some committee horses that are chosen. So I think that that's the right way to do it, to make sure you make exceptions for horses that are late on the scene. And year after year, we see those horses, and obviously not in the Derby, but they might show up for the Belmont. They might show up in the Travers. They definitely show up in the Breeders' Cup towards the end of the year. And as we push the Derby more towards that time, we have to give some leeway for those types.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. For now, and this is set in stone. This is the only one we know that is set. Kentucky Derby first Saturday in September. The Preakness came out when that was announced by Churchill Downs. They said they want to follow that up, keep that schedule sort of intact with the Preakness 2 weeks after the Derby. Belmont Stakes, we don't know where that's going to fall. That could wind up maybe being a prep race for the Derby, who knows, or being the first leg of this Triple Crown, maybe even at a different distance. So much to be determined while we deal with these uncertain times. third at Oaklawn. Very excited to see Skull Factor here in start number 2. Expected him to be a very short price. Very likely could be odds on when we run this one. Second start of his career. First time out, he had the outside post position, and he just missed against a horse named Pneumatic. Beat a horse named Liam Pride, who'll come back to win his next start.
Well, and Pneumatic is actually going to be showing up later on the Oaklawn card in race number 6. He's near and dear to my heart. I gave that name to some of the people to name him, the Winchell family, so hopefully that horse does do well. But Skull Factor only being beat a minimal amount by that, you would think that he's going to be a lock in here. At least the bettors seem to agree. However, there are a couple of first-time starters that are worth looking at, just even in passing, Greg, to finish up your exactas. The one, Belfast Boy, has a nice workout tab for Michael Puich, who is won for his last 4 with first-time starter maidens. Also, the 3, Oak Room, comes in for Brad Cox. We've already seen how well he can do on the card. This horse has a nice pedigree. He had a recent work that was excellent. It was a bullet work, so the fastest on the day out of the gate in just over a minute. And Brad Cox is 17% with his first-time starter, so I think one to look at in there as well. And I'm hearing some rumblings that the 10, Gambler Rocket, could be worth a look in here. The trainer is doing extremely well, will be Van Meter, but he does struggle with his first-time starters, but there is a little bit of buzz on this horse. However, I did not use him. That's just something I'm hearing, so I'm going to play wait and see because the numbers to me speak louder than the rumors. I thought the 9 was the best play in here outside of the favorite, though, and that is Violent Pass for Donnie Van Hemel. He ran 3rd on debut, and I think he can absolutely improve in his second career start.
Our favorite, Tom Amoss, remains the 8 here, Skull Factor. And in that debut, you know, he talked about the gate problems with Improbable. This horse in his first start, he was all the way on the outside. We've seen this before. Sometimes when horses don't have another horse outside of them, they break outwards. That's what happened with Skull Factor, and that probably cost him the race.
Probably did. He broke out, but he did recover quickly, and he got himself in a really good position. Here's the knock on the 8-horse, our even money favorite, Skull Factor. Hasn't run in almost 2 months and has had plenty of opportunities between his last start and now to run in a maiden race at Oaklawn Park. So the big question, particularly when you're trying to develop a horse, is why so long between the first and second start? I don't have the answer to that, but when I watched that replay of his first start, you can make a strong case that our big-time favorite here, Skull Factor, around the turn, turning for home, the rider has to reach and grab that left rein to steer him correctly. He's wanting to drift out a little bit. I'm sure the time off probably had something to do with correcting that bad habit and getting him to do it right. Look, that makes him vulnerable in this spot, and if I'm going to beat him, I'm going to beat him with a price. I look right next door to the 9, Violent Pass. Nate made a mistake about Violent Pass. He's fast from the gate. He could have been faster, on his debut, and we talk about this a lot, Greg. You and I spent the entire summer at Saratoga talking, because we saw so many maiden races, how much horses improved from their first to second start. So with Violent Pass, who ran a very legitimate first-time out race, he's going to make his second start today. These horses, they haven't ever run before. Everything's new to them. They gain a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience from his first to second start. For me, the 9, Violent Pass.
Now, the 8, the 9, they're both making their second start. But, yeah, in terms of value, Violent Pass, the 9, you're getting 6-1 as opposed to 4-5 on Skull Factor, the 8, who is the one to beat here from McLean Robertson. We send it to Vic Stauffer. Here's race 3, Oaklawn Park, here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Quality Warrior and Sailor Chow. They're at the post. They're off. Skull Factor broke beautifully and goes for the front from Illuminati and Sailor Chow to the outside Gambler Rocket. Now 'tis time, and you're in Corey also close up. Belfast Boy and League of Legends is next, then Ideology, followed by At the Rail and Quality Warrior. The trailer is Oak Room as they go into the far turn with Skull Factor the leader and 6 chasing him into that far turn. Skull Factor 3/4 of a length. Gambler Rocket now comes to take him on, and Gambler Rocket right alongside Skull Factor. These two are 2 clear of Sailor Chow. Now 'tis time is next. Illuminati had some trouble leaving the backstretch, and he shuffles back to 5th, joined and passed by League of Legends. Then comes Violent Pass, Belfast Boy at the rail. 3 back, 2 Quality Warrior, and Oak Room at the top of the stretch. Skull Factor cuts the corner, and now he's opened up a 2-length lead on Gambler Rocket in second. Sailor Chow is third. League of Legends. Oak Room is now unwinding, but he's 9 lengths behind Skull Factor, who's now dominating to the 16th pole, and look at him level out. League of Legends, Sailor Chow, and Oak Room will battle for second. Skull Factor geared down to win. Skull Factor won by 7. League of Legends was second. Oak Room third. Sailor Chow finished fourth.
Well, Skull Factor, he too was making the second start of his career. He took a little pressure here from that first timer, Michelle, that you mentioned, Gambler Rocket, but put that one away as well as the rest of the field.
Yeah, he looked really straight and strong here coming in the final stages especially. He still had some greediness though, Greg. Going into the starting gate, he refused a little bit. They had to kind of convince him he wanted to be in there, but no doubt about it, he wanted to be home free down the stretch, geared down there for the victory in the second career start. And that does flatter Pneumatic, who will face winners for the first time in Oaklawn Park, race number 6 today, the horse that beat him in their first start out together.
Skull Factor breaks his maiden. Start number 2 after just missing by a neck against Pneumatic in that debut back on February the 15th. He looked impressive in this win, geared down late to win convincingly under Joel Rosario. So Skull Factor with the win here, race 3. And yeah, we'll definitely keep our eyes on Pneumatic later on today in the 6th from Oaklawn with that performance. Going to take a break in the action. More coming up from Hot Springs, Arkansas, and more from Tampa Bay on the way as well when America's Day at the Races continues here on Fox Sports 1. We're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 on this Saturday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Back at Oaklawn, this might be a horse with a bit of a future. Skull Factor just missed by a neck in his debut. Start number 2. Way too much for this field.
Especially when you consider he had some excuses on that debut to get beat only in neck. Today, no real excuses. He took some pressure early from a long shot first-time starter, but he had that foundation of a race under his belt. I thought he looked a lot cleaner around the turn, and he really draws away here under Joel Rosario, who, of course, if you're going to get Joel Rosario to ride your horse, you know you have an absolutely live chance in that race.
Yeah, one of the best in the country. We're going to see him on Tai Shan a little bit later on in the Oaklawn Stakes horse that Tom Amoss was touting earlier in our show. Skull Factor 4-5, your odds-on winner in race 3 from Oaklawn. McLean Robertson, Joel Rosario, team up for John and Jeff Mentz, and Hugh Robertson, your winning connections by this son of the Factor. We go back to Oldsmar, Florida. Race 6 at Tampa Bay Downs. It will be on the main track at 1 mile and 40 yards. Huge scratch in this race. The 10 Last Promise. Morning Line favorite comes out of the race and also takes out not only one of the prime contenders, but a horse who is probably going to be on the lead.
Yeah, so it really changed the whole complexion of this affair now, which is $10,000 claimers going 1 mile and 40 yards. So here's your new favorite, Yabba Dabba Dude here with a 5-length score last time out. Will stretch out in ground today.
And he's won 2 of his last 3 starts. That last win sprinting on the main track. Here's Malios, who's won 2 in a row. He's won 3 of his last 4.
He'll be stepping up in class today to $10,000 claimers after facing $8,000 ones last time.
American Pie fans, the Stifler 3, John Rigateri runner.
I had to try to remember where that name came from because I knew it sounded familiar. He's taken a class drop down. I think this is going to be a little bit better for him, although he has yet to be successful at this level.
11-1 on the board. The 4, Rudiger, 22-1. Ron Allen Jr. in the irons.
He's only had 1 dirt start before. It was an okay effort. I think it's a needed class drop here to find a spot that he can be competitive at.
Zipman, he'd been beat by the favorite, who's no longer in the race, on a couple of occasions earlier this year.
I like Zipman in here. He's 0-4 on the year, but the class drop is definitely going to help him, and he runs pretty well at this level.
Big Money Machine, we'll see next, who's going to step up in class, was second for 8,000 claiming last start.
Yeah, his last win was 3 back for $6,000 claiming, so this is going to be a question mark for me if he's good enough.
And top 3 finishers coming out of that March 27th race. Doc's Folly wound up 3rd in that effort, but was favored that day.
And will be stepping up here to the $10,000 level for a new trainer in Tim Gleishaw, who is 12% first off the claim.
Invisor's wins at 41-1.
Stretching out in distance after a 5.5 furlong sprint for the return to the races. I think that was always meant as a stepping stone.
And here's the 9. This might be the horse who's very interesting to take a look at with the 10 out. This might be the one on the lead, Oxtrot, who's going to stretch out in distance.
He's won 3 of his last 4 outs. However, they are all against much lighter company than he'll face today. He is a 5-time winner, though, so he knows how to find that winner's circle. However, the company is a big question mark for me.
He's got sprint speed, going longer with the 10. Not going to be all over him early on. 9-1. Interesting here in the 6th at Tampa Bay as we check it again with Tom Amoss. And Tom, with the scratch of the 10, that kind of changed everything in this race.
It did, and you mentioned one of those factors, and that is that the 9-horse, Oxtrot, doesn't have anybody outside of him and has a lot of speed. So does the 1, Yabba Dabba Dude, who comes off a really fast race going 1 turn or a sprint and now stretching back out to 2 turns. I look for those 2 to team up early. Could it make up for a close? Well, I think Malio's the logical horse, the 2-horse. But if you want to play a long shot, how about our 7-horse, Doc's Folly? First off the claim, a horse that has good figures going this distance, speed figures I'm talking about. So although the odds are high on this horse, he is competitive by the speed figures and might get the proper setup with the 1 and the 9 showing the way early.
11-1, yeah, on Doc's Folly, and it's surprising because this horse, we mentioned the top 3 finishers, Michelle, coming out of that March 27th race at Tampa for 8,000 claiming. He was favored that day, and now everyone's completely dismissed him. 3rd off the layoff.
I think what happens is a lot of times when people are handicapping and they look at the fact that he got beat by 2 other horses in this race, they think, oh, well, he's just not as good. Whereas I like to make excuses. He drew the rail that day. He doesn't have speed, so it's not a great place to be. He's now in here for a new conditioner. He got an okay trip last time out, but like you said, he was a favorite, and he's a much bigger price today. So he is a very smart play that Tom Amoss points out because you can make a lot of excuses for him as he comes in first time for Tim Gleishaw. I still like the 2 in here, Malios for Gerald Bennett. He's coming out of a race, the same one as Doc's Folly. I thought he just ran a nice, even affair. I think that he draws well for his running style. Even though he's taking a little bit of a class hike up, I think he fits in with this group.
You look at his last 5 starts. We're talking about the 2 Malios as well. He has shown up every single time. We've mentioned he's won 3 of his last 4 starts. The defeats, though, in those last 5, second beat a nose, second beat a neck against the next out winner.
And I have to, give him a little bit of leeway. Some of those races were 8,000 conditioned races. And normally I would chuck him out because of that, because this is much tougher. But he stepped up to the open 8, so no restrictions on who can run in that race, except that they are all in for the tag successfully. And that's the only reason I'm saying that he's going to be competitive in here.
Race 6 from Tampa, Yabba Dabba Dude from the rail, Oxtrot the 9 from the outside, should be battling on the lead early. Richard Grunder with the call from Oldemar, Florida.
Doc's Folly. The gray horse moves in. Two more to go. Whitaker. And from the outside, Oxtrot. He steps in. They're at the post, and it's pick 4 time at Tampa. All in line. And they're off. Away and running, Yabba Dabba Dude is away sharply and reaching up for the early lead. Malios is right there, and there goes the Stifler on the outside. All 3 hustling up and vying for the early lead, and the last horse away is Doc's Folly. Around the clubhouse turn they go, and Stifler from the outside now being sent hard and going to the lead by 2.5. Yabba Dabba Dude, the favorite, settles into stride now to be second. Then it's 2.5 lengths farther back. Malios racing along third. Back to the inside, Whitaker is fourth. Oxtrot in the pink colors to the outside fifth. Then it's a big break of 5 lengths back. Zitman is along the rail sixth. Big Money Machine is 3 deep and racing along seventh. Then it's a length and a half farther back. Inventor's Wind, and the trailer far back is Doc's Folly. To the far turn they go, the Stifler. He commands the race and has it by 3. Yabba Dabba Dude is re-engaging toward the rail second. Malios is now coming under ride third. 2.5 lengths farther back. Oxtrot is being shoved on fourth. Back to the inside, Whitaker is fifth. Zitman is now putting in a run from between horses, but a lot of work to do and a quarter of a mile to do it in, as the Stifler and Centeno still well clear by 3. Malios runs at the leader second. Yabba Dabba Dude is there toward the rail fourth. 4 lengths farther back to Zitman racing along fifth as they turn for home. 3/16 of a mile to run. The Stifler is still there. Malios moves to the outside and tries to run at the leader second. Yabba Dabba Dude is there toward the rail third. Zitman is now in full stride down the center of the racetrack, but down to the wire it's still the Stifler in front, and Zitman is surging late. These two will come to the wire heads apart.
Two biggest class droppers in the field, run 1-2, and Zitman made this very, very close late.
Yeah, he wasn't anywhere close up early, but he was definitely on the scene when they passed the wire. The Stifler did all of the heavy lifting here. I thought he held on, but I cannot guarantee that any longer.
We're slowing it down right at the wire. Ooh, that is tight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, inside.
Yeah. Okay, so the Stifler, gate to wire there for the win. I wish there was a fun American Pie line that we could use, but I just can't think of any.
It's been too long for me since I've seen that one. I need to revisit that. We're all watching a bunch of movies during our downtime. Maybe that's one to put on the list. This got real tight late, Tom.
It did indeed. And I got to tell you, particularly at Tampa, the advantage on the angle we have, you always got to give a break to the outside horse because it's a funny, funny angle we have. So I'm not ready to call it, but I see you guys are. Let's see if the Zitman might have popped in there right at the end.
Did Tom really just go
love
there?
That.
Did he really just go there?
That is so apropos, though, for an American Pie themed exacta right now.
Oh, that is perfect. I thought, as we looked at it again there real quickly, it looked like
The Stifler.
The Stifler was clear late. It's been put up unofficially. It is the Stifler. Zipman, now that was a huge run late to make this very exciting. 7-1 on the Stifler. You know, you were talking a lot about horses dropping in class, and this was one of the biggest class droppers in the field.
Yeah, he definitely was. But, you know, he has been against lower competition than this level even, and he still hadn't won against that. So he just put in a really great effort today, changed his tactics. He put him on the front end, and that really seemed to make a difference for him.
Daniel Centeno for 23% bar, and John Rigattieri, the Stifler, Stiffmeister, getting it done in the 6th at Tampa Bay. We're going to take a break. More coming up when we return. The story of a second chance for horses in their new careers, making a difference away from the racetrack. That's next.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
It's always been a beautiful moving horse. Got a great attitude, real simple to be around, and you know, and he's done everything we've asked him. You know, he walks like he's on wheels. He takes that with him to the racetrack, and you know, when you breeze him, he doesn't move his legs quicker. He just extends his stride. I mean, he looks like a horse that's got speed, but he might carry it a little bit too, and that's the thing about him. He's an athlete.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 1. The Stifler in charge in the stretch. It got real tight late. Zitman, the 5, making this very interesting at the wire.
It was on like Donkey Kong, as they said in American Pie there. The Stifler, though, getting the job done. It's been a while since he had his last victory, all the way back to March of 2019. But he gets his 4th lifetime win here. Here's our Run Happy photo finish. And true nose. Yeah, that's a strong nose. Whew. If you're Daniel Centeno, though, you probably feel that heat coming. That cannot be a comfortable position to be in. Although usually in front is a good place to be. $17.40 for the win. That 3-5 exacta, $87.20 for, again, the 2 horses that had been facing the toughest company of late, dropping down in class. A 5-year-old son here of Brethren getting his 4th lifetime win and his 27th lifetime out. 3-5-2 finish. More coming up from Tampa Bay in just a little bit. All across the country, there are programs finding second careers for horses when their racing careers are over. One of those programs is the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, and one of their programs is a Second Chances initiative, pairing inmates with horses, saving horses and saving lives.
The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has been saving horses for 35 years. We're based here in Saratoga Springs, and our mission is to save thoroughbred racehorses no longer able to compete on the racetrack. And they live in 9 states across the country, from California to New York to Florida, and 18 farms, and 7 of those are our TRF Second Chances programs, which is where horses are living in correctional facilities. They're taking on the important job of teachers, helping inmates, men and women, learn new skills and actually learn to be productive contributors to our society.
Having a long time experience with incarcerated kids and addicts and felons, was very much aware of a tough exterior that many men develop, which makes them very difficult to work with. They come in and out of prison, and I watched the way the horses rehabilitated the inmates. Many of them went out and were successful in ways that they had never been before.
The guys that are in prison tend to be selfish. It's poor me, I'm here, what am I going to do, this and that. And then they come into this program and they see these horses, and the horses are waiting on them for their next meal, what they're doing, where they're going. Horses want to know routine. They want to know who they're with, what they're doing. They want to know that they're going to be safe for the next 15 seconds. That's their priority.
We are at our core, from our mission, a rescue. We're a charity that is designed to save horses that are otherwise at risk of something terrible happening.
Our mission statement is that even if the horse cannot have a secondary athletic career, we'll either adopt them out as companion horses, therapy horses, lower level riding horses, or they stay with us. That's the coolest part. They can just stay with us if need be. And some horses stay with us for 15 years.
Their physical condition is terrific, but they each have a physical ailment. One has a bad pastern and one has a bad back that's going to make their riding prospects limited to none. But their personalities are going to thrive in our prison program. So we expect that both Emma and Joey will end up either at Wallkill or one of our prisons, where they're going to be changing lives and going on to have terrific rest of their lives.
Well, I had a chance to visit the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation this past summer in Saratoga, and it's tremendous work that they do finding homes for these horses that need second careers away from the racetrack. And one of those horses, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, had on their hands an incredibly happy ending for Call the Iceman. There he is. TRF was approached by a friend of the woman who wound up adopting Iceman, who had seen him featured on the story on our show. He now lives in Connecticut, and he's learning his new career as an inventor. So a great, great ending for Call the Iceman, who has found a new home. And again, you can do your part to try and contribute. They're based all on donations. Go to TRF Inc., so trfinc.org. You can also shop on smile.amazon.com, and Amazon will donate a portion of whatever you purchase to the organization.
Yeah, great way to easily fund some of your favorite horse charities or horse rescues is by doing that. I know everyone sitting at home right now is probably shopping on Amazon, so might as well make it a good thing.
Yeah, great time to take advantage of that and try and help out and find homes for these horses. Tom Amoss, of course, you train so many horses. You've been doing it for a long time, and you know firsthand what it's like trying to find second homes for these horses when they've laid it all on the line for you in their racing careers and when their time is up on the racetrack.
Yeah, look, our goal when the horses in our barn are to try to make them the most productive thoroughbreds in racing we can, but it doesn't always work out. And when it doesn't, it's not only our goal, it's our mission, it's our responsibility to find homes for these horses when they're off the racetrack, and they can make beautiful companions to whoever takes them on. So there are a number of nonprofits out there that all have the same mission statement and goal: to give the horse a second career and bring some joy not only to the horse but to the person or persons that get to work with them. So look at these nonprofits, and they're very legit sources of ways of making a donation, and it's a responsibility for trainers, owners, and jockeys, in my opinion. As far as the bettors go, if you have a good day at the races, consider it. Consider making a donation to one of these nonprofits. After all, it's the horses that brought you that enjoyment and entertainment.
Yeah, no question. Again, go to trfinc.org, or you can shop, as we're all doing, as Michelle mentioned, online during this time when we can't really go to grocery stores as much as we like. Go to smile.amazon.com, and Amazon will donate a portion of whatever you purchase to the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Tremendous cause, finding second homes for these horses who are helping, in many cases, helping other people. We've seen veterans with PTSD help get rehabilitated and help rehabilitate inmates as well through the Second Chances program.
There's something about the outside of the horse that's good for the inside of your soul.
No question. We're going to take a break in the action. Much more coming up. 4th at Oaklawn. That's going to be what we have for you next. This is a mile race, 2-turn mile ahead. Shooters shoot. We talked about Charlatan, the big horse for Bob Baffert, still waiting to make his graded stakes debut. He'll do that, hopefully, in the Arkansas Derby, should he get into that race. This horse was second to Charlatan 2 starts back, and then Came back and he broke his maiden for Peter Eurton.
Yeah, he was pretty impressive with a huge race to break his maiden as he returned to routing. And, you know, he was only beaten 5 by Charlatan. When you saw how Charlatan decimated that allowance field, to think this horse was only 5 lengths behind him when he broke his maiden, I mean, really makes him, I feel like, a big player in here, although he's just the second choice right now as all the money is going to the 5 Blackberry Wine.
Yeah, Blackberry Wine, a horse who's crossed the wire twice, DQ'd from both of those, and then came back and broke his maiden at Oaklawn in the Slop back on March the 14th with a huge number. Blackberry Wine's the 9-5 favorite right now. We bring in Jonathan Kinchin for the first time this afternoon. Tom Amoss gets a little bit of a break. JK joining us from Vince Young Steakhouse in Austin, Texas, as he has been over the course of the last few weeks. JK, good to have you on board. What are your thoughts here on this 4th from Oaklawn?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think you have to start looking at Blackberry Wine. Very unique situation where this horse has won technically 3 times, but it unfortunately was disqualified in a couple of those starts. So shows up here in this first level allowance race as a horse who's crossed the wire in front 3 times. Not only has he crossed the wire in front, he's done it in very impressive fashion. So he deserves to be getting bet like he is here, but I'm going to try to beat him. I'm going to go with the horse that I've often tried to beat in Scabbard. Scabbard's been running against a lot tougher company. He ran into Dennis's Moment at one point. He ran into Storm the Court, who was the eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner. He ran into Enforceable, who was a favorite in a lot of these 3-year-old preps, and also Mr. Monomoy and the stake that they ran in last time, the Risen Star. I think he's going to get some pace to run into. He's typically kind of gotten some odd trips here. If he gets a good trip in this race, I think he'll be tough. But the award for my favorite name is Shoot or Shoot. That's what I say when I lose wagers. I just say, shoot or shoot. You got to keep firing it away.
And hopefully the tide turns and we get in the positive. We'll see. There's Blackberry Wine. That is the 5. 2-1 in here. One of those races where he crossed the wire first, where he would eventually get DQ'd. He beat a horse by the name of Digital, who we're going to see in the Oaklawn Stakes later today, going up against the likes of Basin and Thousand Words.
Yeah, so he did have some caliber behind him, and that race was very similar as far as condition is concerned to what he's facing here. So, you know, that was an allowance, non-winners of 1 other than, and it's really what he's facing in this field. The fact that he's already beaten this type of horse, and maybe better, seeing as Digital would go on to run in stakes, means that he is the deserving favorite in here, really. You know, when people are playing Shoot or Shoot, you do have to remember he is first time versus winners here, so this will be his first time that he's facing horses that have not yet broken their maidens. I think a lot of people are just kind of leaning on the fact that he ran second to Charlatan, and if he's that good, he's within 5, then that should put him in a good spot here. But I thought the 1 was worth playing in here. Cleon Jones for Jeremiah Englehart. We haven't seen him since a disappointing effort in the Remsen last time out in December, but he is a stakes winner. It was against New York bred, so maybe not the toughest of stakes company, but he already has run very well against in multiple stakes, and I think that he should be okay with the mile today. The fact that Jeremiah puts him in here off of the break going the 2-turn mile, which will be something new for him, means he must be training pretty well.
Yeah, he won the Bertram at Bongard. That was that stakes win against New York breds as a 2-year-old, Jonathan. And in that race, he beat a stakes winner named City Man for Christophe Clement. Even though that was a New York bred field, that was a pretty good group he beat that day.
Yeah, and he ran second to City Man prior to that as well. So that form line holds up.
Jonathan, your thoughts on Cleon Jones?
Yeah, no, you guys are absolutely right. And not only were the stakes wins impressive, but if you're new to our game, there's a place in upstate New York called Saratoga. And if you can win your debut or you can break your maiden in a 2-year-old race at Saratoga, you've got some talent. And Cleon Jones got my attention when he broke his maiden at Saratoga. I agree with Michelle. The layoff obviously is a little bit of a concern. Jeremiah Englehart had a bunch of 2-year-old winners that some have come back and run well, some haven't. The biggest concern for me with the layoff is the rail draw. It's no bargain down there. If he misses the break at all, he's going to be stuck in behind horses that could be troublesome. If he can get out of there and try to get some position moving forward, he's got a shot, but I'm concerned about the layoff.
Yeah, he had the magic touch, Jeremiah Englehart, with 2-year-olds certainly all summer long at Saratoga, and this was one of those winners for him. 8-1 on Cleon Jones, but now coming off the bench, 3-year-old debut and facing open company.
I do want to mention real quick, Greg, the 9, Fort McHenry, doesn't get any attention on the board here because the race record is a little spotty at best, but he is the half-brother to champion California Chrome, and anyone that's been following horse racing knows all about California Chrome. This horse has definitely not emulated his half-brother on the racetrack, but he cost a pretty penny. He was over $1 million when he was purchased at the sales, and they're still trying to find a good spot for him. So just note that if you're looking for a pedigree horse to like, that it's the number 9, Fort McHenry.
He actually started his career with Todd Pletcher Barn. Now he's with Doug O'Neill. I thought, you know, Woo Pig Sooie, the 7, 33-1 underneath for a horse that, in terms of numbers horses have run, was interesting. But Amen Corner for Jeremiah Dwyer, 2 back, that Miracle Wood. He's at 56-1. One of the better numbers that anybody, even though it was a 4th place finish, ran a huge number in that race.
Yeah, and you could just draw a line through that last effort in the Rushaway. He possibly just did not like synthetic, even though his pedigree says it should have been fine. Some horses do not prefer that type of footing. And so if that was just an off-kilter performance for him, you can give him an excuse for that. And I want to hear you say, Woo Pig Sooie.
Yeah, first time on dirt for the 7. We'll see how he fares with Ramon Vasquez. You also have Scabbard in here, who's second time out in his career. He was second in the Saratoga Special to Green Light Go. Of course, we saw him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile running 4th. Has not come back as strong as a 3-year-old. We'll see if he can bounce back a little bit here this afternoon as he shortens up a touch and distance coming out of the Risen Star last time out for Eddie Keneally. 4th from Oaklawn, Vic Stauffer with the call here live on Fox Sports 1.
No shirt, no shoes, no dice. Momosa still hasn't gone in.
So a bit of a delay here, as you can see, as we're still waiting a few to load up. We see the 4 Scabbard there in the background and a rider off a horse.
The 3, it looks like, Greg. Momosa for Mike Maker.
And being a little difficult to deal with there as they're backing up Momosa. It's coming out of the Grade 2 Tampa Bay Derby that was won by King Guillermo.
So what they'll try to do right now is they're going to utilize the outrider horse behind Momosa because he keeps wanting to go backwards. So they'll put a horse behind him so it kind of acts as a wall for him not to be able to go backwards. And then they will try and convince him to get into the gate right now. No rider still on him, but once he is loaded in the gate, the rider can climb onto his back, just climbing up on the side of the gate.
It helps relax a horse a little bit sometimes to load without the rider.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're very geared up. They know what's coming. They are actually excited to race. And some horses are a little bit more nervous in the gate than others. So now they're going to open the front of the gate, which those are just closed by a heavy-duty magnet. So they'll do that because then the horse isn't walking into, you know, the closed barrier, and it relaxes them again. And now it looks like the rider's about to climb up.
So it looks like they got Momosa in line. Couple left to move in, including Scabbard, one of the main contenders. He was the morning line favorite from post 4 for Eddie Keneally. Let's go back to Vic Stauffer, 4th from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. No shirt, no shoes, and Blackberry Wine, Shooters Shoot, and Woo Pig Sooie. These 4 across the track. Scabbard away in 5th. Cleon Jones sends up inside of Scabbard. Then comes Fort McHenry, followed by Momosa, Warriors Map, and the early trailer is Amen Corner. To the backstretch with Shooters Shoot and Blackberry Wine. These 2 will match strides. Shooter Shoot ahead in front. Blackberry Wine is second by 2 lengths as Cleon Jones races 3rd with No Shirt, No Shoes outside of him in 4th. Scabbard settles in fifth, and he's about 5 lengths off the lead and a length in front of Woo Pig Sooie and Fort McHenry. Another 5 back to Momosa. Amen Corner has double digits to make up, and he's 3 in front of Warriors Map. Match racing up the backstretch. These two now fly away. 16th pole is the finish line, and Blackberry Wine and Shooters Shoot are trading punches and going at it. Shooters Shoot inside, Blackberry Wine outside. They've opened up a 4.5 or 5 length lead on Cleon Joes and No Shirt, No Shoes. Scabbard is 5th, but now he's about 9 from the front, 2 in front of Woo Pig Sooie and Fort McHenry. Then Momosa, Amen Corner, and Warriors Map around the far turn, and Shooters Shoot and Blackberry Wine are in a struggle and slugging it out, and they are far in front. Look at this race. Shooters Shoot inside, Blackberry Wine outside, shoulder to shoulder for a final 16th of a mile, and neither one is giving an inch. Shooters Shoot, Blackberry Wine, they are racing to the wire together. Shooters Shoot half ahead. Blackberry Wine comes back at him one more time. Shooters Shoot, Blackberry Wine, Shooters Shoot. Wow, what a race. Shooters Shoot beat Blackberry Wine. Momosa might have been 3rd. Amen Corner might have been 4th.
That was a good old-fashioned throwdown between the two. Shooters Shoot, the 5 Blackberry Wine, and this is a victory that is very much going to flatter Charlatan for Bob Baffert.
Absolutely. What a throwdown this race was. It was a virtual match race from the go. I mean, these two locked in battle the entire way. They put up good fractions, and at the end, they both accelerated together. Shooters Shoot held the advantage the whole way, but this was an excellent effort from the son of Competitive Edge in his first time versus winner, shipping across the country for Eric Johnson and company.
Taking on a horse who'd crossed the wire first 3 times in his career in Blackberry Wine, able to get the win. Shooters Shoot goes back to back. We're going to take a break. We'll have the story of Mattress Mac giving back to the city of Houston when we return. You're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 1. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We just saw a tremendous battle between Shooters Shoot, Blackberry Wine, and these could wind up being two very good 3-year-olds down the line.
Yeah, the top two in the betting choices did dominate in this race. That Shooters Shoot on the inside, who had the advantage all the way around. Blackberry Wine sat just off of his hip, but was never able to go by. Nice job there for Peter Urton and Joe Talamo to get the win. $7.20 for this horse that just 2 starts back was second to Charlatan.
Yeah, well beaten by Charlatan 2 starts back. He'd come right back, break his maiden. Now he's put together back-to-back victories and showing a lot of guts in that win over Blackberry Wine, who had put up some monster performances for Joe Sharp. Tampa Bay Race 7 is next, and it is 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. It is acclaiming racehorses who have not won 3 lifetime in this spot. The morning line favorite was the 8, On a Spree, who, a horse at this very same condition each of the last 2 starts, was favored, had the lead in the stretch, and got caught in both.
Yeah, so maybe a horse to use in your exactas, although isn't overlay right now, so a higher price than the morning line, sitting at 4-1. And your current favorite is the 5, Kitten's Boy for Kent Sweezy. This horse hasn't been a winner since September of 2018. Last time out was an okay effort against 30,000 non-winners of 3, so very similar to the competition that he'll be facing today. So you like that he's coming in with a good race at this level, but I still prefer On a Spree, who has just been narrowly defeated and has been running locally here at Tampa.
He's never been off the board on the turf, the 8 On a Spree, here in 4 starts at Tampa. 1 win, 3 seconds, including each of the last 2 starts. Narrow defeats. It's not like he completely packed it in as a beaten favorite those last 2 tries. Barely got beat, ahead in both. We'll see if today's the day he can get through this non-winners of 3 lifetime condition.
I got a price for you. The 1, Juan Pablo for Owen Hardy, ran second last time out, was beaten 3 lengths, so a clear second after drawing the rail at Tampa here at similar competition. Just 3 starts back, was winner of the condition below this, so I think really fits in here, and you're getting a big number at 12-1 right now.
He's double his morning line. There he is. That 1, Juan Pablo, 4-year-old by Street Sense, who graduated through his non-winners of 2 lifetime condition off a layoff in early January here at Tampa.
I had to do a little bit of extra encouragement there on the 8 to get him in. Greg On a Spree was loaded without the rider first, and normally they load inside and outside kind of 2 at a time, so they loaded him out of order, so he must have already been known by the gate crew to be maybe a bad actor or someone that hesitates going into the gate.
Another one taking some support, the 9, Small Hope. It's actually going to be cutting way back in distance, coming out of a 1 mile and 3/8 race. But he owns an entry-level allowance victory at Tampa. That came late last year in November. Richard Grunder with the call. Here's race 7 from Tampa Bay Downs on Fox Sports 1.
Favoritism remains with number 5, Kitten's Boy, at 2-1 on the board. Gambler's Fallacy steps in. Long shot Eric the Salesman will complete the lineup. They're at the post. And they're off. The favorite, Kitten's Boy, is away cleanly, and there goes Burn the Boats now moving up, along with On a Spree. From the outside, that's Small Hope. Far outside, Eric the Salesman quickly moves up from the 11 post, going to the lead, and the late running Barrel of Stout is the last horse away. Under the wire for the first time, Eric the Salesman gets over to the rail and now has the lead by 1 1/4 lengths from between horses. On a Spree second. From the outside, that's Small Hope going to the turn 3 wide, racing along third. Then back to the inside, Burn the Boats is a close-up 4th. 1 1/2 lengths farther back, Juan Pablo covered up down along the rail 5th. From between horses, Kitten's Boy, the Fairgrounds Invader, is from between horses now, racing along 6th. Up on the outside, Tetsu is there 7th, and that's 1 1/2 lengths farther back to Gambler's Fallacy, racing along 8th. Up on the outside is Barrel of Stout, and the trailer is Flight Deck. 10 lengths from front to back as they make their way to the far turn at over 60-1. Eric, the salesman, shows the way now by a length and a half. On a Spree is on the chase now to be second. Up on the outside, Burn the Boats now being shoved on. There goes Small Hope. Then it's 2 lengths farther back. Kitten's Boy, the favorite, is set down for the drive from between horses with 1/4 mile still to run. Eric, the salesman, down along the inner rail, battling back gamely, but now gives way. Up on the outside, On a Spree now runs at the leader and collars him. Far outside, Small Hope swings to the center of the racetrack. There into the stretch, it's On a Spree and Raul Mena with the lead. Kitten's Boy, splitting horses, surging late. On the outside is Small Hope down to the wire. It's On a Spree. He made first run in the turn, and he'll score by 3. Small Hope is second, Kitten's Boy third, and Gambler's Fallacy gallops up for fourth.
This time On a Spree, able to seal the deal against this non-winners of 3 lifetime condition, third time the charm.
Yeah, really well-timed ride here for the son of Speightstown. Laid right off the pace, got a picture-perfect trip, and when he hits the front, no one can catch him. He got the jump on every other horse that was trying to make a late run, and he already had the advantage being relatively close. So excellent job there to get this third lifetime win.
Raul Mena aboard for the winning ride in here. On a Spree. Now 2 wins, 2 seconds each of the last 4 starts. And in the end, get a little bit better number.
Yeah, than the morning line.
Than you were expecting. Yeah, it was 3-1 morning line favorite. Prices from this one. When we come back, stick with us. A lot more coming up here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Hi everyone, this is just an appreciation message to all the medical staff and essential workers out there that are helping us get through this COVID-19 situation, and we just want to show our appreciation and thanks for the hard work you guys are putting in.
Hi, we might be at the bottom of the world, but we're not immune to this COVID virus. It's certainly taking its toll, especially on the working force of the doctors, the nurses, the hospital staff, all the people that are doing their best to ensure that we all stay safe and well and healthy. I just really want to thank every single one of them right throughout the world that is doing their best to inhibit the spread of this shocking virus. All the very best, and just respect what they're trying to do for us. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Jose Ortiz here, and I would like to take a minute to thank all the medical staff that are working out there. Thank you guys. We really appreciate it.
Well, everyone here at America's Day at the Races wants to thank all the medical staff and everyone putting themselves in harm's way to help everyone recover during this time of need, during this COVID-19 pandemic. More live action coming up all afternoon long, including the Oaklawn Stakes. Top three-year-olds in that race will earn a berth into the Arkansas Derby the first Saturday in May. And the Oaklawn Mile, some of the best older horses in the country still to come. In the 7th at Tampa Bay, it was on a spree. No one getting by him this time.
He's been on a spree recently, running second, but today he was able to take that all the way to the bank, getting his 3rd lifetime win. And honestly, his last 5 or 6 outs have all been very solid. So he's a consistent performer, even if you played him in the exacta. If you did it with small hope, you're going to go back to the tune of $50.40.
Yeah, he shows up even when he gets beat every single time on a spree. Picks up the 3rd win of his career in that 7th from Tampa Bay. Whenever Houston has been in need, Jim McIngvale has been there for his city. Living by the creed, grateful for everything, entitled to nothing, Houston has always been able to count on Mattress Mac.
In times of crisis, you can count on one thing for certain. Jim McIngvale, owner of Run Happy and affectionately known as Mattress Mac, will be doing all he can to help people. The COVID-19 crisis is no different.
Some of our great people here today. We've got people that we're feeding. We've got these great families coming by to get milk, to get juice, to get sandwiches. So grab and go is going on full swing at Gallery Furniture.
Mac can be found every day at his flagship business, Gallery Furniture in Houston, Texas, handing out grab and go meals for seniors and children daily from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Families with children and seniors are sent off with food and drink for everyone. You can help Mattress Mac giving back during COVID-19 through the Mattress Mac COVID-19 Houston Community Relief GoFundMe page. Gallery Furniture is accepting food and toiletry donations for homebound senior citizens. Mac's team is putting together care packages and delivering them to vulnerable senior citizens in the Houston community. Mac will not rest when there are people in need.
Well, most of you have watched this show over the years. You know how graceful and generous, I should say, Mattress Mac has been, giving back always in times of need. He's been there during Katrina. He regularly donates furniture to USOs all around the world, to schools in the Houston area. Whenever there's a crisis, Houston's always been able to count on him.
Yeah, I remember when they had the big hurricane in Texas and he opened up the Gallery Furniture and let everybody come in that were displaced and stay in the furniture store. So I love watching him from afar. Obviously, he's been a great friend to horse racing, and it's just amazing how he is for his community.
Yeah, he knows, no question, the importance of giving back. He's also been so kind to let us use Vince Young Steakhouse. That, of course, is Mattress Mac's restaurant in the Austin area, where Jonathan Kinchin has been stationed for us during these shows. And Jonathan, he's such an important part, not only of Houston, but of what Texas is all about.
No, absolutely. I think we all knew that Mattress Mac was a wonderful marketing man, but he's also a great man. You look through his website, you look through Gallery Furniture, the list is endless of all the things that they do to contribute to the community. Obviously, you mentioned the drive-up service they have now, where you can pull up and grab a meal. It's for the kids and for the elderly. You mentioned the hurricane relief, and he's also just a fun guy to watch in action. A lot of his promotions he does at the store, bringing in sports and involving the community. We're very thankful that he's allowing us to hang out here, because I wouldn't be able to get on a plane and go anywhere if it wasn't for this. So selfishly, I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be able to hang out and get away and get out of the house for an hour or two and spend time watching a sport we all love.
He's had a tremendous impact, giving back always during times of crisis for the city of Houston, and always helping school children get furniture for the schools, get equipment that they need. We appreciate his support so much on this show as well. Thank you, Mattress Mac, for all that you do for this game and for everyone during their time of need. More live action coming up. We're going to get back to Oaklawn, their 5th race is next. And this race maiden special weight, so everyone looking for that first win of their career in this spot. It will be 6 furlongs, 3/4 of a mile. Cynical Girl, 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, this one coming in off a 5th place finish last time out, but gets blinkers on. And if you go 2 back, that's the race she needs to run today.
Blinkers going on today for this 3-year-old filly, Cynical Girl. Joel Rosario will ride. We'll take a short break. More coming up when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Earlier this week, our culinary team members, as well as our management staff, got together and made over 5,000 of our famous corned beef sandwiches. And what the goal was for that is for us to take care of those that have been taking care of us during this time throughout the community. So what we did over the last few days is we delivered those 5,000 sandwiches to our 2 local hospitals to ensure and make them aware that how important they are to us and how big of a hero they are to the whole community. We also were able to feed our first responders, our Hot Springs Police Department, our local county sheriffs, and also our state police troop, Troop K. We also were able to feed our county administration staff, as well as our Hot Springs City Hall administration staff as well. So just a tremendous opportunity for us. We had the ability to do so, and we thought that those folks today are the ones that truly are the heroes in this community, and we just wanted to thank them very much and let them know that they are very much appreciated.
Those are our true heroes right now, all those on the front lines, including all our medical staff, treating all these patients and horse racing, doing whatever they can to try and give back during this time of need. It's really horse racing so fortunate, one of the few, if really one of the only sports able still to compete right now.
Yeah, most sports are just players playing video games that you watch are virtual. So the fact that we can continue live racing is amazing. And I love to see places like Oaklawn being able to give back. And even that little way, you know, making a sandwich for someone that might have worked a 12 or 14-hour shift and is just exhausted. I know my sister-in-law is a physician's assistant in an emergency room. And sometimes she says she goes 10, 12 hours and just can't even breathe before thinking, oh my gosh, I haven't ate. So to have someone just like, here, have some food, I know makes a huge difference for them.
Yeah, we see a lot of these people too sleeping in their cars because they don't want to go home and risk infecting family members. You can get signed up, started, play along, live action here on Fox Sports 1 from Oaklawn Park and from Tampa Bay. Get signed up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com/bet20 and you'll get a free $20 play in your account. You can spread that out however you may like to play along. Use that promo code BET20 at sign up. So Jonathan, if we're playing this fifth here at Oaklawn, this maiden race here, how would you play race 5 if you had that $20 free play?
Yeah, I really like a horse in here, and I was very surprised at the price. The 9 Signify. I thought Signify was very impressive last time, considering how the fact that everything went wrong at the beginning of the race. Was bet extremely heavily and early. Was almost 2-1 off debut for Dallas Stewart, who doesn't win at a very high clip with first-time starter. He's 7% in his career, so for a horse to be bet down to under 2-1 in a debut, that says a lot. Missed a break. Was trying to close and make up ground in a sprint race, ran into some traffic, small little early middle move in that race. I think this horse is sitting on a bigger performance than the odds might suggest and that last race might suggest. I know he was 8th, beaten a very, very long way, but I think this horse is going to run better. You can try to hook him up in trifectas, exactas, maybe a little small win bet. I think he's going to run better than his odds. And Michelle, I'll play a little video games too. If somebody wants to try to see me in Madden during these quarantines, my skills are getting pretty good.
I'll take that from you, JK, for sure, because I think you and I are owned a head-to-head duel in the Far Lap video game that you made me download. You haven't played me yet, and I've got quite the stable amassed now. And I don't play Madden, but my husband will definitely take you on in that.
Deal.
JK and I are going to have like a running total of all the things that we're going head-to-head in.
I want to see a horse race competition and the video game between you two. Maybe we'll air that next weekend.
He made me get this game Far Lap, and so I built it up and made my stable, and I've been racing, and I have homebreds, and he's never on to play against me.
All right, we're going to try and make this happen next weekend on the show. We're going to have a bonus race. I feel like that's coming. Another horse I thought was interesting in here who took attention. Jonathan talked about Signify taking all that money first time out. The 10 Nasty took support as well first time out. The first and third place finishers came back to win. She would run 4th in that race, but the winner of that race came back to win next time out by 9 lengths with an 81 Beyer speed figure. So I thought Nasty definitely deserved a look at 4-1.
I agree with you. She came back to beat Allowance Company, the horse that won that race. Then the one drawback is the horse that ran 3rd, still beating Nasty, just broke her maiden for 50. So maybe a little bit of, both kinds of horses in there, but I think can move forward in the second career start. I also liked the 11, Silver Bella, for Danny Pites. Was 2nd on debut. I felt like really ran a good even race in the slop. We see a lot of horses on the front end win in an off track, and she kind of sat behind horses there and tried to make a late rally. It wasn't enough, but I think on a fast track today, she can move forward in here as a homebred for Robin Luana Lowe. I think that she's very intriguing with Stewie Elliott subscribed yet again.
I have another one who's a huge price in here, the 4 Caged Bear. 21-1 first time out. She didn't do a lot of running in that debut, but the first, third place finishers both came back to win. In fact, the winner of that race, Lexi on the Move, would be put into the Purple Martin Stakes, even though she didn't fare that well in that. That was a race we showed you on the program last weekend, but a huge price maybe to think about underneath. But Signify the 9 for Jonathan Kinchin. Michelle Yu winds up with the 2.
Oh, no. Michelle winds up with the 11, but, Tom Amoss has the 2 in here, too. We have to give him good luck.
All right. Silver Bella for Michelle. I like the 10 Nasty. We're all over the place. Here in the 5th from Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 5.
2 more. Cynical Girl and Casual. They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Casual, who goes for the front from Millennium Force. Now Millennium Force puts ahead in front. Legs Galore is in the mix, and so is French Cafe, and so is Congratulated. Then comes Silver Bella and Cynical Girl with Nasty. Signify is moving at the rail. Then Caged Bear, and the trailer is Unheld Decora. Millennium Force just quicker than first-time starter Congratulated. These two into the far turn. Millennium Force ahead in front. Congratulated second, 3/4 of a length to Legs Galore in third. 2 lengths to Casual in fourth. Now, so Cynical Girls moving up 3 deep. Could get into fourth soon. It's 2 lengths now further back to Nasty. She's got some forward momentum, and here's Nasty and Flo the Jock at the rail. Many chances. Congratulated and Millennium Force. Casual just in behind. Silver Bella's got a chance. Cynical Girl in the center. Nasty 3.5 from the front, and Silver Bella has put her neck in front. Cynical Girl's about to run up into second. Casual still got a good chance. Silver Bella, Casual. Cynical Girls now back to third. It's either Casual or Silver Bella. Casual coming through inside. Casual, Silver Bella. Casual in front. Casual beats Silver Bella by a half length. It was 8 lengths back to Cynical Girl and Millennium Force.
Casual, first time out for trainer Steve Asmussen with the win with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Really nice debut effort here for this filly by Curlin out of a 7-time stakes winner named Lady Tack. She was fast, and this horse going to get the nod down. You can see along the inside with the big white blaze, similar to what her daddy Curlin had. Going to out-duel the 11 Silver Bella there for the win.
Lady Tack was one of my favorites.
Really?
Loved her. Casual, this is a tough spot to be in. First time out, down on the inside, not intimidated at all.
No, and you know, she had a workout pattern over at Houston that had a couple of good moves in there from the gate. So she was intriguing for a conditioner that can absolutely win first time out. From a pedigree standpoint, this should be one to watch. And like you said, very gutty being able to come back when you're down along the inside. That is not an easy spot to be, especially for a first-time starter.
We know how good Steve Asmussen is, too. First time out with his runners, and he had this filly ready to go.
Yeah, she was absolutely ready. And the two of them were 5-6 in front of the rest of the field. So that's a stone-cold runner right there. How did you not love that horse that if you like Lady Tack, Greg?
There were a lot to like. That was a tough race.
10 horses could have won that race for sure.
9-2 in the end on Casual in that spot. Back at Tampa. 8th race coming up next. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. 5.5 furlongs in this next one here from Oldsmar, Florida. And 8-5 on the 11 runner who tried this condition last time out off the bench. Definitely going to need better today.
I think there's a lot of horses in here that are going to need a little bit better today to win.
Here's a look at the 2. Sky Point, who will have the inside post with the scratch of the 1.
Hasn't hit the board in 4 tries this year. Going to add front bandages.
5-1. Blinkers coming off. Drills Little Man, the 3.
Also has not hit the board in 3 starts this year and has been facing similar competition.
Grammy Dance will be the 4-year-old debut, missed by a neck at Finger Lakes last start, 12-1 on the 4.
That was actually not a bad effort last time out, coming in off of the layoff though, and previously has seemed to need a race off of a break.
Should see speed from the 5 Weld.
I think this is a horse to use in your exotics. Has been knocking on the door. Last 2 outs were 3rd place finishes, although with the scratch in here at the 7, maybe this is one that I like to come from off the pace.
42-1, Striking Air.
This horse last 2 times out have been very disappointing, but the 3 effort back was a good one and would put it in the thick of things here.
Credit Cycle 1 at Tampa for non-winners of 2 starts back.
Yeah, and then last time out tried this condition and fit very well. The question for me is the shorter distance.
4-year-old debut for the 9 on Flappable Max.
This horse was 4th last time out over at Finger Lakes. Has never hit the board in 2 starts at Tampa.
Early Delay, 17-1.
You know, hasn't won yet this year, but those last 3 efforts have all been solid on the board finishes. He really fits in here. However, I don't love his post position draw.
Sierra Una Volta, the 11 Sammy Camacho aboard.
Ooh, 3-2 right now. That is a low price to take for a horse that was very disappointing last time out off at the bench.
And Mr. Storm, 2-time winner, but both those wins have come on turf.
Yeah, and it's been quite a while since his last win. He's never even hit the board in 4 dirt starts. So for me, I'm going to end up back with Weld, I think.
All right, so Jonathan, 3-2 favorite here on the 11, who's coming out of a productive race in his first start of his 5-year-old campaign, but that is a short price at 3-2.
Yeah, that's entirely too short. I agree with Michelle. I mean, he wasn't really bet that day, and he didn't run very well either. And so he's going to have to prove it to me in this spot. I like the 8 Credit Cycle. I like horses, especially at Tampa Bay, who get buried down on the inside and then kind of get to an outside draw. What I mean by that is Credit Cycle was the inside part of the pace last time, down on the inside. Traditionally, it's not where you want to be at Tampa Bay, and now he's on the outside. So expect him to run a little bit better from there. And if you even want to go back 2 races for Credit Cycle, the last race, the 2 races back, I thought was pretty good too. He was super wide in that race, was much the best in there. Comes back here, gets that outside draw. If he can break and get away from there, sit a nice, comfortable trip, I think 3-1 is a great price on the 8 Credit Cycle.
All right, we'll see. Showed pace last time out. Was going 7 furlongs, just going 5.5 this afternoon. But 8-5, even if you like the 11, that's too short of a price.
Yeah, it's better than we were just saying, though. This horse is intriguing to me, Greg, if you're looking for a horse for your exotics. The 6, Striking Air, at 45-1 right now. I like the solo warm-up for this horse, although he doesn't seem to have a lot of speed, so it's interesting they opt to take him away from the pony. You usually see that with horses that you want to wake them up a little bit more, have them pay better attention, or maybe be more forwardly placed. So maybe they're going to try a new tactic with him today. You know, his last out, he was down along the rail, and you just heard Jonathan say that's not the place you want to be at Tampa. So he gets off the rail today, and that's a plus. 2 starts back, he went 6 furlongs, so I think that's maybe a little bit too far for him when you watch the way he runs. 3 starts back, he ran a good second at this level, going the 5.5 furlongs. He was down along the inside there as well, but he was a lot closer than he was last time out. I don't know, I think that he could run a good race. I don't know if he could win, but I think he could hit the board at a big price.
41-1. You know, we mentioned this a lot. If you're new to this game, how to maybe use your $20 free play, but sometimes if you like a short price favorite, create value underneath playing an exacta with the top 2 finishers, and a price like that with a 6 would certainly make it creating some value there with a 42-1 shot.
Yeah, and if you really like the 11, that's your current favorite right now, you just key that horse. So you put them as the winner, and then you can place several horses for that second place finishing spot. And if you have one of them come in that's a good price, you're going to get rewarded for that.
And, you know, another long shot, you talked about the 4 a little bit. You liked his last race. You mentioned at Finger Lakes. It's where he actually broke his maiden. This will be the first time at Tampa, but the 4-year-old debut for another price.
Really, this horse fits at this level. You know, the question mark is definitely coming in off the bench, and previously when he's done that, it was to no avail. But all of his subsequent efforts have been good, and that could have just been the group he was facing that day off the bench as well, because it was at Saratoga, which you heard Jonathan say earlier is a very tough place to be, even if it's just maiden claiming level. I mean, it's still Saratoga. So since that effort, when they really found the spot that he's been competitive at, he has done nothing but run good races. They haven't all been winning races, but they've been good races.
Yeah, the one we didn't talk about, the 3, he was actually favored at this same level last time out. It seems like everyone's kind of give up on him. He has probably the best non-winners at 2 lifetime win of anybody in this field. He went for 25 non-winners of 2. He does have speed. He's taking blinkers off this afternoon. 3-1 right now. 3rd choice on the board.
Yeah, he had speed 2 back going 6, and then last time out that same pace, he just wasn't close. So be interested to see what he does here today.
We have a rider off, I believe, the 4. It's Ron Allen Jr. on Grammy Dance. So we'll wait and see what's happening there. The horses make their way behind the gate. Favorite remains Sierra Una Volta, coming out of that productive race at this condition last time out. Top 2 finishers both came back to win in that spot, and this one has been favored throughout.
From the barn of leading trainer Gerald Bennett, Grammy Dance next up. Weld takes his spot. Leslie Mowing set to ride. And Weld backs away. Favoritism remains with number 11, Sierra Una Volta, at 2-1. From the outside, long shot, Mr. Storm will complete the lineup. Movement from number 5, Weld. Mr. Storm steps in. They're at the post. And they're off. The favorite, Sierra Olivita, breaks for the lead. Far outside, Mr. Storm now moves up. There goes Drills Little Man, charging through down along the inner rail to make it 4 across the track, vying for the early lead. And Sky Point is far back. To the far turn they go. Drills Little Man now strikes to the lead. Sierra Una Volta, the favorite, is right there. Second, Mr. Storm on the outside. Third, a length and a half farther back. Weld is losing ground. Fourth up on the outside, and Black Bubble Max is now fifth. Then it's 2 lengths farther back to the inside. Striking Air is now being passed by Credit Cycle to the outside. And then it's a long ways back to Grammy Dance along the rail. And up on the outside is Early July as they approach the quarter-mile pole. Drills Little Man and Santos, they suddenly move clear by 2.5. The heavy favorite, Sierra Volta, continues to grind away toward the rail second. Mr. Storm on the outside is third. Inside the final furlong, it's Drills Little Man with the lead. Here's a late run by Credit Cycle on the outside, but Drills Little Man and Adamar Santos lead them start to finish. Credit Cycle up for second. Sierra Una Volta fades to be third.
On these dirt sprints, getting out to the front, being up on the pace is a huge advantage. The 3, Drills Little Man, broke from the inside, went to the front, and never gave him a shot. Ran second in there was the 8, Credit Cycle. The favorite, Sierra Una Volta, obviously not a good favorite, didn't get the job done. And these dirt sprints, being out on the front end makes a huge difference. And that's exactly what the 3, Drills Little Man did, taking the blinkers off in this start. Greg Wolf and Michelle, you are going to step aside. We're going to welcome in Lafitte Pinkai III and Hall of Famer Gary Stevens.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, Grade 2 winner Sharp Samurai, international star Shamal Nibras, graded stakes performers Uncapped and Sweet Sammy D, and Bal Harbor, runner-up in the Grade 1 Woodward Stakes. His 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First, Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Now that you know what kind of bets are out there, let's try to figure out who to pick when you actually put those bets in. Let's start off by looking at what the distance is. You then want to ask yourself, who are the horses running in it? How old are they? Are they running on turf, dirt, or a synthetic surface? And what's the class level of this race? Or what's the competition going to be like? Luckily, you can generally find all of that information at the top of your program before each race. This recent race at a distance of 1 mile on the turf for 4-year-olds and upward who have never won 2 races. You can also see that the purse or prize money for the race is $25,000.
Today was supposed to be Arkansas Derby Day. There would have been around 60,000 at Oaklawn. Not possible. Instead, a very quiet, spectatorless Oaklawn Park. But the show continues, and the racing is very good. Remember this colt? Improbable, defeated favorite in last year's Kentucky Derby, his 2020 debut, coming up in the Oaklawn Mile. Trained by a 2-time Triple Crown winner, Bob Baffert. No doubt watching from what he calls his Grade 1 couch back in California, where he might as well get comfortable. An hour later, Baffert can sit back and watch this colt he trains. 1,000 words, 5-2 morning line favorite for the Oaklawn Stakes. Key prep for the Arkansas Derby, now the first Saturday in May. A beautiful day in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Inside our Los Angeles studios, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We hope you and yours are doing well and enjoying the racing today at Oaklawn Park. That only gets better from here. Of course, today was supposed to be Arkansas Derby Saturday, the final major prep race for the Kentucky Derby, Oaklawn's signature event. But remember, the Kentucky Derby's been postponed for months. Now the first Saturday in September, while the Arkansas Derby has been postponed 3 weeks. Now the first Saturday in May, and a race you'll see today, the Oaklawn Stakes, could go a long way in determining what part of that field will look like, as I am now joined by Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Gary, it's before we get to the racing, a story we've been tracking for the past several weeks, how horse racing has managed during this coronavirus pandemic, specifically at Oaklawn Park. Last week, an added protocol was announced for horses shipping to Oaklawn Park, for jockeys traveling to Oaklawn Park, many of which made that trip this weekend. You've been on the phone with a few of them. What are you hearing?
I talked to Joel Rosario yesterday, and this has changed things up a lot. They're in their own quarantine jockey's room, and in the case of Joel Rosario, he's riding 7 today. Florent Geroux, he's riding 6 today. So this presents a little bit of a problem. They don't have a valet. Actually, Joel has brought somebody in to help him out a little bit, getting things ready throughout the day. When you're riding horses back to back, it's a lot of work. These boys are going to sleep well tonight, better them than me, because they're going to be doing all of their own work, stacking goggles, cleaning their own boots. If it starts raining, that presents another problem, because you've got to wrap those goggles up with saran wrap or plastic of some sort. This is what they're going through today, and this is just part of what they're going to go through. These are 3 sets of goggles right here, wrapped in some plastic, and the way that works, you come out, wear these all the way to the gate, and then rip off the plastic like that, and carry on. But then when they come back to the jocks room, they've got to put new caps on their helmets and clean their own tack, so they're in for a long day
But
today.
that can't be easily done with like one hand going 35 miles an hour with the other hand on the reins, and like, that sounds really challenging. Oh yeah, just like that. Of course,
like
he is.
that.
Of course, he is stationary.
So-
So for the how much? So you know, how difficult is it? How much of a challenge is that for jockeys that are trying to focus on just the races and now having to do all this other stuff as well that they typically have assistants for?
Yeah, well, if it's raining, that even makes it tougher, because your hands get slick if the horse is leaning in or out, pulling one direction or the other. When you come up to pull the goggles down, you do it quick. Do it with one finger, flip of the finger. It's something to get used to. But the other thing, if you're going, say, 1.8 miles like we are, and the Oaklawn Stakes today, they're going to have up to 6 pairs of goggles wearing them. And
Wow.
there is a 40% chance of rain later on this afternoon. It's holding off. Let's hope it holds off for
Hopefully
these
it holds
guys'
off.
sakes.
Yeah, clear skies thus far at Oaklawn Park. 35 jockeys riding today at Oaklawn Park. 8 of them typically ride elsewhere, and this is a big reason why they're here. The America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. It is the second running of the Oaklawn Mile. You have a big field here. You have some familiar names for this America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Exactly what you'd expect in an America's Best Racing Race of the Week. Let's take a look at the field. Several of those new riders, of the 12, Again, 7 aren't local, including Joel Rosario. He's on the morning line favorite number 3, Tom's Day Talk. Classy 7-year-old making his 2020 debut, as are well-known 4-year-olds Mr. Money, way down at the bottom, Improbable, the post-time favorite in last year's Kentucky Derby, and Preakness. As for the remainder of today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 1 left from Tampa Bay Downs, and then the heart of the Oaklawn program, including both stakes races. Race number 9 is the aforementioned Oaklawn Park Mile, and race number 11, the Oaklawn Stakes, post time around 6:48 Eastern. So maybe you're new to the game, maybe you've never wagered on a horse race before, a perfect time to give it a shot, a chance to play with somebody else's money, right? Get involved at NYRABets.com, $20 free play for new members only, any race, any day this afternoon, $20 immediately deposited into your account. As we welcome in a former NHC Tour winner, Jonathan Kinchen. He is with us from Vince Young Steakhouse in Austin. Jonathan, maybe you can guide us in terms of what to do with that $20. A, how are you doing? B, we need your best bet of the afternoon.
I'm good, Lafitte. Thanks for asking. I love Farmington Road, the 12 horse in the 11th race at Oaklawn Park. I think this horse was sitting on a big race. I wanted to bet him last time. He was supposed to run in the Louisiana Derby, but he scratched. So he shows up in this spot. In the Risen Star, this horse had a bad trip. He was wide all the way around the racetrack. Geometry will tell you he was losing ground, so he had to run further than the other horses. The pace wasn't that fast, and he was trying to close into a slow pace. When you watch him when he comes off the turn, he was extremely wide in that race. He's drawn to the outside here, so obviously you're worried again about possibly getting a wide trip, but he's putting on blinkers. It's a device they put on their head. It's a hood they put over their head that kind of gets their focus going forward. It's supposed to kind of put them in the race a little bit more, get them running a little bit faster earlier. If Farmington Road can put himself in the race, somehow get over to the 3 path, save a little bit of ground, he should be tough. If you're risk averse, $10 win place. If you're like me, put it all on the money to win with your $20 free play on Ira Bets.
Jonathan, you know I believe in you, right? And I'll follow you to the windows. I'm just wondering how the track has been playing this afternoon, favoring speed, Oaklawn Park, if that might work against Farmington Road later on this afternoon. Jonathan Kinchen, best bet of the afternoon, Farmington Road in the Oaklawn Stakes. Back to the live action, Oaklawn Race 6. Get used to hearing this. Big field, wide open race, quality 3-year-olds. 3 of our next 4 races, 4 3-year-olds at Oaklawn. Post parade, we start with Dak Daniels. Wondering about the name, the mother, Tennessee Whiskey, number 2, Captain Bombastic at 5-2.
Yeah, and he should be 5-2. He's ran a heck of a race last time out at Oaklawn Park, and the slop getting onto a fast track today.
Cyril's Boy on his toes, first time around 2 turns. Gary, number 4, For the Love of Bourbon. I'm sensing a theme here.
Phil D'Amato, the trainer, and horses had 1 start at Oaklawn Park, finishing 5th.
Sixto exits New York's Grade 3 Gotham.
12-1 on the morning line, and he's currently at 14-1. Exit Gotham, beaten 23 lengths, but impressive first out winner at Aqueduct earlier this year.
Chikari, Italian for Gamble at 7-2, a contender. And then the favorite, Pneumatic, named by our very own Michelle Yu.
Really? Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana teaming up again, had a win earlier on the card. And Santana replacing Tyler Bays.
More on Santana Asmussen in a moment. My friend's beer. I told you it's a theme.
My friend's beer. There you go. This horse is a deep closer. He finished second, beaten 4.5 lengths last time out in the private terms at Laurel. Get some class drop today.
Ancient Warrior Joel Rosario using that makeshift jocks room this afternoon in strong tide to the outside. Channing Hill, who won last Saturday's featured event, the Purple Martin with Kamari.
Yeah, he was beaten 10 lengths last time out. That was back in November at Churchill Downs. Big price today.
That is the field for the 6th race, Oaklawn Park. Solid group of 3-year-olds running a mile. Current favorite, Pneumatic, at 9-5. As you look at Dak Daniels, drawn inside at 27-1. Hoping to get a look at number 7, Pneumatic, who is 9-5. Busy afternoon for Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen. This is what it means to be a go-to rider for a powerhouse stable. Santana riding in 10 and 12 races today, all for Steve Asmussen. They've won 1 thus far, 7 more attempts, including Bank It in the mile and Shoplifted in the Oaklawn Stakes, Gary. But as busy as Ricardo Santana is today, He is going to have some downtime at the end of the meet. He was handed a 10-day suspension yesterday for a riding infraction in Sunday's 7th race. Hopefully we'll have a chance to see it. There is Pneumatic and Ricardo Santana. So while this jockey race, this chase for a jockey's title at Oaklawn is really thick at the top, Santana, who is a 6-time Oaklawn riding champion, is going to miss the last 10 days of the meet. For this, here's what happened. So take a look. Ricardo Santana, there he is on Pneumatic. Here he is on the inside on a horse named Bank. Now, he was cited for, quote, riding carelessly or willfully in a manner that jeopardizes the safety of a horse or a jockey for carelessly or willfully striking or touching another jockey, unquote. Gary, what was your reaction? 10-day suspension.
Look, there's been some bad blood between these two before. It's getting heated right now. Ricardo
He and David Cohen.
Yes,
yeah.
And he's already missed 14 days because of quarantine coming back, so it was going to be tough for him to make time up anyway, but obviously something that happened earlier in the day that didn't set well with either one of them. And listen, I don't condone anything like that out on the racetrack at any time, but you know, sometimes nowadays if you defend yourself or come to fisticuffs in the jocks room anymore, then it's lawsuits and everything else. So 10 days, I don't know. He can still ride the stakes races for the remainder of the meet. He will not miss those. But
yeah, the designated
out there on the
races,
racetrack,
sure.
and you know, I've seen guys elbowed worse than that in the men's room before. So.
We do more of it on the set here during the course of the show. So we continue the conversation of amateur stewards and welcome in last year's Kentucky Oaks winning trainer Tom Amoss. And Tom, that's the question here regarding the suspension. I guess, you know, does the punishment fit the crime in your opinion?
Well, obviously there's some history here. First of all, those two guys don't like each other. They don't look at each other when they walk out of the room. They don't speak to each other. And when they ride their races, if there's a chance to make the journey difficult for one or the other and the other one can do it, he's going to do it. So if you're a good rider in that room and you're watching those two in front of you in a race, oftentimes they'll make moves that will actually help a horse that has nothing to do with what they're doing on the racetrack. But again, the stewards didn't do this out of the blue. This has been going on for a while. Think about it like a football game where a player shoves another player, but the referee doesn't see it, and then that player shoves back, and he's the one that gets the penalty thrown on him. Well, that's why Santana gets the penalty here. I don't think either of them are completely innocent. I'm sure there are two sides to every story. But the point is, they're going 40 miles an hour out there, and they don't have any padding if they fall off that horse, not to mention the horse himself. So there's no room for that. 10 days? I'm totally fine with that.
So Tom's okay with the suspension. Ricardo Santana, you see him there with the favorite Pneumatic. Tom Santana aboard Pneumatic, and David Cohen riding here as well. Number 2, Captain Bombastic, the second choice at 5-2. Your thoughts on Captain Bombastic going in?
Yeah, I would keep an eye on that. Both these horses have tactical speed. I think there's a big chance they're going to be alongside each other in this race. And, you know, I know based on David Cohen's tweet after Santana got dazed that, you know, in the end, it's probably just best not to say anything at all. It just adds a little more fuel to the fire. So I'm going to be paying attention to what both of those riders are doing in this race because I think there's a very good chance that they're going to team up next to each other at some point, probably by the time they turn for home because they're both players in this race.
Yeah, David Cohen, his side of the story, expressing that on Twitter last night. There is David Cohen, Captain Bombastic. We're going to have a slight delay before the start of this 6th race. We have a late scratch and a significant scratch, Gary. Ancient Warrior, we're being told a late scratch, number 9. Don't see it on the screen just yet, but being told a late scratch. Yeah, there it is. Ancient Warrior, number 9, has been scratched. A, he was a contender, and B, this changes the complexion of the race. Here's a horse who's been showing speed, forwardly placed in shorter distance sprint races, running long for the first time, tackling 2 turns for the first time, and figured to provide some pace early on.
Yeah, well, I think it's actually going to help out Pneumatic and Captain Bombastic because they're both horses that lay close to the lead. And Pneumatic, he's also coming out of a sprint race last time out where he broke his maiden. That he was just 2 lengths off of a 21-3 first quarter, 45-2. So he's got sprint speed if he wants to use it. But with Ancient Warrior coming out of there and 2 is outside, that's only going to help Pneumatic. And as far as getting back to those other jocks, look, this goes clear back to 2018 when I was in that jocks room with them. They do not like each other. And there was no secrets about that. So it's brewed and keeps brewing. But as far as doing anything, look, he's got 10 days right now. And David Cohen knows the consequences that he will get if he tries to reciprocate. I don't think both of them are smart guys, and they're too smart to do anything stupid again.
See it all the time, guys on opposite sides of the battlefield. And for these two of the best riders at Oaklawn Park, well, again, Santana suspended the last 10 days, but I'm out here aboard Pneumatic. David Cohen aboard the 2 Captain Bombastic post-time race 6 from Oaklawn. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Captain Bombastic and Cyril's Boy. For the Love of Bourbon bobbled a bit after the start, but he's sharp early. So is Dak Daniels. Pneumatic will be 4 wide. Then My Friend's Beer, followed by Strong Tide, Sixto, and at the back of the pack, it's Jakari. To the backstretch they run. Captain Bombastic is the leader. He's a length and a quarter in front of Cyril's Boy in second. Dak Daniels and For the Love of Bourbon are third and fourth and 2 from the front. Pneumatic is a tugging fifth. He wants to go. Ricardo wants him to sit fifth right now and 4 from the front. My Friend's Beer just inside of him. 2.5 back to Jakari and Strong Tide. They've got about 8 lengths to make up, and the trailer is Sixto. Midway on the backstretch, finish line is the 16th pole, and Captain Bombastic trying to get there first. Captain Bombastic leads by a length over Cyril's Boy in second. 2 lengths to Dak Daniels and For the Love of Bourbon. Pneumatic is still fifth and still about 4 from the front. He's patiently ridden still, though, leaving the backstretch. Then comes My Friend's Beer, 4 back to Sixto and Jakari. Strong Tide is the trailer. Captain Bombastic still leads. Now Cyril's Boy comes to take him on. Captain Bombastic has just lost the lead to Cyril's Boy. It's a length and a half to For the Love of Bourbon. Dak Daniels and Pneumatic top of the stretch. Cyril's Boy and Captain Bombastic. Now Pneumatic comes with his run in the center. Here's Pneumatic and For the Love of Bourbon, and Pneumatic slingshots to the lead. Captain Bombastic battles on in second, but Pneumatic gets the jump, and he's got it. Pneumatic. Yes. Pneumatic won 2.5. Captain Bombastic was second. My Friend's Beer third. Dak Daniels finished fourth.
That one has to feel good for Ricardo Santana aboard the Colt. Michelle, you name Pneumatic and Santana running right by Captain Bombastic and David Cohen.
And what a ride Ricardo gave this horse going into the first turn. He was going to get stuck 4 wide. He was down on the inside when he broke his maiden, and he was able to just do everything his own way that day. Comes back today, and he takes him back. The horse was actually pretty keen going down the backside, and Ricardo educated him, gave him a great lesson, swung him out coming into the stretch, and one of 2 things was going to happen. That horse was either going to tell him, no way, I'm not going after what you did to me early. He showed some talent and a lot of class right there.
That's a really nice colt, Gary. Moving forward, Pneumatic, undefeated, sired by a champion, Uncle Mo, out of a Tappet mare. Beautifully bred, Tom, and the longer Pneumatic runs, the better off he is going to be. A very nice prospect here for trainer Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds.
Right, only his second start and making that transition from sprint to route. Gary is exactly right. This was a horse that was eager to go, and the rider, Ricardo Santana, had to work against him to try to make him slow down. Oftentimes, that can be very discouraging for a horse, but Pneumatic showed his class and his ability, and it actually showed in his very first race. He beat a horse that won earlier today, Skull Factor, who ran very, very big earlier in the day. So you knew the talent was there. The transition for 2 turns, it's successful. Ricardo Santana's on a good one there.
Ricardo Santana aboard Pneumatic, and as far as the racing moving forward today, I thought we saw what looked like a serious bias early on, Gary, where it was just speed dominant at Oaklawn. Last couple of races, we've seen horses with the ability to rally and come off the pace. And on a big day like this, that's all you want is a fair racetrack.
And it's extremely fair. We saw the winner of the 5th race get through on the fence. His split horses was down on the rail the entire trip, found a way out in the lane to win. Ricardo swings out this one, so it's even across the track, and you can come from behind, you can win on the lead. Bombastic, by the way, ran a great race. It looked like he was getting swamped. He ran on to be second. It was 7-2-8-1 was the final finishing order.
Pneumatic. Ricardo Santana, petting Pneumatic, and 2 wins on the afternoon. Now for Santana, Asmussen, they'll team up 6 more times on the afternoon. Incredible, including in both stakes races. One left from Tampa Bay Downs as we await the results from Oaklawn Park, race number 9, made in special weight conditions. There's the field. 3-year-olds and up going a mile. U.S. Army Corps, Jonathan Kinchin, 2-1 the favorite as we have reached post time at Tampa.
Yeah, I like 2 horses in here. One's 2-1, one's 5-1. So whatever your appetite is, I'll give you my case for both of them, and you make a decision here. Look, I thought the 6 U.S. Army Corps here is one that's interesting. As a 2-year-old for Shug McGahee, this horse ran pretty good on debut at Saratoga, which is not the easiest place to try to win a race. We talked about it earlier on the show. It's one of the toughest meets in the country. And if this horse ran well first time out for Shug, who doesn't usually have him ready to rock, there's obviously some talent here. I was a little bit concerned with the horse on Wednesday called Windfall Prophet for Shug that ran off of a similar long layoff, and I was a little bit concerned about that one, but that one ran well. So it makes me feel like the 6 U.S. Army Corps could run well today as well. If you're looking for a little bit better of a price, the 9 Small Talk, same story, ran well back at Churchill in November as a 2-year-old. If this one can kind of just grow up a little bit and run better as a 3-year-old, we'll have a good shot. So if I had to pick one that was going to win, I would obviously go with the shorter priced horse in U.S. Army Corps, but the better wager might be the 9 Small Talk.
U.S. Army Corps, Jonathan, 5-2, Small Talk, 5-1. I have to ask you about Farmington Road. Do you have to feel a little bit better about his chances moving forward, seeing that in the last couple of races at Oaklawn, it hasn't been simply dominated by speed. Horses coming from off the pace have been able to be effective as well.
Absolutely. In those big fields, usually the pace is a little bit more honest. They're running for a lot of money. The riders are trying to get position in a big field. It feels like that will have a little bit more pace in the race. But Farmington Road with blinkers on from the outside, I'm hoping that he's in the race a little bit more and can kind of get that 2 to 3 wide trip that Todd Pletcher's won a heck of a lot of stakes races in his career with horses getting those types of trips.
Todd Pletcher, a master, future Surefire Hall of Fame trainer, adding the blinkers to Farmington Road. Hopefully he does stay closer to the pace. Sometimes he tends to fall so far out of it, he loses contact with the field, loses interest, leaving him with too much to do. So we'll see if Farmington Road is closer. That's in the Oaklawn Stakes, race number 11, 3-year-olds at Oaklawn Park. And with major Arkansas Derby implications. Today's supposed to be Arkansas Derby Saturday. Instead, it'll be on the first Saturday in May, and for the 3 horses, the top 3 finishers in today's Oaklawn Stakes, automatic bids into the Arkansas Derby. So much more on the Oaklawn Stakes. We'll have a preview later on of the Arkansas Derby. Here, Gary, taking their time at Tampa. They're on the turf course now. Maidens, horses that have never run, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile. Jonathan likes U.S. Army Corps and Small Talk. The favorite, though, AstroTurf at 2-1.
I like a different horse in here. It's interesting. Channel Stuffer, the 8 horse for Mike Stidham. This horse comes from Europe. He's never raced here in the United States. He's been off for 2 years. He ran well at Leopardstown, which is a left-handed track. It's a flat racetrack. Very nice track, very similar to the United States tracks there. He finished 3rd that day. He's had 3 starts and finished a 2nd, a 3rd, beaten half a length. His last race was in August of 2018, 25 horses. That was at the Curragh. He was beaten 11.5 lengths, and he was 6-1. So horse has got some qualities by Kitten's Joy. The Ramseys bred this horse, Ken and Sarah Ramsey. So getting bet on. He's 9-2 on the morning line. He's holding steady right there. He's not getting blasted out of the park, but he's not going the wrong way either on the tote board. And I know Jonathan likes that when the board is telling you that somebody likes him a little bit.
See the smart money, where that's going for this 9th race, Tampa Bay Downs. Gary, getting back to the conversation we had about Ricardo Santana, David Cohen. Santana suspended 10 days, the last 10 days at Oaklawn Park. He will miss out on a 7th or a potential 7th riding title at Oaklawn, but he will be able to ride in those designated races you mentioned, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, Grade 1 Apple Blossom. When there is bad blood between 2 jockeys in a room, do the jockeys, do you guys police yourselves? Do the stewards get involved? I would imagine in a sport, and something just spooked number 4, Blue Solo, in a sport that is dangerous to begin with, a lot of animosity between 2 guys out there riding against each other several times a day can, get pretty dicey, I would imagine.
Yeah, back in the day, we did police ourselves, Lafitte, constantly. And I was known for, Pat Valenzuela and I, we had this rivalry with each other, and we were friends, but in the jocks room, he was a very aggressive rider, would put you in tight spots and whatnot. And like Tom was saying earlier, sometimes when those rivalries or those wars, the bad blood are going on, you can take advantage of that if you're the other, if you're an outside rider. You watch them, they're costing themselves links out on the racetrack and setting things up for other riders. So it's best to leave that in the jocks room. And I was taught early on, never settle anything out on the racetrack. Do it back in the locker room. Most places there's security guards in the jocks room, but when there is when the guys start to dance in there, get the knuckles bloodied up a little bit. And you know, unfortunately, it happens. It's like no other sport where you're going out there going 40 miles an hour, and then you got to go back in the same locker room with the same guy that you've been tangling with on and off the racetrack, and it can become very heated.
Yes, we're back at Tampa. In the 10-day suspension, it almost feels like the steward's stepping in. It's like, enough. All right, guys, like, enough. And you make an example out of someone in this situation. This is how serious we're taking it. Cut it out there, whatever you're doing.
Yeah, definitely. And as I said before, I don't condone anything. A battle should never be fought out on the racetrack. It's fine to ride somebody tight, intimidate a little bit. Everybody at the top level does it. Angel Cordero was one of the best in the country at doing that. But he could come back and calm a guy down. He could get
make you laugh.
He could get you pretty good out there on the racetrack, and you'd come back and say, "Ah, Poppy, you know I didn't do it on purpose." And all you could do is laugh at him.
The psychological warfare that goes on amongst the jockeys as well. So different than any other sport. Remember, these guys are all in the same locker room. What do you think would happen at halftime of a Steelers-Ravens game if everybody was in the same locker room? Would anybody make it out for the third quarter? I don't know. That's the world of thoroughbred racing. All the jockeys in one room. Wow. Here at Tampa Bay Downs, it is post time. Who'd you like again?
I like the 8-horse.
You went with the 8, Channel Stuffer. Jonathan with U.S. Army Corps, and also gave Small Talk a look at his post-time AstroTurf, I believe the post-time favorite. Richard Grunder with the call. Race 9, Tampa Bay Downs.
One more to go. Long shot. Captain on the rocks. Steps forward. They're at the post for the 9th and final. And they're off. AstroTurf is away alertly and reaching up for the early lead. Up on the outside, Channel Stuffer comes away in good order, as does the favorite, U.S. Army Corps. Toward the rail is Strike the Top, and the last horse away is Ironman Luke as they make the charge to the clubhouse turn. AstroTurf drops over and has the rail. And the lead. From the outside, U.S. Army Corps racing along second. Strike the Top. Much closer today, racing along third. A length and a half farther back to Channel Stuffer, making his North American debut on the outside fourth. 2.5 lengths farther back. Beachwalker carrying the Godolphin Blue is toward the rail now fifth. Up on the outside, Small Talk is there sixth. 3 lengths farther back, Blue Solo is now seventh. Then it's a break of 2. Long shot Captain on the Rocks is racing along eighth. And the trailer is Ironman Luke. A strung out field to the far turn they go, and U.S. Army Corps and Gallardo can wait no longer, and they go to the lead and doing it on their own. AstroTurf is second. 3 lengths farther back, Strike the Top is now third. Channel Stuffer, and now Camacho gets busy on her fourth. From the outside, there goes Small Talk with a quick turn of foot fifth. They approach the quarter-mile pole. U.S. Army Corps still the leader, and AstroTurf is re-engaging now to second. Then it's 2.5 lengths farther back. Channel Stuffer will need racing room third. Small Talk is up on the outside fourth as they turn into the stretch. U.S. Army Corps, and now Gallardo throws across, gets busy on the favorite, and she responds. And Blue Solo has lost the rider. God bless our jockeys. Inside the final furlong, Channel Stuffer on the outside, and U.S. Army Corps battling back gamely. AstroTurf is third, and hold all mutual tickets.
So Channel Stuffer, the winner. You saw number 4, Blue Solo. He looked okay, but the concern here over the fallen rider, Jose Leon, at the top of the stretch here at Tampa Bay Downs.
Yeah, nasty spill midway through the stretch there. Looked like the horse did not step on him. Hey, look, I had my ruthers. If I was going to fall, I'd rather fall on the grass than on the turf. You slide a little more, but yeah.
And behind most of the horses instead of in front of most of the horses. You hope that Leon didn't get clipped after he fell on Blue Solo. We saw Blue Solo. He was fine. He was galloping out with the rest of them. As for Channel Stuffer, it looked like he did get his head down in a victory here and breaking his maiden in his 4th career start. All right, that's Tampa Bay Downs. An update on Leon, hopefully when we come back, when we return, how this jockey is staying in shape without riding. Aaron Greider, he's found another job while racing is suspended at Santa Anita.
It's midnight and I'm just starting work. These are the days I like. When the water comes in, that's my best workout. Several thousand pounds today of crates of water. Great workout.
Welcome back to the show, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. More than 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The foals at Claiborne, the faces of the future, learning, taking their first steps, where it all begins. That is the content I am here for. Live racing continues. An inquiry at Tampa Bay Downs. We don't know exactly what it involves yet. For the time being, 8-6. 5-3, I believe. If we have an update about jockey Jose Leon, we'll pass that along. He fell. Number 4, Blue Solo, who he was on. Blue Solo looked okay, Gary. So an inquiry for the time being, 8-6, 5-3. As soon as we have those results, we will pass those along, and that is the final race from Tampa Bay Downs. Meantime, Oaklawn. Later on, for 3-year-olds, it is the Oaklawn Stakes. 3-year-olds running a mile and a 16th, $200,000 is a purse. But what's really important, top 3 finishers will earn an automatic berth into the May 2nd Arkansas Derby, 1,000 words, morning line favorite, 5-2. Taking a look at number 8, Tyshawn. Southern California transplant for trainer Richie Baltas, Gary. This is his second start at Oaklawn Park after finishing 5th in the Southwest. He wires this field impressively in the slop last month.
Yeah, and he had faced Authentic 3 back before that in the Sham Stakes. Tried the Southwest, didn't perform too well, got some class relief. Joel puts him on the lead that day. Here you can see what he just wraps up on him in the last 50 yards. Wins with something left here, and I was quite impressed with this performance.
Yeah, tackling tougher in the Oaklawn Stakes, ridden by Joel Rosario today. He has been ridden by Aaron Greider on 3 previous occasions. As we welcome in our guest, Aaron Greider, a jockey who's won more than 3,900 races, including a victory aboard Well Armed in the 2010 Dubai World Cup. Aaron, thanks for taking the time. How are you?
It's my pleasure. Great to have me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Great to have you on, Aaron. So we're watching racing in Florida and at Oaklawn, and those jockeys are riding. A question that's come up often is, what are jockeys doing at racetracks that are suspended for the time being? You typically ride at Golden Gate and at Santa Anita. So what have you been doing with some of your downtime?
Well, at first, I was spending a lot of time standing in lines at grocery stores trying to pick up supplies and deliver them to a few people that didn't have access to the grocery stores or maybe just couldn't get out and be a convenience to them. So I was watching everybody walk out with all the big bottles of water and the cases of water, and I thought, boy, the gyms are closed. This could be a great workout. If I can get a job in here, I'll see if I can unload the trucks and stock the shelves, and that's what I've been doing. They told me to fill out a job application, which I had to ask how to do that, and I'm almost 50 years old. I've never filled out a job application. But, yeah, I'm having a blast with it. It's fun. If I'm helping people in a small way, that's great. I hope that I am, and at the same time, I'm staying fit. And if I can stay fit, I don't have to worry about getting fit when racing resumes.
Yeah, but Aaron, you're not getting any cardio out of lifting these big boxes of water. So seriously, what are you doing for your cardio with all the gyms closed?
Well, I do a lot of running. I've been going up to the observatory up in Griffith Park. The trails themselves are closed, but if you go up there, they allow you to run on the streets. The police have it blocked, so no cars can go up it. So it's still nice runs. So you don't necessarily have to be on the trails to go up the mountains. You can stay on the streets right now and do it. So I'm running almost every day. I do a lot of different fitness stuff in my house itself. The gym's closed there, but I have some equipment where I can work out by myself as well. So I'm definitely staying fit.
And how odd is that, going to a job not associated with thoroughbred racing?
It's pretty weird when I got to tell the manager I need to take a break so I can go talk about racing while I was on aisle 4. But it's different. But you know what? I'll tell you what, it surpasses the time. My mind's good. I feel great. I'm able to still go and make deliveries every day to some people that can't get to the stores. And, it's in a time where a lot of people aren't able to get out and do things. I'm doing it safely, but I'm still able to move forward and continue living my life, but hopefully help some others with theirs.
I get one more question.
Sure.
Can you drop a job app off for me, please? I'm sure I'm driving my wife and my daughter crazy at home right now.
Must be. I'm only with him a couple of hours a day. He drives me crazy.
The only other request I've had was Drayden. He seems to wait till he's on the last square of toilet paper, and he calls me and says, can you drop off a load of toilet paper? So I don't know why he waits so long.
You know you're going to have like 47 requests for supplies, TP, bottled water, and everything else now, right? Like this for you was a really bad idea to come on the show.
No, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Thanks for having me on.
Aaron, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Talk soon. Stay healthy.
Take care, Aaron.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, guys.
That is pretty cool.
It is cool. One thing about Aaron, he's never been afraid to work. He's ridden, I think, at about every racetrack in the United States. He's had success at every place he's been. New York, he was leading apprentice out in California. Santa Anita was home base. Born and raised not too far from the racetrack here. And so just been a hard worker all of his life.
He did really well at Monmouth in New Jersey. He won 3,900 races. Again, a victory with Well Armed in the $10 million Dubai World Cup. It's already been 10 years, but yeah, an excellent career and in a different way to stay in shape.
I love it.
Pretty good. Aaron Greider joining us on the show. Again, he had ridden Tyshawn in 3 previous races. Tyshawn in today's Oaklawn Stakes to be ridden by Joel Rosario. That's much later on this evening. Results are in from Tampa Bay Downs. It was Channel Stuffer at 9-2. Wow, the money, late money, really showed up on U.S. Army Corps. 865. I don't think anything changed as a result with the inquiry. We were talking to Aaron on the phone, and if we do receive an update regarding Jose Leon, we'll pass that along. I'm now being told number 3, Beachwalker, was disqualified from 4th. Number 3, Beachwalker, so now 8,659 in the 9th race at Tampa Bay Downs.
$11. Look, and I still only have 13 cents in my NYRA account.
When are you going to reload that thing? And you
when we get back to New York.
Yeah, but you get free. If you go on today, you get a free play. You get that $20.
Yeah, but my wife won't let me make deposits online. So.
She won't let you make deposits. She wants you to get another job. You're filling out applications, stacking boxes with Aaron.
Yeah.
See how it all goes. When we come back, we have the 7th race from Oaklawn Park. Post time in, wow, just 6 minutes. Stay tuned.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Very excited to see them come on out and performing and looking just like him, act like him, sleep and eat like Run Happy. They're pretty nice horses. Right now they're fast and working, and it's exciting to see when they go out running.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
They straighten for the run. It is Curlin leading away. On the inside, Storm in May. Flying First Class is there with Deadly Dealer. They're driving for the wire, but Curlin is on his way. He's got an engagement for the Triple Crown races. Curlin is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths.
That's when we were put on notice. 13 years ago Tuesday, 13 years since Curlin won the Arkansas Derby, and that was just the beginning for the future Preakness Breeders' Cup Classic winner and 2-time Horse of the Year. Field for race number 7, Oaklawn. A maiden 3-year-old's running a mile and a 16th. Curlin, sire of a pair of long shots, Stock Deal and Shaka. And while Earner is the favorite, currently even money, one of our handicappers smells a potential upset. And we're going to show you why. Take a look at number 9, Tonalitarian. This is his debut March 8th here at Oaklawn Park. Albeit in a maiden claiming for sale race, no matter what you see, remember, he's facing much better today. He literally walks out of the starting gate like he's lost, like a horse who doesn't know he's in a race. Look at how far back he's going to wind up, doing his best Zenyatta 2010 Breeders' Cup Classic impersonation, Gary, and then watch Tonalitarian rounding the far turn, finding his best stride, really turning it on late while encountering traffic.
Yeah, I got some traffic in front of me. He was a little green, wanting to lean in as they came into the stretch, but Ryder got him straightened up, and he's
Look at him.
coming with the big strides there at the end. And you know what? These maiden $75,000 races, they're a great place to start these horses off. If they're not really sure, or if they know somebody more than likely is not going to claim them out from under them for the $75,000. All right, if they want to claim them, they're worth it, especially if they win. But you also find something out about your horse. Now he's got that experience underneath his belt. Takes a step up in the maiden special. I think maybe JK can tell us why.
Yeah, what do you think, JK?
I agree, and Lafitte, I'm just really happy that you said his name so I don't have to try to do it, because I don't feel bad. It's not a real name, so it's not like I'm an idiot for not being able to pronounce it. But the other reason I think this horse showed up for 75, Gary, you pointed out something was pretty important there, is he's a homebred, and that happens a lot with a homebred. They didn't have to go to the auction or to a sale and buy this horse for hundreds and $200,000s of thousands of dollars, and then if they sell him for 75, they lost money. You know, they just had to do all the expenses that it comes with doing that, with having a young foal on the farm and raising them. So I like the horse here. I think the price is great at 7-1 on the 9 Tonalitarian, which I nailed just now. But I will say this: if you are on the bandwagon that a lot of people were on about Steve Asmussen being cold, he's won his last 2 races. And I would hop off of that bandwagon. The 11 Earner's taking a lot of money. He's got an outside draw. Ricardo Santana's on a mission, it appears, today. I'm going to use Earner. I don't usually play exacta boxes, but I am going to play an exacta box in this race, the 9 and the 11. If it comes 9-11, I win. If it comes 11-9, I win. I'll also bet the 9 a little bit.
Yeah, Tom, I don't know that we're going to be spending a lot of time betting against Steve Asmussen because of that long losing streak he was involved with, seeking a 3rd consecutive win on the afternoon here, as is Ricardo Santana on Earner, who's even money.
Yeah, Earner is going to make that transition from 1 to 2 turns. The pedigree slants a little bit more to sprint than route, so I think it makes him a little bit vulnerable. I'm with Jonathan. I like the 9, the 11, but I would also throw in the 10 horse at a price, Shaka, who comes off a bad race, but had a very good race before that. Mike Maker trainer, Joel Rosario in the saddle. So I think that's a horse that can be a player in this race as well. And if you wouldn't mind passing on a message to Gary for me, we have a cleanup in aisle 4.
Real nice, Tom. Hey, not to bother anybody, but I got pretty good at this at Saratoga last year with the weather station, and things are about to get dicey in Hot Springs, Arkansas, according to my maps.
So you're going to be stocking shelves or playing the role of a weatherman? Which one's it going to be?
Right now I'm being a weatherman.
All of it. Hall of Fame jockey, analyst here. Who did you like in this 7th race?
I'm going with Earner.
You're going
I'm
with
going
Earner
with the
as well.
11.
And look out for Pit Boss, the first-time starter on the inside the $250,000 purchase. Good 3-year-old event. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 7 live from Oaklawn Park.
They're at the post. They're off. Earner and Pine Knoll broke well. Plain Talk and Smack Attack are close up. Then comes Feathered Indian with Absolute Unit, who's taken a hand by Martin Garcia, who wrangles him back off the pace. Beaver Hat is next. Then comes Baker's Man, followed by Pit Boss and Stock Deal. The 2 trailers are Tonalitarian and Shaka. To the backstretch with Plain Talk and Pine Knoll 1-2. Pine Knoll puts a neck in front. Plain Talk is at the rail in second, a length and a quarter. 2, Feathered Indian, who races 3rd. Earner is in the center of the track. He's about to take 4th outside of both Absolute Unit and Sunny and Smack Attack. Then a length and a half. 2, Beaver Hat. Midfield and about 5 from the front. Stock Deal and Baker's Man have 7 lengths to make up. Then it's 3.5 back to Pit Boss and Tonalitarian. And the trailer is Shaka as they go into the far turn. Pine Knoll drifted out, and that left the seam wide open for Feathered Indian and David Cohen to go through and challenge Plain Talk. Plain Talk leads by by a length. Feathered Indian is second, a length and a half. 2, Absolute Unit at the rail. Earner between horses, and now a 4 wide Pine Knoll, and there goes Earner up into third. 2 lengths to Beaver Hat, then Tonal Totalitarian, who draws within 5 of the front. Many chances top of the stretch. Plain Talk, Feathered Indian, and a 3 wide Earner. Plain Talk cuts the corner and leads. Earner has now taken over second, and he means business. Here comes Earner to challenge Plain Talk for the lead. We have a new leader. It is Earner, and he's 2 in front. Plain Talk is second. Then comes Absolute Unit and Tonal Totalitarian. This will be 3 in a row for Asmussen and Santana as Earner has opened up a big lead. Pit Boss might rally for second. It is Earner in front. Earner got the win by 4. Pit Boss was second. Absolute Unit third. Beaver Hat finished fourth.
Heating up, Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana, 3 consecutive wins on the afternoon. Earner for the Liebelongs, 5-2 on the morning line. The money poured in, odds on 4-5 at post time. Nice prospect.
Ricardo rode this horse first time out at Fairgrounds, and it was another Asmussen horse that won that day, Echo Town, and I think Ricardo learned something about him that day, sprinting, that he's got a lot of gas, but he faded late that day. And today he was rated back behind. Another good schooling job by Ricardo Santana.
Tom, Earner made that one look very easy.
He did indeed. And, you know, as a handicapper, when you're watching races and you're trying to determine who gets the trip, doesn't get the trip, Earner was well placed, ran a very, very nice race. But let's not forget the race of our debut horse in the race, the 1 horse, Pit Boss. Never run before, debuting at 2 turns, ran second to Earner today at a big price, and galloped out in front of him. That's a horse to watch next time he runs.
It didn't break sharp. He looked like he was struggling a little bit early on. He didn't look like he was interested, and at one point found his best stride and put in a really nice run. Pit Boss at 9-1, but no match for the winner on this afternoon. Earner, Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen in a groove, 3 straight on this Saturday afternoon. Results when we come back. Also, a message from a living legend, Dwayne Lucas, an inspiring message about a mindset and something to remember during these very trying times.
Well, the virus is a tough opponent. It's taken charge of the whole country in a lot of ways. We're still up and running. We still are fighting it. So we've got to be realistic about where we're at. We got to realize that how tough this opponent is, and all of us band together, make a conscientious effort to do everything we can to whip it. And we got one other caveat that other businesses don't have. We have to take care of the horses, and we're going to take care of the horses. These people work long hours, they work 7 days a week, they have to get a paycheck. We're going to get them a paycheck. Well, we're going to beat it because we've got great people and great leadership in our industry. Each and every one of us have to buy into the fact that we're going to win, that we're going to beat it. As the country gets better, and we'll get better, we'll get a handle on this, I think that we'll start creeping back, and then we might be bigger and stronger because of it than we ever could have been before. Believe me, the horse racing industry misses you, miss the fans, and we all miss you too. The key word at this point, where we're at in a country and in racing, is hope. That hope and that attitude and that adjustment we make every morning, it's important. With it together, if everybody joins in and buys in, we're going to win the whole thing, and we'll be back stronger than ever. Our attitude and what we think and what we perceive will get us over any hurdle and any adversity.
The right message. D. Wayne Lukas, positivity has always been a defining characteristic of his during the course of his career. He was a master at motivating jockeys, and now here he is inspiring the rest of us.
And you know what, Lafitte, he's not running for president, but if he was, I would vote. That's coming from his heart. And yeah, you talk about motivational. It's not Vince Lombardi. It's Wayne Lukas, the coach.
D. Wayne Lukas, the man credited with revolutionizing the sport in many, many ways. We go back to Oaklawn Park. You just saw race number 7, and remember this colt's name, Earner. That was impressive. $425,000 purchase. The strength of schedule play coming out of his debut, the horse that beat him that day and the horse that finished third, both came back to win. Nobody would be beating him on this afternoon, Gary, as Earner with Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen, 3 straight, heating up at just the right time.
Yeah, very impressive. And I'm impressed with Pit Boss as well.
Absolutely.
That Racy came through on the fence. He's getting that kickback for the first time. You can't simulate that in the morning when you've got 12 horses. You can put them behind 1 or 2 horses in the morning, but it's not the same as being behind 10 of them that are kicking back at you. So yeah, keep an eye out for Pit Boss next time as well.
He is good. For Alex and John Leadlong, Earner rolls at Oaklawn Park. We turn the page, race 8, Oaklawn Park. Allowance runners here. It's mid-tier, older horses. 1 mile is the distance. Scratch numbers 5, 13, and 14. Proverb, who had a brutal trip last time, the 2-1 favorite. After that, the stakes racing will get underway. A little bit later on, race number 11 is the Oaklawn Stakes for 3-year-olds. Race number 9, the Oaklawn Mile for older horses, and it is the America's Best Racing race of the week is the Oaklawn Mile here with a $150,000 purse. It is not a graded stakes race, but it does feature Grade 1 talent. Highest level of competition, right, in the Oaklawn Mile. America's Best Racing's race of the week. There's the field. A lot to absorb here. Had a couple of scratches, so a field of 12. Mr. Money number 2, Improbable number 14, both unraced this last fall's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. 3-1 morning line favorite, Tom's Day Tot. Fan favorite, first start since last November's Grade 1 Clark victory at Churchill Downs, as we are now joined by a Breeders' Cup Classic winning trainer, Tom's Day Tot's trainer, Al Stahl, joining us from his home in Louisville. Al, first off, like Tom Amoss, I know you were born in New Orleans, and during these very difficult times, New Orleans, all Louisiana hit hard during this COVID-19 pandemic. How are you doing? How is your family?
Oh, I'm doing fine. My family's fine. We
we pay attention to the rules just like everybody else, and we stayed apart from each other and just trying to do our part. So I'm fine, and none of our family has been involved in the virus itself. Unfortunately, I've known a few people who have gotten sick, and some have gotten over it, and some of the older persons like Tom's dad and a few other guys that we went to high school with. One of their fathers died also in one of those nursing homes. So it does hit kind of close to home, but as a group right now, my family is in good shape.
Great to hear. Tom will be with us for part of this interview in a moment. For those of you unaware, Al Stahl and Tom Amoss, college roommates back at LSU during their college days, Tom. But we're going to focus on Tom's d'état here. We have a lot of viewers watching today that don't typically watch horse racing on a day-to-day basis. What makes Tom's d'état so special, this classy 7-year-old about to make his 2020 debut?
Well, the fact that he's made it to his 7-year-old year, and we've always thought he was a grade 1 talented type horse, even as a 3-year-old. He could have been a Derby horse if things had gone his way, but he had nagging injuries here and there, and you lose 4 months here and 6 months there, and poof, you're a 6-year-old. And he finally found a rhythm where he could train and race in sequentially, and he just got very, very good and understood exactly what he needed to do on a daily basis, or I should say a race-to-race basis. And the Woodward was an awkward trip. He got the best number out of that race. I think he should have won that race, but that's horse racing. And after that, he was just a real tiger. And his race in Keeneland was spectacular, and the Clark might have been better. And so he just had a chance to find a stride and get a rhythm and do things like a normal racehorse can do. No soundness issues for quite some time with Tom, knock on wood, and I think that's where he is today. And maybe being a 7-year-old, you say, well, he might be going on the other side of the hill, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise. He didn't run too much when he was young, and he still acts like a young horse to us.
Al, we marvel at athletes that compete at the highest levels as they get older. Tom Brady, Drew Brees. How is Tom's d'état? We're watching him get that grade 1 win in the Clark last fall. How is he seemingly getting better with age?
Well, like I said, he stayed sound. We didn't have any problems with quarter cracks or a subchondral bone bruising, the little things that can cost horses a lot of time, which he had earlier in his career. So he just got to run, train, freshen, pick up the pace, run another race, let down a little bit, pick his pace up, run another race. He just got to do that in a row for a long period of time, and it just got him rock hard fit. And who knows? Maybe he needed to get a little more seasoning because he hadn't run that much, especially against the big time horses he's faced over the years. So I just think he's just really getting it all together right now, and he had a wonderful winter. I mean, he went to the fairgrounds, not a pimple on him, and I just gave him some walking time and jogging time and easy galloping time, and I picked out February 1st to make his first breeze back of the year, and you can look on his chart, and there it was, February 1st, a 3/8 and 37 and change, or at 38, and he just gone right on with it, and obviously ended up at Oaklawn as an audible because of what's going on, but that's no big deal. I have a very able assistant up at Oaklawn who's handled him and ridden him beautifully for the past 2.5 weeks, and we feel good about everything.
Al, is there any chance that this horse, I mean, in Europe, the jump horses, they don't come into their prime until their 7-8-year-old year of racing. So is there any chance he could be better this year than what he was last year?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind he could be. He's knock on wood, he's got soundness on his side. The talent is finally being shown to the whole world, the racing world, and the way he's handled himself. And he's an easy horse to train, an easy horse to get along with, and he scopes great every time we scope him. He eats every oat we give him, and not a lazy bone in his body, yet he'll take care of himself galloping. And if we want to crank him up a little bit, and we put him with another horse, and it's an amazing thing to watch, Gary. You'll watch him work against a pretty nice horse going 5/8 of a mile, And you always hear people say, oh, well, he looks like he was just jogging next to that horse. He's going so easy. Sometimes when he works next to the horse, he looks like he's walking. And you look at him go 5/8 in a minute and 4/5 and gallop out in 14 or 13. It's like, is he going to drink any water? Is he going to catch a breath? I mean, it's an amazing thing to see.
He's a pro. Makes it all look so easy. Al, your old college roommate is with us. Tom, fire away.
Oh, you
Hey,
have
Al,
to tell
listen,
him that.
first of all,
he's going to fire away. He's going to fire away. Don't worry about that.
take a deep breath, Al. I'm not going to ask you anything about our days at LSU, okay? We're going to leave it with Tom's to tot right now. First of all, I want to give you what I think is the greatest compliment a trainer can give another trainer, and that is the ability to have patience with a very talented horse. This horse would be frustrating in anyone's barn, and there would be times where a trainer would finally just say, you know what, I'm just going to go on with something. And you didn't do that. You took your time with him, and he's paid tremendous dividends, and hats off to you for that. So having said that, I will ask you about today's race. So Joel knows the horse well. He's won his last 2 times on him. He's got a familiarity with him, but, I mean, all horses have habits and things like that. Do you talk anything about strategy with Joel before today's race, or do you just basically hand him the keys to the Cadillac and say, he's yours to ride?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm going to hand the keys to the Ferrari, hopefully, but I have not even talked to him. Not going to talk to him on the phone. Didn't tell my assistant to tell him anything. I know what he's going to do. He's going to get him away from the pony and warm him up, especially with a shorter type race, and he'll help him a jump or two out of the race. Has plenty of speed inside, outside, and my guess is he'll be up against that fence, just biding his time, and hopefully he can wiggle his way through there. But I have not spoken to Joel Rosario since maybe since the Winter Circle of Clark, and actually I didn't tell Chelsea, the assistant up there, what to tell him either. Just he's so instinctive, and he'll get the feel of him. And like I said, as long as he knows how to warm him up, he knows what to expect from him.
Well,
Old
I can't
college
see
roommates,
Gary
we love it,
Stevens,
Tom.
right now, but I can tell you this. Gary right now is beaming because a rider loves to have the ability to freelance and do whatever he wants on a horse he knows and not have to follow any instructions. So best of luck, Al. Good luck today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us, Al. We're going to commercial. Yes or no? Is Tom Seytar going to win this evening?
You talk to me or Tom?
That's for you. We're going to break. Just one word. Yes or no? We're going to get a win from Tom Seytar?
Yes from Al Stall if I'm still on.
Al Stall. Tom Amoss, Al Stall, Al Confident going in. Al, thanks so much for the time. Good luck this afternoon.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Al Stall with us on the show. Tom Amoss, Tom Seytar. A lot of Toms going on out there. We'll see Tom Seytar, the favorite, later on in the Oaklawn Stakes. Later on this evening, we'll be right back.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
This is a Run Happy Colt out of Pledge Pen that we brought here to the OBS March sale. We felt he was a star physical, very good training horse, and although he's on the big side, he's got a lot of speed, and we feel like he'll be an early, precocious type of horse.
Just a real straightforward, nice filly. Her precociousness to be quick early, being sound, good-minded, checks all the boxes. We're just hoping the market receives her well.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the show. Thanks to Al Stahl for joining us earlier. Breeders' Cup Classic winning trainer has Tom's d'Etat, 3-1 morning line favorite in the Oaklawn Mile in race number 9. Horses on the track at Oaklawn, race number 8. Waiting for that rain to come in. Dry for now. There's the field. Updated odds, scratch numbers 5, 13, and 14. Older horses going 1 mile to purse $61,000. Proverb at 5-2, the favorite. Post parade, Gary, Bandit Point, Arkansas bred with apprentice Kelsey Haar in the saddle.
Yeah, facing quite a bit tougher here. He's been running in state-bred races the last 3 times and open company today.
There he is, Bandit Point, number 2, All West. Yeah, 20-1 on the morning line, getting crushed at 4-1.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't going to be 20-1. He was impressive breaking his maiden last time out, the second start of his life. And that was a route of ground the same as today.
Mogacha representing speed with Tyler Bays.
Yeah, and blinkers are being added, so you can expect even more speed here. Second time out off the layoff.
Gallant Plunger, Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen looking for 4 straight.
Looking for 4 straight, and this one's stretching out for the first time today. Look for him to be close to the pace as well.
Starship Zeus for leading owner Mike Sisk.
56 lifetime starts, 3 wins, 17 seconds. Kind of scared of the winner's circle, but he's earned $314,000.
Fast talking, Reeve McGahee, son of Shug McGahee, training for the Phipps stable. Pretty cool. Number 8, Promising Shoes, second of the Arkansas breds.
Yeah, and ran decent at a big price last time out. Was 20-1. He's 12-1 on the morning line, and he's currently at 15-1.
Proverb, favorite, 9-2 morning line, now 5-2, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, had a rough trip last time out. Finished 3rd. Beating a length of 3/4, gets the services of Joel Rosario today.
Big overlay, Determinant, 6-1 morning line, 29-1.
Yeah, big overlay. Ran a good race last time out. It was on a sloppy racetrack. Getting back to the fast today, and some of his best races had gone on the wet racetracks.
Pickford, morning line favorite, 7-2, all the way up there at 8-1. And finally, I Will Stand, the Indiana bred 14-1 winner last month here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, he did win last time out. That was a $16,000 starter allowance, so he's stepping up in class today for a big try.
And there's the field. These older horses going 1 mile per $61,000. 5-2 currently. Number 9, Proverb. So let's go back and show you that trip with Proverb and Determinant. 3 weeks in the slop. Determinant rallying widest of all, you'll see. Starship Zeus to his inside, and Proverb on the rail, Gary, bottled up, nowhere to go.
He had been bottled up for a long time. He had been bottled up since they entered the far turn. Tyler Bays was just looking for somewhere to go, and he looks like the type of horse that when he was stopped, his momentum was broke. It took him quite a while to wind back up. I actually couldn't believe that he runs on to be second here after having those problems in there. He actually finished 3rd that day, but if he doesn't get stopped, that's the problem with his running style. He should be closer to the pace today, and I think Joel keeps him out of trouble and doesn't get him stopped.
Yeah, Jonathan Proverb going to need a clear sailing today, and the handicappers have zeroed in. He is the 5-2 current favorite.
Yeah, and I think that might be a mistake. Look, I understand that he had some trouble, and it was real trouble, but the pace was also fast in front of them. So it feels like they were having a setup, the 9 Proverb or the 10 Determinant. It feels like they were getting a nice setup in that race. Also, it was on a sloppy racetrack. And if you look at both of their speed figures, they improved on that sloppy racetrack from their previous starts that took place on fast racetracks. So I kind of felt like it was a little bit of they kind of got some setups there, and at 2-1 on Proverb, he's definitely worth a use if you're going to be playing the pick 5, but I didn't really like him in this spot.
So Jonathan staying away from the chalk. Proverb currently 2-1, down towards the inside. Number 2 is All West. While you're looking at fast talking, this is number 2, All West. About 3 weeks before the Proverb race we just saw, the colt, he's going to break his maiden here, All West. There he is. He looks just like his sire or father. Flashback, All West. It shows he can take a punch in this race and then delivers the knockout blow, Gary.
Yeah, he sure does. The second early on and attacked, and he doesn't just respond. He responds big time and draws off, wins by 4 lengths here this day under just a stiff hand ride from Joe Talamo, who's back aboard today.
20-1 on the morning line, 4-1 here with All West, owned by Gary and Mary West. They also own Pit Boss, the first time started. They ran second in the previous race. They actually bred this guy, All West. Tom, these older horses about to go a mile, and Proverb, the 2-1 favorite. Your thoughts going in?
Yeah, I'm going to pick it up right where Jonathan left off. I think Proverb is a horse that certainly can win the race, but at the same time, I didn't see the trouble costing him a big-time finish in that race. And there were a number of horses near the wire along with Proverb. He didn't do any real separation from those, so I wonder if the sloppy track wasn't the cause of what was probably a better race. But this horse we just looked at, All West, who broke his maiden in his second start, going a route of ground, that one has my attention. Big-time race, second time out, first time going a route of ground. Now, today's race is only a mile, so we'll use the shortened stretch. He won't get the whole stretch like he got last time he ran, but with a lot of speed in here, and I think quite a bit of speed here from the 3, 4, the 5, and the 7, I think it can set up well for our 2-horse, All West, and you're getting a better price than our favorite.
All West at 4-1, Tom. There's a look at the Mo Gotcha here, Gary, for Jeremiah Englehart. Again, as Tom just mentioned, part of that pace picture, he does bring some speed to the party here.
Yeah, he's got Tyler Bays aboard, who's a very good gate rider, but the blinkers are coming off, and that tells me they want him to relax a little more today by taking those blinkers off. I would think that he's been showing possibly too much speed early on, and like Tom said, there is other speed in here, but you don't know how he's going to react with those blinkers off, but I would say that they are probably taking those blinkers off to try and get him to settle, maybe off of the pace just a tad.
See how aggressive Mo Gotcha, Tyler Bays is aboard Mo Gotcha. Jonathan, another look at All West here, that impressive maiden score in his second career start, trying to go back-to-back for trainer Wayne Catalano.
Yeah, absolutely. I like All West here as well. I'm going to, I'm not playing the pick 5. I don't like the last race, but I'm going to play some pick 3s in the middle here. I'm going to use 2, 3, 9, 11, but I did want to tell the viewers that don't know a lot about the morning line. The morning line is a prediction that someone makes on how the public is going to bet. It doesn't really mean all that much. It's not like it's where the odds started, and he started at 21, he got bet down to 4-1. And I also think that the 20-1 morning line was probably a mistake on this horse.
Based on how good his maiden win looked, that did seem like an inflated number.
Yeah, when I picked this up, the racing form, and I saw he was 20-1, I said, no. This is not going to stay.
That's when you'd like to get fixed odds instead of the pari-mutuel system. All West, who is right there in terms of the contenders as they file into the gate for this 8th race, live from Oaklawn Park. Vic Stauffer standing by with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Gallant Plunger and Mo Gotcha shows speed. I Will Stand and Proverb in the mix. Then All West, Bandit Point, Fast Talking, and Pickford, followed by Starship, Zeus, and Determinant, and the trailer is Promising Shoes. Mo Gotcha rides the rail to the lead to the backstretch from I Will Stand in second. Gallant Plunger now sits third and a length and a half from the front. Pickford and Proverb with Bandit Point at the rail, and Between Horses All West, they're all about 4 from the front. 2.5 lengths now further back to Starship Zeus. Then it's 4 back to Determinant and Promising Shoes at the back of the pack. Up the backstretch they run with the reins coming down. The finish line is the 16th pole, and I Will Stand is just in front. Mo Gotcha is right there with him in second. 2 lengths to Pickford. Proverb, Between Horses, and Gallant Plunger at the rail. Then comes All West and Bandit Point. They're 4 from the front. Starship Zeus has 6 lengths to make up. He's 2 in front of Fast Talking. Determinant is next. Promising Shoes still trailers. And Mo Gotcha and I Will Stand are going at it. Mo Gotcha is back in front by a head. I Will Stand is second. Gallant Plunger comes after the top 2. Here's Gallant Plunger with 2 to make up. Starship Zeus is moving at the rail. Starship Zeus up into 4th. Bandit Point just outside of him. Many chances top of the stretch. Mo Gotcha, Gallant Plunger. Starship Zeus going to slip through from the inside. Gallant Plunger takes the lead. Mo Gotcha is battling on. Starship Zeus is at the rail. Mo Gotcha retakes the lead. Mo Gotcha, Gallant Plunger. Proverb to the outside. Bandit Point. Starship Zeus might be Proverb. Here comes Proverb to get up in time. Proverb beat Mo Gotcha. All West was there. Bandit Point was there. Gallant Plunger was there. Promising Shoes, Starship Zeus, and Pickford.
Thrilling finish. Like a finish you'd see in a grass race, with Proverb unleashing that furious rally with Joel Rosario getting there just in time.
Yeah, and didn't have a straw in his path today. And The only thing I was worried about with Proverb is shortening up an extra 16th of a mile today, whether it's he was going to be able to rally to that first finish line of the mile race. And under Joel Rosario, he's able to do it.
Mo Gotcha battling bravely and tried to respond to Proverb, but too late. Proverb had ambushed him at just the right time. Beautifully timed ride by Joel Rosario. Tom, Proverb, able to find a clean way through on this occasion, and again, just a beautiful ride from Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I was watching the right horse around the midway around the far turn as they were getting ready to turn for home. I thought Proverb was going out the back door, and he actually angled it to the outside around horses and then re-rallied. But look, I've watched a lot of races, but now I'm questioning what I saw, if that was accurate or not. Gary, do you know if that was precise or not?
I think you're very precise, Tom. But I also think Joel may have watched his last race, saw that he needed to be outside to sustain that run, wind him up a little bit earlier than he was able to wind up last time. I think he was caught flat-footed with that slight problems that he had last time. But right now you're going to see Joel back there on the 9-horse, Proverb, White Silks, trying to find a way out right now because he is sort of going the wrong way. Going to find a gap here to get out. Boom. Race is won from there.
From there, Proverb switches over to his leads. His weight shifts. He's able to accelerate. Joel Rosario, and again, an example of why he is considered one of the strongest finishers in the game, Jonathan. Exciting finish in this 8th race. Proverb taking down this 8th race. 5-2 at post time.
Well, yeah, I wanted Tom to know he wasn't crazy. And it wasn't just Proverb that looked like he was going backwards. It felt like every horse that I needed to win was going backwards. It felt like the 3 Mo Gotcha was done at the top of the stretch. It felt like Proverb was going backwards. It felt like Pickford was done for the day. And it felt like Starship Zeus was going to get the job done at 29-1. And then they had that blanket finish. Usually in a race like that, when they finish all across the line like that in one big pack, it's usually your first hint that the race wasn't that good moving forward. Take that note. Keep an eye on these horses when they run back.
Something to keep in mind when these horses, resurface. And now we're ready for the stakes racing. When we come back, aptly named Mr. Money, he is a millionaire. In fact, the highest earning horse in the Oaklawn Mile, last year's Indiana and West Virginia Derby winner, to make his 4-year-old debut in about 22 minutes.
This is David Hayes at Lindsay Park. Business as usual here. But on behalf of racing, we'd like to show our appreciation to all the health workers in Australia and around the world. Right on the forefront of this terrible pandemic, we admire their courage and kindness. We love your work. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's Holly here. I'd just like to say a quick thank you to all our healthcare workers worldwide. They're doing an amazing job and hopefully we can get through this together.
Hola, les habla Lynette de Luis Saez. Quiero darle las gracias a todos los médicos, doctores y enfermeras que han estado combatiendo y ayudando a todos los enfermos con el coronavirus.
Different language, same heartfelt message. David Hayes, Holly Doyle, Luis Saez, your voices are heard and make a difference. And thank you, World Horse Racing, so very appreciated. Gary, of course, we echo their sentiments. It's during the most difficult times, from a natural disaster to a terrorist attack and now a global pandemic. It's at times like these you find out and are reminded who the real heroes are.
Yeah, when World Horse Racing had reached out to me to participate in these short, brief videos, and you really get the feel for how it has affected the whole world and every industry, and the thanks from all of us throughout the world for the first responders, the doctors, nurses, everyone involved. It's muchly appreciated from us here at NYRA and Fox.
No, as trite and cliche as it may sound, when most people are running away from something terrifying, instinctively, naturally, these are the people that are running towards it, the first responders, and we can't thank you enough. There's no easy way to segue back to thoroughbred racing, so we'll just do so clumsily and go back to race number 8 that we just saw, and Proverb coming through, a terrific ride by Joel Rosario here. All that traffic encountered in his last start, but not on this occasion. Tom, you guys were right. It looked like he was reeling a little bit, but then started to find his best stride, build that momentum, and run them all down in the lane.
Yeah, I think this horse, in the last 50 yards of his last race, he didn't look like he was going to hit the board, and he found the same sort of gear, but that was going a mile and a 16th, so he had more room to work with in this stretch. When they run that mile race, they run to what is the 16th pole. So it becomes the 16th of a mile shorter stretch. I didn't know if he'd be able to deal with it, but deal with it he did.
That's a tough beat for Mo Gotcha. Ran really, really well, and All West closing to be third, 9.32 in race number 8 at Oaklawn Park. Up next, America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Second running of the Oaklawn Mile Stakes, and it's a good one featuring multiple Grade 1 winners, 3 millionaires in the field, big talent in America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. So many to choose from. Wanted to see what the early wagering would look like. This shouldn't surprise us. We were joined by Al Stahl. He has Tom's d'Etat number 3. It's 3-1 on the morning line. Odds on 3-5 for Tom's d'Etat coming up in this Oaklawn Mile. Jonathan Kinchin still with us at Vince Young Steakhouse in Austin. Jonathan, we have a scenario here where you're dealing with a lot of big names, then it's rest versus rust with Improbable, Mr. Money, Tom's d'Etat have not raced since last November. How does a handicapper deal with these types of layoffs?
Well, there's a lot of different variables. I'll run through a few of them. The first thing I do is I look at the horse and I say, why is this horse here? Why did the trainer bring him here? All three of these main horses, Improbable, Tom's d'Etat, Mr. Money, no offense to the Oaklawn Mile, but that was not the goal for these horses coming back to run this year. That's not why they're here. That's not why they, all of them probably had an opportunity to go do other things with their lives and their careers and go on to be stallions, and whether it's small stallions or big ones, that's not the point. So now, how do you expect them to run? Now there's obviously the added differences with the calendar changing quite a bit, but the basic level of things that you want to look at is, A, is the trainer good at layoffs? How is the trainer with horses off the layoff? There's a lot of guys that traditionally want to let their horses kind of run themselves into shape. So that's the first thing you want to look at. The second is, how does the horse run off a layoff? Most horses have run off of layoffs in their lives. If they haven't, you can look at their first start of their careers, which is kind of a de facto layoff. For instance, Tom's d'Etat, he's run off a layoff 10 times in his career. He's won 7 of them. He'll be ready to run today. And the other thing you can look at is the work tab. I look for consistent workouts. They're getting a work every week, and I like to see a 3 furlong work in their last work. It means that they're pretty fit, and the trainer isn't panicked about getting them a little bit of extra distance under their belt before they make their first start.
So with that type of approach and that type of work preparing for a horse getting set to come off into bench and to be effective, Tom State Todd, but the start of the late pick 3 is right now, Jonathan. We need your approach for this late sequence. So many horses to choose from, competitive deep races for races 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah, look, I love pick 4s and pick 5s. They're my favorite wager. But here's the truth. I do not have an opinion in Oaklawn's 12th race. I was going to have to hit the Hall button. Instead of doing that, I pared it back, and I'm going to give you a pick 3 here. I'm going to use the 3 big horses here. Tom's D'Etat is the most likely winner because he likes the layoff. But Mr. Money and Improbable, if they run their best races, they'll give Tom's D'Etat all he wants. I'm going to spread a little bit in the 10th race. I'm going to use the 4, 7, and 10. And then in the last race of the pick 3, I'm going to use my best bet, the 12 Farmington Road. Need him to get a little bit closer. Need him to save some ground. If he does that, I think he'll be getting his picture taken.
Farmington Road, the single for Jonathan Kinchen in the Oaklawn Stakes. Yeah, he mentioned the headgear, the blinkers that Todd Pletcher is putting on, and we'll see if Farmington Road is closer to the pace this afternoon, Tom. But getting back to the race coming up here, the Oaklawn Mile and Tom State Todd, preparing a horse off of a layoff, getting him ready for a stakes race. Tom State Todd, again, a question of rest versus rust.
Yeah, so as a trainer, you do some different things, and there are 2 methods of getting fitness into a racehorse. Obviously, the daily workouts, which are basically gallops, they're about a medium speed type of exercise, and that's traditionally what we do about 5 or 6 days a week. And then once a week, we give them a workout, which is a fast move, similar to a race. And if you're coming off a layoff, you'll do it not only with the horse by himself, but you want to challenge that horse against other horses in the barn. You want to work on technique, put him a couple of lengths behind a horse, make him finish up and pass that horse. Even when they get to the wire, make him go on and do a little bit more past the wire. And they're guys, as Jonathan said, that are tried and proven at it, and they're good at it. And then some like to use a race to get them fit. In this case, we're looking at a few horses, I think our 3 favorites that are all coming off a bit of a layoff. That's the 2-horse, Mr. Money, and, of course, Al's horse, Tom's D'Etat, haven't run since November. And then our outside horse, Improbable, hadn't run since November. All 3 of those trainers know what they're doing and know how to get a horse ready. So I think you can rest assured if you put in your money on any one of those trainers, and you don't need to worry about the time off that any of these horses have had.
The handicappers don't seem concerned whatsoever with Tom State Todd at 3-5. As for Improbable at 7-2, back at Oaklawn Park, second in last year's Rebel, second in last year's Arkansas Derby. Can he win from that outside post? Will he behave in the starting gate? So many questions. We'll be right back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Established in 1982, Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is a worldwide leader in equine healthcare, providing a full menu of specialties of services and treatment for all breeds and disciplines of horses, from the family companion to the high-performance athlete. Learn more today about Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital. Visit roodandriddle.com or call 888-773-4838.
To all breeders, owners, and trainers who have supported medication-free stallion, Run Happy. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
In horse racing, it's not only the finish that matters, the start counts too. You're going to want to bet on horses who can break alertly from the gate and who are coming out of the best possible post position. What constitutes the best post position varies by the track, the distance of the race, and the running style of the horse. In general, though, unless the horse has a lot of early speed, you don't want to bet a horse that's breaking from a wide post, like the 11, 12, or 13 post, in a sprint race being a shorter race, like 6 furlongs. The reason is, unless they can clear the field, they're going to be caught out wide and covering a lot more ground around the turns.
A major theme for this Oaklawn Mile: trip handicapping, post positions, race shape, great stuff. And for the handicapper, experienced or otherwise, AmericasBestRacing.net. As for the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, updated odds for the Oaklawn Mile. 4 to 5, Tom's d'Etat, way down to the bottom, Improbable. Benefits from a few scratches, will now break from post position number 11. Gary, it's really a two-part problem with Improbable. A, there's his behavior in the starting gate, and then having to try and win and work out a trip from that far outside post position for Drayden Van Dyke.
Yeah, if he doesn't get away good today, then he's not going to have a good chance of winning this race from that extreme post position. He's going to have to go too wide around that first turn, and I don't think he's good enough against a horse like Tom d'Etat to lose that much ground. But you know, every time this horse has come off of a layoff, and that's what he's had, he's been rested. Don't forget, he stood in the starting gate for a long time for the Kentucky Derby, having drawn the 5-hole in a 19-horse field. He only got beat 5 lengths that day. He came back. I think it rattled his brain a little bit, but he's fresh. I think Bob Baffert has probably schooled the heck out of him in the mornings, and I look for him to break sharp and give him all he's got.
I hope so, because we go back to the Pennsylvania Derby. Improbable, the favorite, post position number 2, turns his head just before the start and gets left. You know, that's like, a quarterback throwing a pick 6 on the opening drive. Meanwhile, Gary, a very headstrong Mr. Money makes the lead that day almost reluctantly, and look at how far back Improbable is.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I say. If Improbable does that, he causes his own problems. He's done that before. He started doing that last year at the in the Rebel Stakes. He threw his head, and he's done it before. So Mo Money, if he gets this kind of trip today, he's going to be tough to beat, but he's not going to get this easy lead out there like he had that day.
Mo Money ambushed late by Math Wizard. Improbable ran very well, all things considered. They would go on to run 5th and 7th in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, respectively. As for Improbable, so he's been continuing to work for his comeback here, and that's, again, something to watch in the starting gate. He was actually very quiet that day, and then another horse started to act up. He reacted to that. They broke the gates, he turned his head, and that was that. But now Improbable's 4 and getting ready for his 4-year-old debut. His most recent work, a serious practice, we'll call it, right? Brought to us by our friends at XP TV, a 5/8 of a mile in 101 here at Santa Anita.
Yeah, and all of Bob Baffert's exercise riders wear walkie-talkies, and he's in conversation with them throughout the workouts. And you can see he's got a stranglehold on Improbable, not letting him do near what he's capable of doing. Why is that? Because he's jumping on an airplane to fly back to where he's at right now. This workout here is at Santa Anita. He's got to take that flight back there. He looks fresh. He looks happy. And they didn't let him do a whole lot, and he goes in 101. That's still a decent work on the day.
Any significant differences you've noticed Improbable at 3 and what we're going to see from Improbable at 4 as they continue to physically grow and mature and progress?
Well, I would think he's going to be a lot more mature as time goes on. That's just what happens. And they either go one direction or the other, and this tells me that he must be going the right direction right now for Bob to be able to put him on an airplane, and he looks great there in the paddock, very relaxed.
Improbable for trainer Bob Baffert, and just look at the damage Bob Baffert has done at Oaklawn over the last 5 years, winning at a 28% clip. Remember, winning at baseball is hard, and breeding in horse racing is hard. Baseball, like a 200 hitter, doesn't play, right? In horse racing, you lose 4 out of 5, and that's Hall of Fame material. So for Bob Baffert at Oaklawn, those numbers are off the charts. Just like the colt he sent to Oaklawn 5 years ago today. "5 years to the day, American Pharoah's Arkansas Derby here at Oaklawn Park, and we all know what he eventually did, becoming the first Triple Crown winner in 36 years for trainer Bob Baffert. 5 years to the day. Not saying there's any American Pharoahs in here, but we do have some very good 3-year-olds a little bit later on. But first things first, this Oaklawn Mile, starting with number 1 in Slick Silver, drawn inside, who is 38-1. What a claim by Brittany Vandenberg. He has rattled off 6 straight races, Slick Silver, after being claimed off Steve Asmussen by Brittany Vandenberg.
Yeah, I mean, don't say it's impossible for Slick Silver, but it's a tough task. A lot of speed in this race, and he's one of them that carries speed. But he's going to be up against it, Lafitte, today. There's so many horses in here.
It's a big, but still a great job by Vandenberg. Only has a couple of horses, claiming a horse off of Steve Asmussen, and the work that she has done with Slick Silver. You'll see him in the post parade. Those 5 straight victories here. 39-1 currently, Slick Silver. There he is.
And Chris Amy climbing aboard today. He's won on him in the past. Matter of fact, he's won his last 5 times that he sat on his back.
Mr. Money, serious threat.
Gabe Saez for Bill Prep Calhoun, excuse me, got 7th last time out. That was in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Tom's d'Etat somehow getting better with age 4 to 5 now.
Yeah, and if he gets better with age, he's already one of the top handicap horses in the country. But if he improves, it's scary.
Pioneer Spirit, another 7-year-old, but more blue collar.
Yeah, he runs every time he's led over there. I mean, he started 31 times, 12 wins, $816,000 in earnings.
Steve Asmussen's Bold Door, first of 3 for trainer Steve Asmussen.
He's going sprint to route. It's been a long time since he ran a mile. That was in the Smarty Jones at Oaklawn Park last year, where he was 3rd, beating a half a length.
Snapper Sinclair, like Tom's d'Etat, Mr. Money, a millionaire.
A millionaire. He's had 7 starts at Oaklawn Park, 1 win, 3 seconds, 1/3, $266,000 of his $1 million earned.
There's Bank It. Ricardo Santana looking for a 4th on the afternoon.
Looking for the 4th for Steve Asmussen. He was 7th in the Essex Stakes last time out. He's going to have to really step it up today to win it.
Track now listed as wet fast as the rain continues to fall. Long Range Toddy beat Improbable in the first division last year's Rebel Stakes. And then Lord Guinness, the California Invader.
Yeah, he's in from California for Tim Yakteen. First horse that Tim has started at the meet. He was 2nd last time out and an optional claimer at Golden Gate. Big step up in class.
Fight on, USC fans. Another California shipper.
Big long shot here. He's been overseas at Maidan in the UAE all winter long. Doug O'Neill, the trainer, he's going to have to step it up too.
And Improbable Drayden Van Dyke in from California to ride.
Well, the big question is, can he get over from that 11 post position with the scratches in there? That helps things out a little bit, but he's got to behave in the starting gate.
Improbable, who was 2nd in last year's Arkansas Derby. Now we look back at the 2015 Arkansas Derby and eventual Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah.
There's a new leader at the top of the stretch. It's American Pharoah, putting away Bridget's Big Lovey. Mr. Z moves into 2nd. On the outside, Win the Space and the Truth or Else. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and American Pharoah is putting on a show. He has not been asked the question, but everyone knows the answer. He is indeed the ruler. American Pharoah, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance as he dominates the Arkansas Derby.
Mesmerizing, breathtaking, it all works, Frank Miramati, and that was just the beginning for American Pharoah. 3 weeks later, he would capture the Kentucky Derby, eventually becoming the first Triple Crown winner in 36 years. 5 years ago today, American Pharoah's stroll in the Arkansas Derby.
You know, I got within a half a length of beating him in the Kentucky Derby, and I don't think he ran his race that day, to be honest with you.
Firing line.
Firing
That's
line.
right.
He ran the race of his life that day, and I got to run 2nd to a Triple Crown winner. That's all I can say.
See? Firing line. Yeah, he ran his A race, but ran into a buzzsaw on that afternoon. Tom Amos, but back then at Oaklawn Park, it wasn't as complicated to ship horses to Oaklawn Park. Added protocol during this coronavirus pandemic. What are trainers, what are they having to do? How does this all work, shipping horses to Oaklawn Park now?
Well, it works differently for everybody. So the most recent protocols say that if you have stalls at Oaklawn, and there are many trainers, Asmussen, Stahl, others that keep a portion of their stable there. If you have stalls there at Oaklawn, you can ship freely in and out of Oaklawn with the horses. As far as people go, no people can come to Oaklawn from Louisiana without quarantine for 2 weeks, and the same is true out of New York. So oftentimes you can't send your help. So that can be a problem if you're sending a horse over that has a designated groom, and all these really good horses do indeed have their own designated groom, and you have to take that into account. Do you ship a little early? Do you allow your horse to get used to the environment there, used to the new people working with them, used to the new gallop boy? All those things can matter. But when you talk about Baffert or Stahl, for that matter, these guys, they've shipped all over the country, so they know the game, and they can adapt very easily. I don't think that's going to be an issue. The other thing I want to bring up is something you touched on, which is that the track is now listed as wet fast. To the audience, if you look at the racetrack now, it looks like a paved highway. And here's what happens. Once the rain starts, the track will get the tractors out, and they have big floaters behind them that are weighted down, and they'll pack down the dirt as hard as they can so that the rain tends to run off the dirt rather than seeping into the dirt. Particularly when it first happens, which it right now is when we first got the rain, the track will actually be faster than a fast track. So look for this track to be very fast. Look for it to be conductive to speed. That can make a difference for a couple of these horses in a good way, like Mr. Money, the two horses on the inside, and it could hurt a couple of horses if they can't get that trip where they have to make up a lot of ground. That could be a problem for them.
Yeah, we had Al Stahl, Tom's d'Etat's trainer, on earlier today, and we looked at that Fayette that Tom's d'Etat won on a sloppy racetrack. So regardless of the condition of the track, it looks like Tom's d'Etat is going to be just fine. If this was a prize fight, we'd go to the tail of the tape, right? So why not in a horse race, Tom's d'Etat v. Mr. Money? We know Mr. Money has youth on his side. Tom's d'Etat, surprisingly, not that much more experience. Tom's d'Etat has won more races, but Mr. Money has actually banked more money. Very close in the tail of the tape. We'll see how close it is on the racetrack, Gary. Mr. Money making his 4-year-old debut. What is it going to take for him to upset Tom's d'Etat, Improbable and company?
Well, he has to improve as a 4-year-old. You heard Al talk about Tom's d'Etat, that he could be better as an 8-year-old than what he was, or a 7-year-old than what he was last year. And if that's the case, that's scary, because he was one of the top handicapped horses in the United States last year. I hope he's better, because I'm looking forward to watching him run all summer if we get back to running on a normal schedule.
Excited to see what Mr. Money does today. Fresh, even more downtime than Tom's d'Etat, and just looked like a tired racehorse by the end of the year, Jonathan. Then we have Improbable. We have reached the starting gate. We'll be keeping close eyes on him.
Yeah, this is what matters for him. He's got to get in that gate. He's going to get the load last, and if he does, I think he's dangerous. We've had a couple horses recently that came back as 4-year-olds and were completely different animals. They were freaky animals. Gunrunner and Frosted. I'm hoping that we can see the same thing with Improbable. It's going to start with the gate for him.
And you mentioned earlier today, Gary, that while the outside 11 post isn't ideal for Improbable and Drayden Van Dyke, that the less time spent in the starting gate could prove to be a real advantage.
Yeah, and his horse, he kind of touts himself when he's going to act up in the post parade, and he was kind of hot before they turned around, but he's behaving himself right now as he goes in the gate. He's already in. Let's see what he does.
Tom's d'Etat odds on post time for the Oaklawn Mile. Live from Oaklawn, here's Vic Stauffer.
Improbable, restless in the gate. Drayden Van Dyke off of Improbable. Snapper Sinclair is in. They're at the post. They're off. Good start. Pioneer Spirit and Tom's d'Etat, Boulder and Snapper Sinclair, Long Range Toddy. Improbable will be at least 5 wide on the clubhouse turn. Then comes now Tom's d'Etat, who drops back, joined by Mr. Money and Bankit. Then comes Lord Guinness and Fight On, followed by Long Range Toddy, and the trailer to the backstretch is Slick Silver. It is Pioneer Spirit from Boulder to the backside. Pioneer Spirit leads by a neck. Boulder is second, the same margin to Snapper Sinclair. Improbable in the 4-path all the way around the clubhouse turn. Lord Guinness and Mr. Money are 2 from from the front. They are 3.5 in front of Tom's d'Etat, who is about 7 lengths behind, but now beginning to move inside of Long Range Toddy. 2 lengths further back to Lord Guinness and Fight On. At the back of the pack, it is Slick Silver. They run into the far turn. Finish line is the 16th pole, Pioneer Spirit. Improbable 4 wide. Between horses, Boulder. Snapper Sinclair, very much a part of this battle. These 4 across the track. Mr. Money, 2.5 to Lord Guinness. Tom's d'Etat has got to go and go right now. He is 6 from the lead. 3 back to Long Range Toddy, top of the stretch. Improbable takes the lead. Now Tom's d'Etat is kicking into gear. He's about to move into second. He's 3 lengths behind Improbable, but he has got forward momentum with giant strides. Improbable. Tom's d'Etat in the center trying to gun him down. Improbable reaches. Tom's d'Etat runs right by and wins. The second Oaklawn Mile goes to Tom's d'Etat over Improbable, Bankit, and Pioneer Spirit.
What a classy racehorse. Tom's d'Etat in his 7-year-old debut with Improbable, who got first run. Tom's d'Etat on the outside, lengthens his stride and runs down Improbable. What a horse race in the Oaklawn Mile.
Yeah, Tom's d'Etat, he was shuffled back in the first turn. Didn't look like he was real comfortable down there on the inside, and they were rolling up front. Somehow, Joel Rosario was able to extricate his position down on the inside to the outside, going into the far turn. Once he got him in the clear, he was off and running. And Improbable, Drayton Van Dyke does the best job he can getting over. Instead of being 5 wide, he winds up being 4 wide. He sent him hard away from there, winds up getting a decent trip from that 11 post position out there, and he ran a game race, just not good enough today.
And things, yeah, a little bit tight there on Tom's d'Etat, perhaps further back than expected. There he is, Tom's d'Etat on the outside, Improbable. Tom turning for home, and at about the 8th pole, I thought Improbable was gone, and Tom's d'Etat was having none of it.
Yeah, neither of these horses had good trips. Improbable broke well from the gate and broke just good enough to be hung out wide in the first turn and lost a lot of ground. And then as for Tom's d'Etat, he was going nowhere down on the rail, and Joel had to get him off that rail and get him outside, and then he started kicking home. But very, very impressive performances by both of these horses today. The win, of course, goes to Tom's d'Etat.
Third win on the afternoon, Tom, for Joel Rosario, and Improbable acting up in the starting gate. Jonathan, we saw more of those antics, and it's hard to say how much it really cost him, but it certainly didn't help, even though he ran an excellent, excellent race and got beat by a really good racehorse.
The trip with Improbable down to the inside, he might have been, he might have got the job done in this race, but I agree with what Tom said. Tom's d'Etat did have a bad trip too, and I think that if Improbable could have had a better trip, he would have beat Tom's d'Etat today. They both ran well. They both ran well enough to win, and they both are going to have big years, I think. We just got to get Improbable. Someone's got to get Improbable to figure out how to save that little bit of energy that he's wasting in the gate.
But still something to build on here, Gary, for Improbable moving forward. He got beat by Tom's d'Etat, but look at how far clear he is of everybody else. Acts up in the starting gate, wide on the first turn, and still runs that race and gets beat by one of the best older thoroughbreds in North America.
I'm sure Bob Baffert's trying to figure out maybe that's just him, his temperament. It's not just wasting energy in the starting gate. He's wasting energy in the post parade as well. It's pin-up energy. You saw him in the paddock. He was quiet in there, but once he steps foot on the racetrack, everything changes. I was talking to Drayton last night when he was stuck in Dallas, making a transfer of planes, and he felt like with the not being a crowd at Oaklawn Park, fanless a day at the races, that it might help him. And he was good in the paddock, but he starts getting wound up once he steps foot on that track.
On what was supposed to be Arkansas Derby Day. Arkansas Derby Day now in 3 weeks, first Saturday in May. All quiet at Oaklawn Park. Racing continues. An incredible performance there by Tom's d'Etat. Al Stahl has to be so thrilled watching from his home in Louisville as Tom's d'Etat makes his 7-year-old debut. A winning one, Improbable, big effort, run down late. Good effort from Bankit as well. 3:14.8. Mr. Money finishing off the board in his 4-year-old debut. Tom's d'Etat In the Oaklawn Mile, one stakes race down, one to go. The Oaklawn Stakes in about an hour, where the top 3 finishers will earn an automatic berth into the Arkansas Derby. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the show. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Run Happy, 2015 Breeders' Cup Sprint champion sprinter, race medication free, standing at Claiborne Farm. Well, it's been one of the biggest questions throughout this coronavirus pandemic, just regarding horse racing and how racing has continued during the coronavirus pandemic. One of the biggest reasons is the horses. See, whether or not they're racing, they still need to be taken care of, which makes the backstretch workers at every racetrack in North America vital and that much more important to take care of the horses moving forward. And for the backstretch workers, this is what we're seeing. And specifically in New York, people gathering together, organizations coming together to do everything they possibly can to make sure that the people taking care of their horses stay healthy and safe themselves.
Due to the coronavirus-related cancellation of racing and the current environment, the individuals and families we serve are now in crisis and are all in immediate need of food and various germ-fighting supplies. We anticipate this need will continue for at least several weeks, if not months.
While everybody on the chaplain staff is working remotely, everybody on the staff is available to service the members of our backstretch community.
Just so you know what's at stake, we have over 500 workers who live on the backstretch at Belmont and another 300 in the local community who come to take care of over 1,300 horses currently there.
Today, thanks to the generosity of our friends at Blue Devil Racing Stables, we're happy to announce
a dollar for dollar grant opportunity. So every dollar donated from today until the first week of June towards the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy Food Pantry will be matched up until $25,000. Thank you to our friends at Blue Devil Racing Stables. If you have food donations and you want to contact us, please do it at info@rtcany.org, or you can text us or call us at 516-428-5267.
For financial support, you can visit us at rtcany.org and click on the donation button.
On behalf of the New York Backstretch family, I want to thank you for your support.
God said, love your neighbor as yourself. And the New York Backstretch thanks you for your support.
You can see it on the faces of the backstretch workers. They love their work, they love their horses, and the support of the New York Chaplaincy is so very appreciated. Again, if you want to get involved, you can do so at www.rtcany.org to donate. Sadly, the New York Backstretch family suffered a devastating loss this past week. Martin Zapata, 63 years old, a hot walker, passed away on Tuesday after a 2-week battle with coronavirus. He worked the last 2 years for trainer Tom Morley. Said Morley, New York racing has lost one of its own, and Panama, one of its brightest sons. Added Morley's wife, Maggie, he was the first person to greet you in the barn, always bright and shining.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Kentucky Derby hopefuls Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Rimson Stakes, and rising star Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 2 Rebel Stakes. Plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscond. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy. That's his home, stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, previously occupied by, I don't know, Bold Ruler, Secretariat. Maybe you heard of him. It's like a rookie Boston Celtic being assigned Bill Russell and Larry Bird's locker. Legendary. Run Happy, who was a rock star on the racetrack. Never lost a sprint race, champion sprinter at the age of 3, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. The accolades go on and on. Always race medication-free and now standing at Claiborne Farm. We look forward to seeing his offspring on the racetrack before long. Top of the show, we touched on this dynamic jockey-trainer duo. Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen. Santana riding 10 horses today for Asmussen. Unheard of. So far, 3 victories, and they're not done yet. Santana, Asmussen teaming up in the next 3 races as well. Urbanite, Shoplifted, and Limonite, Gary. How much confidence does that give a jockey for a powerhouse stable like that, a trainer like Steve Asmussen having that much confidence in one particular rider.
Oh, it makes a load of difference when you're riding for a guy like that and you start the day off like they've started it off with a couple of winners already, 3 in a row, and looking for the fourth and the best yet to come. You just build off of that momentum of starting the day, ride with more confidence. And listen, Steve's got a lot of confidence in Ricardo as well. He's a very instinctive rider. We talked about that with Joel Rosario, but he knows how Steve wants him placed, and Steve knows how he's going to ride. He just trusts him with the horses, doesn't give him a whole lot of instructions prior to the race, just hands him the ball and tells him to run with it.
Yeah, at the top of the show, we touched on the fact Ricardo Santana has been handed a 10-day suspension. It'll be the last 10 days of the meet. It was for a riding infraction last Sunday in the 7th race at Oaklawn Park, but he will be able to ride in designated races like the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Speaking of which, upcoming stakes schedule here at Oaklawn Park, where the schedule has changed a little bit. Some of the races in the Racing Festival of the South have been spread out. Next Saturday, it's a big one. Grade 1 Apple Blossom, one of the marquee events in North America for fillies and mares, and the Count Fleet, the premier race for sprinters at Oaklawn Park. And you hear the phrase Count Fleet, one name comes to mind, Gary, Whitmore. Whitmore seeking a 3rd Count Fleet victory. In his last 4 years, he has this habit of hoarding stakes wins at Oaklawn Park. This is his 4th straight win in the Hot Spring Stakes last month.
Yeah, and he was impressive. And this is the second time that Joe Talamo was aboard him. I think he learned a lot about it. He was coming off of Vallejof in his previous race, and he was sharper in this race. Joe knew him, very aggressive ride, and he responded to it.
What a career. Whitmore, 13-time winner, and he has banked more than $2.9 million. Right now, his Count Fleet competition looks like this. Mr. Jägermeister, he's a tough one. He had to run him down in the Hot Springs. Did Whitmore and Hidden Scroll, hot horse on last year's Kentucky Derby Trail, back sprinting with a vengeance, Jonathan. We love sprint races because you're talking about the fastest horses in training going as hard as they can right from the opening bell. And a similar matchup like we just saw in the Oaklawn Mile, where you had Tom's d'Etat and the newly turned 4-year-old and Improbable. Similar here in the Count Fleet with Whitmore and Hidden Scroll.
Yeah, Hidden Scroll got everyone's attention on the Pegasus undercard when City of Light won the Pegasus World Cup. He ran off the screen in a maiden race for Bill Mott. Everyone kind of fell in love with him as a Derby prospect, and he just couldn't seem to figure it out the remainder of the year. He had a tough start to this year where he was scratched at the gate, but the real Hidden Scroll showed up last time. He ran fast. And if this racetrack resembles, on Saturday, resembles what it looks like today, and it's sloppy, he obviously likes that. He'll love that. I think Hidden Scroll is a very, very talented horse. And Whitmore, although he's got the credentials as an older horse, he better bring his running shoes.
Yeah, Jonathan, horses don't watch film. They're not going to get intimidated by the bigger, faster kids getting off the bus. But if they could, and Whitmore saw that, I don't know, it might bother him. He was that good, Hidden Scroll, Gary. How impressed were you by what you saw from Hidden Scroll?
The amazing part is when we talked to Al Stahl earlier, he was talking about Tom's d'Etat and how fast he looks when, or slow he looks like he's going when he has a workout. And that's what this horse looked like here, like he was in slow motion, totally different type of stride than what Whitmore has. Whitmore, more quarter horsey, short stride, but a quick stride. This is a big, lengthy striding horse, and he is fast.
That's a heavyweight matchup. That is going to be awesome in the Count Fleet next Saturday. We'll have that for you on America's Day at the Races, along with the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, the most prestigious race for fillies and mares at Oaklawn Park. Probables look like this. Grade 1 winner come dancing. First start for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. Go Google yourself, buy a COA winner. Last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Serengeti Empress, trained by someone on the show. Serengeti Empress, she is proven at Oaklawn Park. This was last month in the Azeri, Gary. Serengeti Empress putting on a show in the slot.
She was strutting her stuff, and Tom's got her figured out. He's got her at her best right now, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how she performs in her next race here in the Apple Blossom.
Tom Amen still with us. You saw a riderless horse there. That was Emma. She left, leaving the starting gate. Jockey's fine, horse is fine. Your heart must have been in your throat, though, when Emma started creeping towards Serengeti Empress on the backstretch.
Yeah, look, Serengeti Empress wins her races by going to the front and burying the field. Emma, who, by the way, came back to win after she lost the rider that particular day. Has no rider on her back. She's not carrying any weight, so she is able to challenge Serengeti Empress. And I think Serengeti Empress is one of the smartest horses I've ever trained, but she certainly doesn't realize that Emma doesn't have a rider on her back. So she's taking that challenge, and that means she's having to exert energy to stay in front of her a lot earlier in the race than I would have wanted to do. And as it ended up, it didn't cost us. Serengeti ran great that day. As far as the race coming up next week, the thing about the Apple Blossom is it's a handicap race. So most races, the weight you carry on your back, which is the weight of the rider and the saddle put together, are put on by what the horse has accomplished and their what we call allowance conditions. Have you won recently? Have you done this or that? But a handicap, which is becoming a race that is kind of fading out of style, is when the racing office, which is usually the racing secretary and the stakes coordinator, get together and they try to weight how much to put on each horse so that it's a little bit equally matched. And Serengeti Empress, the weights came out this afternoon. She is the high weight in there. She'll carry 122 pounds in the race, so that's the weight of her rider, who will be Joe Talamo, along with his saddle. And the other horse will get a little less than her. So the idea is, can we bring them a little closer together in competition by giving Serengeti Empress that extra weight? We'll see how it goes. You mentioned Come Dancing. That's a horse that does her best racing going one turn. She's fast. She has a real chance to take on Serengeti Empress early and hurt Serengeti Empress because, as you know, Serengeti Empress likes to go to the lead, clear, and then just coast on home at the end.
Looking for a second win in the prestigious Apple Blossom, heritage of gold 20 years ago. Tom Amoss now trying with Serengeti Empress in the Apple Blossom next Saturday. Have it for you here on America's Day at the Races. Horses are on the track for race number 10, and more 3-year-olds. Another good maiden race, mile and a 16th. Post parade here. We're going to start with a long shot in Prejudice Bay, who's at, wow, 9-1, opened up at 20-1. Prejudice Bay, Drayden Van Dyke aboard after finishing second in the Oaklawn Mile with improbable moments ago. Again, you're looking at the field, the updated odds, wide open, Hunt the front, deep closer, 3-1 tepid favorite. Here's Prejudice Bay and Drayden Van Dyke.
Yeah, if you go back to her first race in November of last year at Churchill Downs, she's worth betting on. This will be her first run on a wet racetrack, and like you said, it's got Drayden Van Dyke aboard.
The Falcon, the maiden who ran in the Fountain of Youth, long shot 39-1. Overshadow is out. What a Country is here, second in his debut.
Yeah, ran a huge race first time out. I like this horse quite a bit today. Winner of that race, Blackberry Wine. Ran off the screen, win by 13, but he had a race of his own, too.
Instigated, veteran of the crew, making his 9th career start. Number 6, Hugo. By a Travers winner in Stay Thirsty, currently 15-1, Gary. Then Oxide, a contender, tough, quick colt.
Yeah, he battled tough the whole way last time. Unlucky loser. He was beaten 3/4 of a length that day. 3-horse photo.
Urbanite, here they are again. Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and this horse didn't show a whole lot when he ran last time out at Fairgrounds. Ran on the turf, back to the dirt today.
Eddie Forever for a start for leading trainer Robertino Diodoro.
Had 6th last time. Ran a great race 2 back. If he can repeat that, coming out of the Bob Baffert barn, switch to Robertino Diodoro.
Strong contention towards the outside. Dean Martini, Joe Talamo at 3-1. Scratch number 11, Wartime Hero Hunt the front. Wait till you see his last race.
Yeah, second in his last 2. And Joel Rosario looking for another win on the card today.
And on the outside, Seize the Day. Rexy draws in off the also eligible list.
For Doug O'Neill, Ramon Velasquez, 4 starts, 3 seconds, all in California.
Make the Salute Tank Clan that was there scratched at 13. Yes, Seize the Day. Rexy, you just saw 25-1. And he also saw Joe Talamo in the saddle as we check the jock standings. Talamo in a dogfight. These are updated. You have 4 jockeys within a few races of one another. Remember, Ricardo Santana will miss the final 10 days of the meet due to suspension, so it's going to come down to Talamo, defending champ David Cohen, and Martin Garcia, Gary.
Yeah, and Ricardo, he's up against it, missing all but the stake races, because you can figure Joe's going to win at least 1 a day from here on out. Martin Garcia, he's having a great meet as well, making a run at it at Joe Talamo.
Yeah, with Ricardo Santana, again, he will be able to ride in those designated races, but will not compete in the final 10 days of the meet. There's Joe Talamo and Dean Martini. Great name. It does bother me, Gary. He was a 7-2 morning line favorite, and now he's still 7-2. I guess it bothers me that he's a maiden, in the money in 5 of 6, but yet to win a race. You wonder if he possesses that knockout punch, or if he's developed it yet.
Well, I don't know. He hasn't shown that killer instinct yet. Last time you can make a little bit of an excuse for him. He was wide on both turns and ran on to be second. But anytime, look, he's still lightly raced, 6 races, and he's hit the board in 5 of those, so he's consistent. He's got some run in him. It's just getting over the top to get that maiden breaker.
$200,000 purchase. Dean Martini and Joe Talamo, 7-2. About 2 minutes to go here. Hunt the Front, who is the 5-2 favorite. We check in with Jonathan. It seems like it's we've seen a lot of these types of races today, right? Wide open, a lot of promising young horses, wide open 3-year-old event in this 10th race.
Absolutely, and the racetrack obviously comes into play now with a little bit of moisture in the racetrack, listed as sloppy on the board. I almost had to kind of wipe my eyes a little bit to figure out why the 12 Hunt the Front was favored in this spot. Nick Zito's 1 for 30 at the meet. And then not to mention, this horse doesn't break. It's just broken slow in all 4 of his starts. It's drawn way to the outside. There's no scenario in which that's going to be a good situation. Break slow, you'd probably break to the outside, to that gap. Horses usually break where there's no other horse, so break to the outside, lose a little bit there, and then probably have to tuck in, take back, and then circle the field to try to win. I didn't get this horse at all. I agree with Gary. I thought the 4, What a Country, made a lot of sense in here with the common opponent of Blackberry Wine. It shows up for Gary Hartledge, who's a 7% first-time trainer. And this horse ran really good on debut, so you have to expect that the horse is going to improve off of that effort. Blackberry Wine came back earlier in the card today and ran one of the best races we saw all day against Shoot or Shoot. So obviously that race was a good one. And also, that race took place on a sloppy racetrack, so you know that What a Country likes the racetrack there. That's where I'd land at 9-2 on the 4 horse.
A track downgraded from wet, fast to sloppy. Tom, you're in the What a Country camp as well?
Yeah, you stole my thunder there, Jonathan, but I am with What a Country. So for all the reasons Jonathan said, including that was this horse's first start and should improve off that first start, we see great improvement from horses who make their debut and then make their second start, as well as the fact that he was well clear the third-place finisher in that race, and he wasn't really asked for his best at the end of the race because he wasn't going to catch the winner, Blackberry Wine, who was way, way in front. So I am a fan of What a Country. I did notice that the 10-horse Dean Martini was warming up without the pony and warming up pretty aggressively. That's usually a sign that the rider is looking to go out the gate. So watch for the 10 to set the pace, and let's see what happens.
Dean Martini, so we'll see how aggressive Talamo is, and watch Hunt the Front. Deep, deep, deep closer. Zenyatta-like, Silky Sullivan-like. We'll see how it all unfolds. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race number 10, live from Oaklawn Park.
Hugo is ready. Oxide last to load. They're at the post. They're off. Oxide broke well, so did Instigated. Way in the center is Seize the Day Rexy. At the rail goes Prodigious Bay, and look at Prodigious Bay. Look to the front and open up from Forever Eddie and Instigated. Then comes Dean Martini, followed by Oxide, who's midfield. Hugo is next. Then comes Seize the Day Rexy and the Falcon. What a Country. And at the back of the pack are both Hunt the Front and Urbanite. To the backstretch with Prodigious Bay, doing it smartly. Prodigious Bay leads by 2 from Forever Eddie in Eddie Forever in second. Then it's a length to Instigated third. To the outside, Dean Martini is fourth. Hugo, Oxide, the Falcon, and at the rail, What a Country are all about 5 from the front. Then it's a length further back to Seize the Day Rexy. Hunt the Front has about 12 lengths to make up, but he is moving forward now for Rosario. And the trailer is Urbanite, and the leader is still Prodigious Bay. Prodigious Bay goes into the far turn. He leads by a length now from Eddie Forever in second. Dean Martini is third. 2.5 lengths to Instigated. What a Country has taken fifth, but Prodigious Bay looks strong on the front end. 3 lengths further back to the Falcon. Hunt the Front is moving up now, but he's got some work to do. Top of the stretch, Prodigious Bay from a hard-ridden Dean Martini, and Prodigious Bay settles into the lane with a 3-length lead, and he is running a very big race. Prodigious Bay, 3.5 now in front. Dean Martini, Hunt the Front, has moved into third, but Prodigious Bay comes inside the final 16th, and he has just run a massive race today. Prodigious Bay and Drayden Van Dyke go all the way around on top to win. Prodigious Bay won by 4. Hunt the Front was second. Dean Martini third. And What a Country finished fourth.
Right on cue, Whitmore's trainer, Juan Moquet with Prodigious Bay. You picked up on this early, Gary. As soon as they straightened out onto the backstretch, you said this horse is loaded and going to run a huge race.
Yeah, I saw Drayden Van Dyke take a peek back right when he turned into the backside, and Prodigious Bay had his ears straight forward, telling me very relaxed, kind of, you saw him spooking right there at the tractor marks as he crossed the gate. When you get a young horse inexperienced on the lead like that, going long, and they're looking at little things, it's almost like they're rating themselves. You're not having to do a whole lot as a jockey. And I think when Drayden looked back, he was like, are they really letting me do this right now? And you saw him give him a couple taps coming off the bend there, and it was all over with in a heartbeat.
Steals this one, does Prodigious Bay. 20-1 on the morning line, around 9-1 post time. Tom, you're always talking about the ears. The ears. We look for the ears for the horses to communicate to us how happy they are, how comfortable they are.
Yeah, and Prodigious Bay was very comfortable on the front end. Track sealed. We talked about how it could play to speed. Prodigious Bay and the rider, Van Dyke, took big advantage of that. Take note, this horse is owned by the Sellas, who own Oaklawn Park. For one, Oaklawn Park has done so much for the horsemen and for the community. Congratulations to them.
For the Sellas, they were there last year when racing had been suspended at Santa Anita. There wasn't a San Felipe Stakes. Horses were looking to train to start their horses in Derby prep races, were the trainers, and they wound up taking the Rebel Stakes, splitting it, giving an opportunity for trainers to send their horses to Oaklawn Park, earn points towards the Kentucky Derby. And for the Sellas here, a victory. Prodigious Bay breaks through in his third career start. It's a nice colt.
Yeah, and when you get one that loves the slop like we just saw there, it's fun to watch, and it's fun to be on their back as a jockey. Mark him down. He was impressive today.
1-12-10-4 in race number 10, Oaklawn Park. When we return, stakes racing continues with the Oaklawn Stakes. 3-year-olds Basin, Grade 1 winner, one of the headliners going into the Oaklawn Stakes. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, Amy here from Yagi Racing over in Australia. To all our wonderful health workers, our doctors, our nurses that are keeping us safe through these crazy times, from my family, thank you so much. Your work is very well appreciated. To everyone that's socially distancing at the moment, I know it's hard. I know your kids are driving you crazy, but keep it up, it won't be forever. Stay safe everyone.
This is Ned Toffee with Spendthrift Farm, and on behalf of all of us here at Spendthrift, I want to thank all of the medical professionals out there on the front lines of this global pandemic. Your efforts are truly heroic, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Hi everyone, it's Frankie. I'd like to send a message to the NHS for a wonderful job you're doing in the West Suffolk Hospital. I've been involved there with the I Wish Foundation, so keep up the good work. I know it's very terrible times, and just keep in there and carry on the good work. Take care. I'll come to see you whenever we're virus-free. Ciao.
Our thanks to World Horse Racing and that message globally from some of the biggest names in thoroughbred racing, and our thanks and appreciation for first responders. And again, Gary, this is times like this we find out who the real heroes are.
Absolutely, and they've been there for us from the word go. They're going to continue to be there for us, and hopefully things are going to level out here soon and we can get back to life as we're used to it.
Echoing those sentiments during this pandemic, and whether it's a natural disaster, a terrorist attack, everybody else running from something terrifying, these are the people that run towards it for our safety and our gratitude. Thank you very much. As the racing does continue at Oaklawn Park, we just saw race number 10, and Prejudice Bay loose on the lead with Drayden Van Dyke, and he's gone. No catching him as he breaks through his first career win and his third career start.
Yeah, and you might wonder, is it the racetrack surface or is he just a runner? Well, the money that was coming in on him at 20-1 on the morning line, he went off
8-1.
Paid. Yeah, he's 8-1. I would say somebody knew something. Drayden Van Dyke, his agent, Brad Pegram, pretty sharp guy. When somebody asked, one of these agents, when I was flying cross country, they were very careful about what they put us on and had to know that they were runners. So he must have got the right story. And congratulations to Drayden and the Sella family.
Maryland bred, yeah, the Sella family, as Tom mentioned, the owners of Oaklawn Park, was something to celebrate on this, what would have been Arkansas Derby Day. Instead, we are prepping for the Arkansas Derby with the Oaklawn Stakes. These are 3-year-olds. The purse is $200,000, but that's really not what's important. It's about what's ahead and the top 3 finishers advancing to the Arkansas Derby. And for their trouble, they get to mix it up with the likes of Nadal and Charlatan. For Bob Baffert, Arkansas Derby bound Charlatan, Gary, that while he's not stakes tested, many feel this could be the most gifted, most talented 3-year-old in North America.
Yeah, he's equipped with rockets, and I don't think he's hit the boosters yet. Here he is winning his last start. It's an allowance race. He needs points to get into the Kentucky Derby. He can earn them in the Arkansas Derby, and big points they are. He's freaky good. We haven't seen the best of him, but he's going to have some new things thrown at him. He's never had to fly across country before. This will only be his 3rd race, and it's against stakes horses, not allowance horses, but he's being prepared for all angles right now. That's him down on the inside with another Baffert horse. Get joined up with some unexpected company, but they've got him throttled down right now, and he listens to the rider on his back. I mean, he's push button. Drayden's been able to sit with him and then just sprint away from the field, and you can see the rider just tugging against him right now. And once they hit the finish line, they continue to go all the way out around the turn. He gets stronger with every stride. You can see when that other horse runs by on the outside, he wants to go with him. In the gallop out, that horse that has passed him about 2 lengths right now, well, he gets back in front of him. He's not going to quit until the job is over with, and I like seeing that.
I'm wondering if there's going to be issue with Charlatan qualifying and getting into the body of the race. Remember, this isn't a point situation, right? This is all about stakes earnings, not graded stakes, just stakes earnings. Charlatan hasn't earned a dime of stakes earnings. He's never run in a stakes race. So if as many horses that we think might wind up entering in the Arkansas Derby, 14 of them, Charlatan theoretically could get left on the outside looking.
Yeah, but I want to ask Tom a question. When I was talking to Bob Baffert last week prior to our show, he had said that what his plans were to take Charlatan and Nadal to the Arkansas Derby. And he said, I'm praying for a split. Is there any chance that they could split the Arkansas Derby? Because like Laffite said, they get 14 or more horses. He doesn't have enough, he has 0 stakes earnings.
Tom Ames, Tom, you still with us?
That rumor's been floating around a lot at Oaklawn Park over the last week and a half, and the Sella family has always stepped up when it's been called for in this kind of a situation. But nothing has been confirmed on that. It is only listed as a possibility should they get enough horses. And, of course, they'll get enough horses. The Arkansas Derby is really where the Kentucky Derby should be, and all these horses need a race. So it would be interesting to see if that indeed did happen. But remember, the gate for the Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs holds 20. The Arkansas Derby, that gate at Oaklawn Park only holds 14. So Laffite, as you said, it's limited to just 14 horses.
It's a fluid situation. 3 weeks still until that Arkansas Derby from today. Nadal, trained by Bob Baffert, Tom, is not going to have any problem in terms of stakes earnings. He has already won the Rebel Stakes at Oaklawn Park, proven there. Your thoughts on Nadal as an individual, as a talent for Bob Baffert moving forward?
Well, he's undefeated in 3 starts. And when he came to Oaklawn last month to run in the Rebel, that was his first attempt at what we would call a distance race, a 2-turn race, and he handled it with great poise. So up front early and took a lot of pressure from a lot of different horses, was able to repel all those horses and hold on to win nicely. He's come back. He's done well in his works. He just finished working 3/4 of a mile work, was the fastest of the day at that distance out in California. So you know he's on his game. I think Nadal, with that home field advantage of having come to Oaklawn 1, when he comes back again, he's going to be the hometown favorite and perhaps the favorite in the race.
And proved he has the heart to fight. He took so much pressure on that particular afternoon. They were out after him early and still good enough, classy enough to dig in, find just enough to win that Rebel Stakes. Jonathan still with us. Then we have the Louisiana Derby winner, Jonathan, in Wells Bayou. Like Nadal, he went wire to wire in the Louisiana Derby, but with a much easier trip.
Oh, a much easier trip. I mentioned the day after on the show that I was a little bit skeptical about Wells Bayou and the performance that he had. He went slow on the front end. It's a lot easier for horses who get loose on the front and get to relax. It's significantly more of a challenge when they have to look another horse in the eye. It makes them keyed up a little bit more. It makes it harder for them to take those deep breaths. And they have to run earlier when they have a horse sitting next to them rather than sitting chilly and waiting for the last moment. Here's the problem. Wells Bayou was not only alone in the last race, and they didn't go that fast. Wells Bayou is going to have to face 2 horses in Charlatan and Nadal, who both like the front end, and I think are both better than him. It's going to be a very, very tough race for him to have to look into these other horses' eyes, but it's even going to be a harder situation when he's having to look into the eyes of 2 really, really talented animals.
Do you believe he's one-dimensional? Does Wells Bayou, in your opinion, need to be in front in order to be effective? Or if someone else makes the lead in a race he's in and he's off the pace a little bit, do you think he can still bring his A game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he went to the front end in the Louisiana Derby and slowed down shows some ability to be rateable. Now, you never know what's going to happen until they get hooked in a race where they're looking at another horse. But even if Wells Bayou is a gentleman, sits off the pace, off of a Nadal, off of a Charlatan, when they start to open up a little bit, he's going to be asked to keep up with them. I still think it will take its toll on him. I don't like Wells Bayou at all in this spot.
Wells Bayou, Louisiana Derby winner. What a race that would be if all these horses wind up in that same starting gate. Nadal, Charlatan, Wells Bayou, and the top 3 finishers. Again, a guaranteed spot coming up for those exiting today's Oaklawn Stakes into the Arkansas Derby 1 month of 3 weeks from today. The Arkansas Derby will be on America's Day at the Races, first Saturday in May. It's Oaklawn's marquee event. This is where some of the finest 3-year-olds in the nation have been redirected. 3-year-olds do have a derby to run on the first Saturday in May. The Arkansas Derby, live coverage right here on America's Day at the Races. Will 1,000 Words be there? 1,000 Words, the morning line favorite for the upcoming Oaklawn Stakes, trained by Bob Baffert. 1,000 Words. We'll see how he fares in his next start coming up. That's the Oaklawn Stakes, post time in 13 minutes.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
What I like best about Run Happy Desire, he showed so much brilliance to win the grade ones that he won, different racetracks, and he was competing against the best horses that made it look easy. When I first heard about the bonus, I thought it was good for everybody, buyer or seller, gets everybody on the same page, that there's a lot of enthusiasm with the horse already, and I think that just helps add to it. I think these Run Happies, the public already wants to like them. That's a great thing, and I think that's a little icing on the cake for the whole deal.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Kentucky Derby's been postponed 4 months, September 4th, but a big Derby for 3-year-olds will be contested on the first Saturday in May, the Arkansas Derby. So what's on the line today? Why is this race so important? Because the Arkansas Derby has become the target for many of the nation's top 3-year-olds. There's only so much space in the starting gate. And the top 3 finishers in this race will earn an automatic berth into Oaklawn's signature horse race, the Arkansas Derby, on the first Saturday in May. The Oaklawn Stakes is next. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Jonathan Kitchen, Tom Amos, Gary Stevens, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Live look at Oaklawn Park, 11 minutes out now until the Oaklawn Stakes with that $200,000 purse. We checked the wagering. Field here with 1,000 Words. Wow, opened up as a 5-2 morning line favorite, trained by Bob Baffert. Joe Talamo will ride for the first time, 1,000 Words at 9-5. Gary, how challenging is it? We have several jockeys in here riding horses for the very first time. How challenging is it for a jockey riding a horse for the very first time in a stakes race, no less?
It's a lot easier than it used to be. We used to get VHS tapes sent to us back in the day, and then DVDs sent to us. Now you can queue up anything you want right here on your phone and watch about any race you want. For instance, Joe Talamo climbing on 1,000 Words. He's probably worked him for Bob Baffert at one time or the other. He was working a number of horses for Bob prior to him going to Oaklawn Park. So these jocks, they've done their homework. They know what their running style is. But there was something said earlier on the show, instincts. You trust your instincts. You trust what you feel. Joe Talamo, a guy who's riding sky high right now, riding as good as I've ever seen him in his career. So that's what you do. You trust your instincts and hope for the best.
Yeah, and as that confidence going, does Joe Talamo right in the thick of things for that jockey title at Oaklawn Park. 1,000 Words in terms of his preparation for this Oaklawn Stakes. He was defeated in his most recent effort, but quite handily by his stablemate Authentic. So now 1,000 Words, who would have run in the Santa Anita Derby, rerouted here and preparing at Santa Anita for Bob Baffert. What'd you see here, Gary?
I liked his work, believe it or not. He's not the greatest workhorse in the world, but he's actually pulling on the rider right now, wanting to do more early on, and that's not entirely like him. But once they get into the stretch, he's just playing cat and mouse with the other horse. Reminds me very much of how Silver Charm used to work out in the morning. only doing enough to stay in front. It's a game to him, but the more that the other horse puts pressure on him, as the work extends out, the further they go, the easier he's doing things. He's getting a nudge on the shoulder right there, but I can tell you from my experience, the harder I rode Silver Charm, it didn't do any good. It took another horse making him run faster for him to run faster, if that makes sense to you. The better the competition, but last time out, I think he got authenticized, if you know what I mean.
Authenticized, one of the most gifted 3-year-olds in North America. He also was supposed to run in the Santa Anita Derby, did not have his opportunity last weekend as racing has been postponed here at Santa Anita, Jonathan. But, you know, with Bob Baffert, you have the Nadals, you have the aforementioned Authentic and Charlatan. Now we're talking about, you don't want to call him a second stringer or a B team, but that's pretty much what the conversation is. Does that change your handicapping in any way, shape, or form?
Well, you got to remember, they're just the B team or the second string for Bob Baffert. You put 1,000 Words in someone else's barn, you know, he's the best player that they have. It's kind of like Alabama. Their backup receiver starts everywhere else in the country. Doesn't mean he's not good or that he can't go out there and catch the game winner. It just means he doesn't start at Alabama because he's got some cat daddies in front of him. So, look, I think that 1,000 Words is more than capable. He won the Los Al Derby. He ran well. He won the Robert Lewis. I mean, he's winning stakes races as a 2-year-old. He won a stakes race as a 3-year-old. I don't necessarily think he's the B team. He's just not those other 3 monsters that you mentioned.
Not necessarily the B team, but also not necessarily your best bet of the afternoon, correct?
No, I mean, look, it's tricky. There's a question. What do you do with a horse like this? That, okay, that's fine. It is Baffert's quote-unquote B team. What do you do? Yes, when a Bob Baffert horse shows up, they're going to be bet. Some people might say the same thing about Chad Brown, that their horses are overbet, but are they really overbet? Because both of those guys win a lot of races. Treat the horses like individuals. If you like 1,000 Words today, then play them. If you don't like them today, then don't. It's really that simple. I'm a little bit concerned as a plotty type of horse that I think wants more ground. If he doesn't get a clear run in here, it's going to be tough for him to quicken with some of these horses.
See how it all unfolds here. This upcoming Oaklawn Stakes here with a $200,000 purse, a 1.1 miles. We have 3-year-olds. They are on the track. You'll have a chance to see them here. Again, top 3 spots advancing towards the Arkansas Derby as 1,000 Words continues to reign as a 2-1 favorite here, Gary. He does have a win on a wet racetrack, but on a sloppy racetrack, on a good racetrack, not this type of racetrack, Tom. And then you have Digital coming in. Your thoughts on Digital and his chances to take down this Oaklawn Stakes?
Well, Digital was a horse that was 8-1 in the program. I thought he would get some attention on the board. He hasn't gotten any attention. If you look back at his Louisiana Derby, you find a horse that gets a rail trip all the way around there, moves out at will, turning for home. That's the most and best you could hope for with the racehorse, is to get the right trip. He gets the right trip and doesn't finish up that day, so I'm not so sure you're going to see him finish up here today either. Digital, to me, had every opportunity to show he was this class of horse that day in the Louisiana Derby, and he didn't do it. So I'm looking elsewhere. Of course, as I said, the board's kind of gotten cold on him. But, you know, as we look at these Baffert horses, 1,000 Words, and some of the other ones that are back in California, remember, we got 14 spots in the gate first Saturday in May at Arkansas, and 3 of them are going to be filled by the top 3 finishers in this race. That leaves 11 other spots. If I'm at home and I'm Bob Baffert, I'm sure hoping that the top money earners in this race are the ones that run 1, 2, 3, and they save me a spot or 2 for my horses. I mean, wouldn't it be a shame if Charlatan, who a lot of people think, at least I'm one of them, might be the best 3-year-old in the country and doesn't even get to run in the race? You get 3 long shots that run 1, 2, 3 here. I think Charlatan is SOL as far as, you know, the Arkansas Derby goes.
Won't ask you to spell it out. Yeah, do you have that type of, this is huge, 3 spots for that Arkansas Derby, only 14 spots for the Arkansas Derby, and yeah, we'll see how that shakes out here in Charlatan. Without any stakes earnings, could be left on the outside looking in. But his stablemate is here, 1,000 Words. You'll see him in the post parade. Let's start with the Grade 1 winner in Basin here, Gary. We saw him closing day at Saratoga, the hopeful winner in the slop.
Yeah, and he was stretching out for the first time in the Rebel Stakes, and You know, people made an excuse for him of getting caught in traffic. I'm not so sure he did, but I think he can be forgiven for that race, and I think he improves today.
Long shot side by side, Coach Bahey at 61-1, and then Mr. Big News out of the Brett Calhoun stable.
Yeah, and he ran a good race in the Risen Star. He was only beaten 4 lengths. He was inside around the turns. He didn't have much of a kick. He flattened out.
1,000 Words, the $1 million purchase, 9 to 5. There he is on the center of your screen.
Yeah, and he's not facing any like his stablemate today, Authentic. He's not in this race, facing a whole different crew than what he faced in the San Felipe last time out.
What's going on with Sir Rick here in the post parade?
Sir Rick is showing himself off, all sides of himself. It looked like rear end, front end, and on his way he goes right there. David Cohen for Robertino Diodoro.
Shoplifted Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana seeking a 4th win together on the afternoon, and then Flapjack would be a big surprise.
Yeah, he would, but he ran a decent race, believe it or not, in the Gotham. It was a big step up in class for him. He was up close to a pretty hot pace. He faded, but he was only beaten 5 lengths in that race.
Tayshaun, big impressive win on a sloppy racetrack. There he is.
Yeah, big confidence builder in his last race. He's going to be forwardly placed as he was last time out under Joel Rosario.
Digital, Brian Hernandez.
Yeah, and another horse that ran a decent race in the Risen Star. Made a move coming into the stretch. He faded late. I didn't like that much. Same distance today as that race, the 1 1/8.
Long shot, Something Natural, but he does have trainer Brad Cox in his corner.
Yes, he does. He was up close in the rushaway last time out. Remember, that was on the synthetic, so ran a decent race in there. Go 2 back. He's still got to improve a ton.
Background, Pictured.
Yeah, background. He's lightly raced. He's only had the 3 races. He broke slow last time out. If he gets away good, I think he's a live long shot here.
Jonathan really likes this guy there. Farmington Road currently at 6 to 1, and then Gold Street on the outside representing outside speed.
Yeah, and he loves the mud. He's 3 for 3 for Steve Asmussen. Tyler Bay's taking over. He's going to be forwardly placed with this sloppy racetrack.
That is the field for this Oaklawn Stakes. $200,000 purse, 1 1/8 the distance here. 3-year-olds currently 2 to 1 on 1,000 Words. Jonathan, final thoughts before they circle about and get set to load.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of a long shot here. Not a little bit, a lot of a long shot. The 3, Mr. Big News. I thought he ran well in the Risen Star, closing into that slow pace, the same race that Modernist came out of and ran well in the Louisiana Derby. So at a huge price, I think Mr. Big News could get into the mix in your exotics, maybe in the back end of a super, back end of a trifecta, maybe even second, and complete your exacta.
Would be a huge shock, Mr. Big News at 49 to 1. Jonathan's best bet of the afternoon, number 12, Farmington Road. 2 to 1 now, 1,000 Words. Tom, final thoughts?
Yeah, look, you got Florent Giroux on the 1-horse Basin in this race, and Florent, he won the Louisiana Derby by jacking away from the gate, getting his horse going. He won the Fountain of Youth as well at A Indian, doing the same exact thing. He's down on the rail. He is going from the rail. He's going to try and make the lead and take them all the way. Whether he can do it or not, we'll see. My pick, the 8, Tayshaun. I like that horse. I think he's a now horse. Comes into the race well. He's going to have some speed, so he's going to be tactically close. I think the way the track is today, being tactically close is going to be important.
Do you see him, on paper, where do you see Tayshaun early on, being that he did go wire to wire? He was in front in that impressive win here, March 14th in the slop.
Yeah, tactically placed, close to the front. I don't see him getting in front of the 1-horse Basin. I think Basin is going to go to the front. I think Florent is going to send hard. Like I said earlier in the show, Basin is a half to Rise Up, who's a horse I trained, a millionaire, just like Basin maybe one day. And Rise Up was challenged beyond a mile in distance. So this 1 1/8 distance, I think, is a lot to ask of the 1-horse Basin.
That's the thing, Gary, with Basin, he doesn't have to deal with Nadal as he did in his most recent effort, his comeback race in the Rebel Stakes, but there is that serious question, there he is, about how far he really wants to run, what distance he'll be most effective.
Well, I rode Johannesburg, his grandmother, in his last race in the Kentucky Derby. He was brilliant at a mile as a 2-year-old. I don't think he wanted to step over a mile, and he proved that in the Kentucky Derby. So you've got to look at both sides of the map there, and I'm in agreement with Tom. There is a big distance question here.
Jonathan going with Farmington Road. Tom with Tayshaun. Selection time, Gary. It is post time. Who takes down this Oaklawn Stakes?
Tayshaun.
Tayshaun as well. Joel Rosario already with 3 wins on the afternoon. Tayshaun, see if he can, well, Basin with that speed down towards the inside. Tayshaun was in command in front in his race last time. Going to have to contend with more speed, more pace on this particular afternoon. So on this Arkansas Derby Saturday, it's now a prep for the Arkansas Derby. Top 3 finishers to qualify for the Arkansas Derby on the first Saturday in May, 3 weeks from today. It is post time for the $200,000 Oaklawn Stakes. Vic Stauffer standing by.
Farmington Road. 2 more. Gold Street and Flapjack. They're at the post. They're off. 1,000 Words almost fell down when they sprung it. It's a miracle Talamo stayed on him. He is last early, disaster early for 1,000 Words. Gold Street is sent to the front from Sir Rick away in second, and they are flat flying early. Flapjack Array in third, Tayshaun and Basin is next. 1,000 Words is now midfield alongside Something Natural. Background is next, then Shoplifted, followed by Mr. Big News, and at the back of the pack are Farmington Road and Coach Baugh. To the backstretch from the outside to the rail, it's Gold Street and Tyler Bays 3/4 of a length in front of Sir Rick and a 3-wide Flapjack. These 3 continue to go fast. Basin in a good striking position, 4th and 3.5 off the lead. He's 2 in front of Tayshaun. 1,000 Words is mid-pack now. He's about 7 from the front with Shoplifted just inside of him. A length and a half to Digital. Then comes Mr. Big News, Something Natural, Background, and Coach Baugh. And the trailer is Farmington Road as they head into the far turn. Gold Street continues to lead. Sir Rick and Flapjack second and third. Tayshaun just took 4th, and here's Tayshaun and Rosario. 4 wide, but within a length and a half of the lead. Basin is next. Shoplifted drives closer at the rail. Shoplifted has got a chance. 1,000 Words doesn't look like he can do it after that disaster at the start, and we have a new leader at the top of the stretch. His name is Tayshaun. Tayshaun now leads by 2 lengths from Digital. At the rail, Shoplifted moves through. Tayshaun has the lead. Shoplifted is after him. These 2 match strides. Mr. Big News is running a very big race, and Farmington Road has come from the back of the pack. Mr. Big News just in front. Farmington Road to the outside. Mr. Big News trying to spring a huge upset. Farmington Road second. Mr. Big News, Farmington Road. Mr. Big News. Mr. Big News beat Farmington Road. Tayshaun third, Basin fourth.
Shocker in the Oaklawn Stakes, not to Jonathan Kinchin, but a shocker in the Oaklawn Stakes. Mr. Big News rallying from off the pace somewhere around 46-1 at post time. 46-1 upset in the Oaklawn Stakes, Mr. Big News.
Yeah, and I think we're all in a bit of shock here right now. Farmington Road get a little wobbly right there, but Mr. Big News under Gabriel Saez, Brett Calhoun, he found something he didn't have in the Risen Star.
Race turned upside down right from the start. Gary, what happened with 1,000 Words, the favorite, and Joe Talamo?
He just overbroke and stumbled, went down to his knees. What you worry about as a rider, that they've reached up and grabbed their front heel with the hind hoof, called catching a quarter. Quite possible that happened there. He recovered from it all right, was in a good position, but that takes its toll on him during a race.
So Mr. Big News, Farmington Road, and Tayshaun earn a spot into the Arkansas Derby starting gate. As you take another look on the stretch, Tom, on the outside, Mr. Big News, how did that just happen?
Well, it was a crazy fast pace up front. They went the half mile in 45 2/5 of a second. That's fast for a sprint race. They were rolling on the front end, and oftentimes when people are trying to get position against the speed, even though they know it's fast, They may not recognize it's quite that fast, so it's going to really benefit the horses that are closing on the end. This is bad news for Charlton and Bob Baffert. Two big long shots now have a place in the starting gate along with Tayshawn, the 8. There are 11 spots left, and his money earnings are going to really hurt him if he wants a spot on that first Saturday in May after this.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue. There you see, Mr. Big News. Jonathan, I'm sorry, man. Your best bet of the day, finishing second, nearly got there, Farmington Road.
Oh, I needed him so bad, but I'm very happy for Mr. Big News. Josh Stevens, I talked about on the show before. He bought Mr. Money. He bought By My Standards, and he bought this horse. He also bought my favorite horse of all time, Devisadero. So congratulations to him. What a horse. That was a great race. Good for them.
So wait, why did you like him again?
He was closing into a slow pace in the second division of the Risen Star. I talk about it all the time. It's my favorite trip. Not everyone sees it, closing into a slow pace. He closed into the slow pace last time, and like Tom said, he closed into a very fast pace today.
Tell me you cleaned up. I don't mean to get into your personal business, but tell me you cleaned up.
Dinner.
No, honestly, Lafitte, I'm dead serious. I was on a Zoom saying happy birthday to our friend Pete Rotundo, and I didn't bet it.
Pete Rotundo owes you some money. Most expensive happy birthday ever. Mr. Big News. JK locked in. 46-1 winner over his best bet of the day, Farmington Road. For Mr. Big News, Farmington Road. Tayshawn, next stop, the Arkansas Derby, 3 weeks from today, right here at Oaklawn Park. Chalk players blindsided out at Oaklawn Park by that called Mr. Big News Allied Racing, owned by Chester Thomas, trained by Brett Calhoun. Gabe Sayas, the same team that won last year's Louisiana Derby with By My Standards. He did run in the Kentucky Derby, and here a shocker in the Oaklawn Stakes. You're looking at the three names that will qualify: Mr. Big News, Farmington Road, and Tyshawn Gary. Was that a fluke? Or has Mr. Big News been underrated moving forward? Do you think he can contend with what he's going to be contending with in 3 weeks?
Jonathan obviously saw the line. I'm not kidding. No pun intended here. He saw it, so no, it wasn't a fluke. Closed into a fast pace. He's going to more than likely get more fast paces in the future in front of him with these big races. There's always more speed in the bigger field, so he's going to continue to get race setups.
But good enough to run with the likes of Nadal for Bob Baffert, Charlatan, if he gets in, Wells Bayou, the Louisiana Derby winner.
All they can pray is that Charlatan doesn't get in the Arkansas Derby. I think. No, I think he breathes different air, but they're in a pickle right now.
Yeah, Basin maybe a little bit too far, and you just can't judge 1,000 words on that performance. His race was over the moment it started. As Vic Stauffer said in his call, he was amazed that Joe Talamo even stayed in the saddle. That has to be just an awful feeling for a jockey. You're riding a favorite stakes race, big race, and horse does that leaving the gate.
It's a bad feeling for the rider, and it's a bad feeling for the owners, the trainer, after they've put him on an airplane, shipped all the way back there. The warm-up went great. Everything went great except for the break.
Wow, Mr. Big News, Jonathan Kinchin locked in 46-1, shocker, in the Oaklawn Stakes. Terrific afternoon of thoroughbred racing. We thank you for spending part of your afternoon with us. Coming up next on FS1, we'll look back to the 2018 NLCS with the Los Angeles Dodgers and Milwaukee Brewers here at Oaklawn Park today. Well, this result was chalky. Thomas Day Tott in the Oaklawn Mile. The 7-year-old still has it. And then in the Oaklawn Stakes, the Arkansas Derby prep, Mr. Big News in an absolute shocker, 46-1. Next stop for him, the Arkansas Derby in 3 weeks at Oaklawn Park. Have a great night, everyone. Happy Easter.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach and Preakness Stakes hero War of Will. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings commanding prices up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
In the Run Happy Malibu.
Nucky has won the Run Happy Del Mar Ventura Clear.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.